Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is BMT coming at you again. Uh, yeah, so definitely we're here for this one. I got to listen to I got to listen to a good bit of the conversation. I got to listen to a good morning. I got to listen to some of the conversation going on from different sides, different talking points, and I don't even I've been hearing a lot of different sides of from men and women and a lot of people talking about feminism and women and different other scripts and I was curious on asking like did feminism really stop you from being a man? I was very curious about that because it was just something that I always pondered in my mind as a man. um how is it that feminism stopped a man from being a man, or like is that some type of excuse for why certain men are just failing at what they're doing? That's always been an excuse that I was always trying to figure out because I listened to all the talking point. I listened to a good bit of the talking points. I've even heard the MGTOW and the ITMOR and the SYSBM and different other types of spears of talking points. Um, and they always speak on how like feminism is holding back men and you know um making it hard for them. And I always ask how, like, what is it honestly doing to you that's hindering you? Like, is it like stopping you from going to the bathroom? Is it stopping you from like getting a job or like applying for a job, going to school, joining the military, getting a trade? um, Nobody has successfully ever told me how feminism is keeping them as a man from doing what you're supposed to do. Like, is it keeping you from being a productive citizen? What about a father? And they'll always bring up, well, the laws, the laws, the laws. And I'll be like, okay, so if you want to say the laws, what law is it specifically that is targeting you as a man, that is castrating you from being the man that you should be in society? And when you have that discussion with men, especially a specific type of men, and you ask them, well, what is it that stopped you? Like, I get it. So I'm not one of those dudes who's gonna kiss black men's ass. I'm not one of those dudes who are gonna be trying to racially circle jerk y'all off. I'm not one of those guys that's gonna be here. Like, I understand you. I don't because I understand that, guess what? I was born into this world just like you. I worked, busted my behind. I did what I need to do. I still do what I need to do. I don't make excuses. And I asked the question, so what is it different from you that's different from me that's keeping you from being successful? I get it, we all have different adversities and things that happen, but I'm trying to understand what's really crippling you. And I really wish I had men that would come around and actually answer that question for me. Like, a lot of these guys get online, and maybe I need to go look at some of these videos and and hang on, let me see. Let's see. Let me just do this. We'll do a little reaction. Mm-hmm. Because I'm always been curious about this. What about that of women and feminism? But majority of women don't even know what feminism is, or really what the feminism movement, how it really even operates. Men, I don't know why it's an ongoing talk. Why feminism needs men. Okay, you got somebody right here, some woman, and this is very interesting. Why feminism needs men and men need feminism. This is very interesting. That's 140K, and that was 6 years ago. Um, Another one is, do men need to check their privilege? That's another one. And mind you, all of these are well-to-do men. Like that, I'm pretty sure feminism does not even bother them. Another one is Emma Watson explained why men have trouble with feminism. She's a well-to-do woman with money. We got another one, men's rights versus feminism. Some I don't even know who the hell that guy is. Is toxic masculinity real? Some guy speaking with a woman. I guess for feminine dating women made me understand men. I don't get it. Since coming out as a bisexual last year, I've been dating women, and though dating it is its own special adventure, oddly. So you have that straight talk. How important are men's emotions? You got another guy. I guess you have Steve Harvey. I guess he's talking on women and um how they feel about men's feelings. And I guess he could talk. I mean, everybody's giving their opinion on the talk show, and Steve Harvey is no therapist or psychologist. He's just a guy with money. Again, so you're hearing it from men who are not licensed or doctrine. Radical feminism is a gift to men. That's another guy. This is from TED Talk. Feminist boys are our future men, changing culture of sexual violence. That's from TED Talk. That's a woman talking about how some women they want to change the mindset of men, and actually bring them towards feminism, which I don't agree with that. I think that you can educate men about that of telling them about, and I mean, honestly, no touch, good touch, bad touch. Like this is that stupid shit that you're going to be hearing. Do I believe there's anything such thing as toxic masculinity? No, I don't believe in that, and I don't care what women say. That's just like I say. Well, then if there's toxic masculinity, then there'll be toxic femininity. Then I guess women that act around, call themselves bitches and hoes and all kind of crazy derogatory things of whatever smut culture. I guess that would be toxic femininity. Women that talk about, hey, let's, do this to babies, or that's not a life. But then somehow a law was set up that if you hit a pregnant woman, that could be called a double murder. Or literally, they look at it like, hey, you just hit a woman that had a child in her. She probably could be walking to the abortion clinic. Now, granted, that's her right, that's her privilege. You know what I'm saying? But then you're gonna hear some dudes say, well, what about the fathers? Hey, if you look at the majority, these are TED Talks. Meeting the enemy, a feminist comes to terms with the men's rights movement. Jordan Peterson discusses whether men and women can ever be equal. Um, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. There was never such a thing, and I actually got to sit down and watch some of this with Jordan Peterson. He's a very interesting man. I think I enjoy. I think he has a very interesting way to personify or speak about things. Um, Again, he's telling from his perception as a man. He does have degrees. He does have a license about that. So, um, but to be honest, he just talks about accountability as a human being, male feminist viewpoint, being a privileged ally. So here we got it where a guy is talking about being a man and how he has privileges. And I always wonder that, like, Britain's anti-feminist movement. Wow, this is very interesting. Um, there's an anti-British. Is this the wait? Wait a second. I have to go do some studies on. Look at this. And you got a black dude who guess he's listening to them. I would have to listen to that. So the majority of these stuff are pretty much. Wait, he's getting a tattoo dollar of Harry Tubman on his back. What the hell? I hope to God that's fake. Um, wow. There's so many things I could say about that. I wouldn't even know how to honestly understand that. There are so many things wrong with that. I think we're looking at it now because women want empowerment, but literally, what power didn't you have as a woman in 2022? What are you honestly? What What are you being kept out of? Well, there's some jobs that men are doing that women that like. Listen, first of all, there's some jobs that men can't do that women can do, and there's some jobs that women are doing that men can't do. And there's so we both have jobs that we both can't do. Uh, you can be a woman and you can enter into the NFL if you want to, but when that 200 to 300 pound man comes and crashes into your body enough times, and mind you, NFL players don't even last that long. We're going, you'll be like, yo, I'm not doing this. Like it's, I'm looking for that traversal of those that type of lifestyle of enter into the NFL. Same difference of I guess if women wanted to enter or do something called what's a Master Viper? Same thing as like truck driving. It doesn't matter about your gender to drive a truck. It doesn't matter about your gender driving a truck. Actually, you got it where females or women are entering inside the trucking arena. That's predominantly a male dominated sport. Um, and a lot of people say, well, why is it that a woman couldn't never do that? Well, you can do that, but literally, men don't have no problem traveling out and abroad. You just like women, they used to have men used to be nurses. Now, majority of nurses are now women. Majority of teachers used to be men. Now they're now becoming women. Men just said, well, we're going out to go do other things. We got to go out to combat. We got to go out to this. We got to go out to that. So guess what? They saw it as more so of a nurturing opportunity for guess what? The women to nurture the children. Not to say a man can't nurture, but guess what? They said, well, the women are doing that. Not to say there aren't men who aren't nurturing, who aren't teaching, who aren't cultivating minds. Shout out to the ones who do that. Um, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see a reason why. And I mean, I'm don't worry, Free Zone. Like, shout out to my brother Free Zone. Shout out to Master Viper. Shout out to my nephew Xander. Like, feminism never stopped me from being a man. Like, whenever I hear people talk about these types of things, well, the women are doing this, women doing that. At the end of the day, women still have to go to men to get majority of the laws passed. Majority of the law holders are men. Majority of the owners of Fortune 500 companies or stockholders are men. There are more women in the world, but majority of the power is run by men. That doesn't mean that women can't be equally successful because we live in a first world country. Now, depending on when you start going in certain types of countries, and I mean, if you want to go to a second or third world country, that's your right. That is your right. You have the right to go there. I will not stop you, but I can promise you, a lot of these talking points, like it gets harder. It's like the you start going back to the primordial ladder of competition where you as a man, oh well, as a man, then I get my voice to a no, you don't. The strongest gets the voice. Go to some real second and third world places. I can promise you. I don't even think some of these men that complain about feminism would even last in those areas. Because if you can't be successful as a man in a first world country, I don't know what the hell to tell you if you would have went to where we go back into like fire and wood and actually just put in work. You know what I'm saying? Like you can try. You know, I mean, no offense. I used to doggone lay down tile. I used to do roofing. I didn't see that many women running to go do roofing. To have to take that material, sling it on your back, carry it on the roof, work on a hot roof with the sun beating on your back. I'm sorry, I didn't see that many women volunteering to take on that job. Mind you, the job was paying $18 to $20 an hour. I didn't see that many women volunteering to do that. Take them nails and boom, boom, bam, smash in the case by accident. They had to be quick. The rule of the game when you're doing roofing, you got to beat the sun. I didn't see that many. Now I'm seeing women starting to come into landscaping, but not that many. No offense, but the taxing of the body is not the same. It's the talking points of the hindsight of how family is viewed. And no, and just being honest, it's really when it comes down to your doctrine or how you think that family should honestly be run or viewed. That's where some men are getting frustrated because they're feeling like, well, because of feminism, I can't have a thriving family. Because of feminism, these women can do this. Well, what's stopping you from doing what you need to do as a man? What is it that you want to do? What laws or what types of talk points that you want? Because what's stopping you from lobbying? They go out there, march, put their money together, do it. Well, the government gives them money. Well, guess what? Who runs the government? Men. I can promise you, if you were to ask women or anybody who runs the majority of the governments, it's men. So are you one of those men that are actually trying to put yourself in a placement of power? Because if you are a jellyback man, I don't know what to tell you. Is that just say you don't want to compete against the other men, or you're not fighting for that position or that slot? Are you trying to be that caller guy, that trade guy? What kind of man are you trying to be? Now, granted, you're going to have women that are going to try to enter those type of arenas. They can. But I'm going to tell you right now, they still trying to fight for goddamn certain types of paychecks. Well, a woman gets to go off when she has her cycle. Fellas, you don't bleed out your goddamn buttholes. If you do, you got bigger problems. Majority of jobs don't be paying women on their menstrual cycles. Now they get paternity leave. And I guess you get that. And I mean, you can take off time for that, but they're not. I never heard Walmart to pay people for paternity leave. Or majority of jobs, like they're just not really doing that. Here, let me read what's going on. It's a good question. That's not the problem men have with women. It's their attitude, ideology when dating. Nobody. I mean, honestly, dating. That's dating. That's a between men and women thing. That's not even a big deal. Like dating, that just sounds like a problem with that guy and that woman. Because when people bring up the dating, that sounds like a problem with the man and the woman. Now, why would you care if that woman is not fitting your design of what you want to date, then that's on you. Like, no dating is 100%. And that's honestly what a lot of these things, when they talk about feminism, it's not dating. Like, trust me, women don't get the guys that they always want. Dating, I mean, honestly, that's the problem where y'all have a concern about. With dating, what do you want? Like, subjugation? That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to ask the question. And I mean, I'm gonna drop the link, but dating, that sounds like a minuscule thing. Like, I need to know something realistic that's really like pending on. Is this stopping your money? Is this stopping your social climate in society? Dating, I could care less about dating. Like dating's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a deal. You don't want to date that type of chick. There's other chicks over there. You don't want to deal with that type of woman. Leave that type of woman alone over there. Like, why are y'all worried about the ones that don't want to deal with you? Like, I never was bothered by that. Like, I mean, she has certain ideology, and to be honest, like majority of these women are still out there having sex with men. A good portion, unless they're bisexual or gay. A good portion of women who are feminists are married. He said families are on the decline. Men and women aren't getting married. Do men want families also? Like, do men want families just like women do? Like, like people using the clause of families are on the decline. Like, we got to start asking the question: like, are y'all really? Are people really doing stuff like that? Like I hear about the family thing, but when I look at a lot of the talking points, a lot of these things are talking about game, sexual market value, placement. Nobody's talking about any type of actual lobbying. Nobody's actually talking about any actual schools fighting for proper positioning, rearing and raising of children. I don't see that more. I don't see that much mentor tutorship. Like these things right here. How is it that you're going for feminism? You know, putting the word out is lobbying. That's if putting the word out. That's not lobbying. That's not lobbying. Lobbying is when you're actually putting up some stuff for tangibles. Lobbying is when you're actually going down there to the courthouse and actually getting a poll, or you're actually getting money put up for certain types of tangible rights and rules to be passed for you. See, that's lobbying. I think y'all confuse actual lobbying with social media. We're not the same. Lobbying is when we are lobbying for certain things to be done for the taxes of my town. So that way we stop, or I think what is it? We were lobbying that on the budgeting costs for taking some of it from this we wanted more placement towards the jobs for the job center. That's lobbying. The people need better jobs. They need a better vocational jobs in this area. Better vocational jobs mean, guess what? People can go to work. People can go to work. They actually can actually thrive on actually affording the certain lifestyles that they can use to maneuver in society. No, it's not. Stop. I hate when y'all trying to use YouTube. Y'all, I hate y'all, but y'all confuse YouTube with reality. Show me what politician is on y'all YouTube panels. Show me what lobbyist has come through to ask y'all to vote on them. Who is it that y'all do have? Like, I need to know what feminist came in y'all homes and kicked in the door and took whatever they took from y'all. I can't keep on I can't keep on reading all your stuff. Like, if you could come up on my panel or not. Like, so the thing about it is this. And what's going on? What's going on, David? What's going on, Exiled? Um, Again, the thing about it, the placement is, and I got to be real. Most young men are not being capsized. I mean, we're looking at a lot of these young guys nowadays. They're not being capsized by feminism. They're still going to colleges. They're still going out there doing stupid stuff. They're still banging, gang banging. I ain't never seen feminism stop gang banging yet. Boys going around causing violence and doing stupid stuff. Never seen that yet. That's the case, then they should feminism ain't damn sure didn't stop down Louisiana or Chicago or any of them goddamn areas. Feminism damn sure didn't stop anybody from joining the military. And I'm not taking up for it, but I'm trying to ask men, like, honestly, like, what things you need to tell me a specific bill that is literally cornering and keeping y'all from being men. Where did it chip away at your money? Because when I bring up or look at these things, like, and I honestly I asked the question because see, let me show y'all like right here. Like, let me go through here. You see these guys right here? There's literally a group, and I'm not gonna go too far. There's literally a group of men, Britain's anti-feminist movement. Like, so these guys right here. Now, these are a bunch of dudes. They can't even show their faces. They look like, guys that, questionable. And I'm not judging nobody, but they're right there. I guess they're like the anti-feminist movement. So I would honestly say, okay, then I would be more curious about what laws are these guys are trying to push for in Britain. When I look at the majority, like you got a guy who's a male feminist, which that's very interesting, a male feminist. Just like you have women who are on the side of men's rights. You're gonna always have people jumping on different cornerstone of sizes to literally say, "Hey, I believe in the rights of women." Why gender equality is good for everyone. Now, I always ask the question about gender equality, and this one I always pull out. You know what I'm saying? What type of equality do you want? Whenever I talk to women, I always ask them, what type of equality do you want? What laws do you not have access to that I, as a man, have access to? I can vote. Can you not vote? Only law I don't have access to is that of when you go into the doctor and it depends on something that varies with your life, which is fair because at the end of the day, I don't want nobody to have, I don't give a damn who you are. You're not going to have say so over my life if I have something to say. I'm sorry. That's the last author and finisher of what the hell happened with me when I get snipped, a blade, or anything in the hospital. I don't give a shit. Married or not, you don't have no fucking say so what going to happen to me under the goddamn knife. Y'all out of y'all fucking minds when y'all talk that crazy shit. Well, I feel that, no, bitch, fuck you. Majority of y'all don't even have never been in a serious surgery or anything like that in your lives. You don't want somebody to make a decision for you. No. Because you might not like the results you get. Now, I can understand now, mind you, Jordan Peterson, he talks about the pay gap. The pay gaps have been changing, honestly. But see, when you look at the pay gaps, we're honestly taking a look at it from that of the scope of, well, certain jobs. BMT contradicting himself now. So you actually talk to feminists and you still can't see it. I don't even know. Come on up, dude. Y'all can come on up. Like, what I asked the question, like, what laws are keeping you? Oh, come sorry. Someone else's movement cannot affect my life. That's their movement. Something they're doing to affect their life. I agree. Like, I'm asking y'all, like, y'all dudes aren't telling me nothing, man. Because when I asked the question about what are they doing that stopped you from being or living a full flourished life as a man, nobody wants to tell me. Why can't men show their faces when criticizing women? Definitely not feminism. Dude, what are you talking about? You got people who get on panels that don't show their face. How you gonna say that? You got people who do documentaries talking about serial killers or talking about certain things like hell the news. They don't even want to show their face. That's not feminism. That just means they don't want their faces shown. You have where people say, "Hey, we're having a meeting. We don't want to be seen." Okay, cool. If that's something you want, you don't want to be seen. That's something you don't want to be seen. I can respect it. That is your right to not want to be seen. That's not feminism. That just means you don't want to be seen. We're joined here by a good friend, Hood Conservative. We're having a logical discussion on that topic. But did feminism really stop you from being a man, or you needed an excuse? What's going on, conservative?
Yeah, what up?
What's going on?
I'm having a hard time understanding what it is you're not understanding.
Okay, so what are you not understand? So first of all, what is the topic that you're talking on? Because you're trying to understand when did you come into the video? But we're
Uh,
already 31 minutes in.
about I don't know, 10 minutes ago,
Okay, so
and
you already missed the
it,
point of
it's
it. So
it's it's as if you think feminism has no effect.
okay, what effect is it having on you? But I said feminism's not
I was
feminism
raised
have
by a
no,
single mom.
huh?
I was raised by a single mom. That's
That's
right off the back. That's one.
that's it. But that's your kind of that's
You
like
asked
your
about me personally, not like
yes.
niggas in the hood. You asked about me personally, and if I answer I was raised by a single mom, how is that not a proper answer to the question?
Okay, that's fine. So okay, so being raised by a single mom was a result of feminism.
In one aspect, in many aspects, yes.
Okay, how so?
Well, for one, this is something you kind of have to get into, like at an individual level. But the argument, basically, the women make choices motivated by, what they can or cannot have, incentives.
Hmm.
Once we created a world where women were incentivized to live apart from men, it's now a moot question whether or not it's way worse than a 50-50 choice whether or not the woman will choose to live apart from the man. It's just a matter of life now. I mean, it's just a fact of life now. Once women have been given the option to live apart from men, most of them will choose it at some point. They will put their own personal emotional goals and selfishness ahead of quote family goals.
Okay. Now, question: can a man choose to lay with a woman of his own free will?
Of course, that's usually how it works. I don't understand where you're going.
Okay, no, no, no. I'm just saying, like, so both people have consenting choice to choose who they want to lay with.
That the choice of having sex with a person is not where the problem starts. The problem always starts at the moment of conception. Everything
Okay,
before that is you trying to distract from the realities. The moment of conception, he becomes a target and she becomes a victim. As simple as that. She gets protected by the state and he gets threatened by the state. She gets rewarded by the state and he gets punished by the state. These are unchangeable factors of that dynamic now.
okay. So in asking that, so I'm asking, did the man choose that type of woman, and did she choose that man to lay with?
Did the man choose that type of woman?
Yeah,
Okay,
did
yeah,
he?
I'll bite. Yeah, yeah. So he chose that type of woman. What does he deserve now because he chose that type of
No, no, no,
woman?
no. So, okay, so she chose to lay with that type of man, and he chose to lay in bed that type of woman. Did he? Did they both choose to? Did he choose to wear a condom, and did she choose to wear contraceptive protection?
Are we talking about feminism now, BMT? Because you're
No,
moving the
what?
goalpost.
No, I'm
You're
not.
moving your own goalpost,
I'm
BMT.
not. How am I moving the goalpost? I'm literally saying you. What stop you from putting on a condom? Literally from the same thing from her. Like, what stop you from choosing to lay down with that dude? Like, how is that moving?
How?
Um,
What does that have to do with feminism?
wait. You just said that these
Your
women
your
choose.
subject your subject for today is feminism. What does the man having putting on a condom have to do with feminism?
Wait. So wait. So hold on. So you're
Like you're
saying
giving you're giving you're
why are you
defending
yelling? Why
feminism.
are you
You're
yelling?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to yell, but you're bringing up feminism and then talking about men wearing condoms. Men wearing condoms is giving the man power over the woman. How are you making this about feminism?
Okay, so wait. So let me get it straight. You just said that your mother she was a single mother, right?
Yeah,
We
and
just
now you're talking about condoms. You just
wait, wait,
totally jump past the
wait,
point of
wait,
any common sense.
wait. Why? Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm trying to make some logical sense. So I'm literally asking that you're telling me that you literally can choose. How you doing? You literally can choose to wear protection for the person you're going to lay with if you're not consciously actually trying to make a life with them.
Feminism is about the woman's choice. Why are you
Wait, wait,
talking about what the man's choice is if your point
wait,
is about
hold on.
feminism?
Because I literally asked the
Women
thing.
get to choose. Feminism is that women get to choose. And you're asking me what the problem of women choosing is.
Hold
Feminism
on.
is women choosing. If women can choose abortion, that's feminism. If women can choose single motherhood, that's feminism. If women can choose to just lay back and let the world happen to her, that's feminism. Why
Hold,
are you focusing on
Sir,
men when you're asking me
wait,
about feminism?
wait. But I asked the question. Literally, the title is: Did feminism really stop you from being a man? So actually, that would mean the question is actually this topic is targeted towards men, asking men: Did feminism stop you from being a
Okay, so
man?
BMT, if a woman doesn't want her husband to live in the house with him, does that stop him from living in the house with his children?
does that
No,
stop him from being a man? Is the question.
that literally
Okay.
stops
That
you from.
being a man thing is a canard. Don't fall for that. Being a
Wait,
man is such a fuzzy
Okay,
term.
sir,
wait,
sir, let me
hold on.
help you out, please. Coming from a woman, can I help
Please,
you out?
lady, tell me what a man is. Let's everyone let the
No, no,
woman tell
no,
us
no,
what
no,
a
no, no.
man is.
Wait,
All right, I'm
Okay,
listening. I'm
conservative.
listening.
right now,
Hold on,
hold on. I'm
hold
sorry,
on.
BMT. This is your
Wait.
panel. Go
Let me. I
ahead,
gotta
bro.
get this. But we're trying to keep a nice placement of it. And I listen. First, let's have the discussion. I'm literally just talking to you, conservative. So we're trying to keep it order. I had Free Zone come up. I had to also have I have Mrs. Exile and I got Mr. Exile. They're both a married couple. And you got Free Zone. He's done some good talks. Conservative. You're my boy. I talked with you about a lot of stuff. Let me get Free Zone. Let me get Mr. Conservative. Y'all, please hold your thoughts. Free Zone. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's going on?
This is actually I like the question. I mean, me personally, I can't say that it's ever like I'm a man regardless. Um, I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it do what it do. But the problem that I do see with feminism is that in this ideological war, the kids are the biggest casualty of it, and so those kids have to grow up to become either men or women. And when you live in a society or you're in a situation where people are focused on this ideological thing and they're not focused on the betterment of children, and those children who are casualties grow to become adults, that does create this problem. And that's really the biggest way that I can see that the biggest way that I can see that it could stop a person from being a man. But at the end of the day, you still got to be a man regardless. I still hold that to be true. Like I can't look a man like I can't look at a man and him give me the excuse that feminism is the reason why he's not a man. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but I do also acknowledge the fact that some things may have been missed because he may have grown up in a house where the parents were had focused on this whole thing of women choosing. Because if your house isn't being ran and led by you, that to me is a huge issue. And like I said, the children are the biggest casualties of that. Now, as far as like dating and stuff like that, that's between individual couples, but collectively as a whole, feminism has really done damage on kids, and those kids grow up to be men or women. And if they're not raised in a strong functioning family, and then that continues, and that's what we've been seeing.
How it does damage. That's all I need to know.
So that's pretty much where I'm at with it. You know what I'm saying? I just think that kids get lost in all of this.
Okay. Okay. We're also so we're gonna take it to Miss Exile. Go ahead. You have the floor now. Go ahead.
Okay, my thing is this. Actually, I love the question. Me personally, I think the feminism movement has shifted a lot of things from what was once considered the norm. So I don't think that it's actually made a man any less of a man. Now, I will say it's made things different. In some cases, much more challenging because that's what change does. It doesn't matter if it was a feminist movement or it could have been a masculine movement. At the end of the day, it was a radical idea and it was meant to cause change in the structure that obviously was not beneficial to something or someone. Okay. You guys have to remember before it was the feminist movement, it was interracial dating, then it was liberation of Negroes and many other things. It's a radical movement. And in any way, shape, or form, from what history has taught us, if a radical movement makes you, first of all, it doesn't make you any less. Let me go ahead and say that out there. It does not make you any less of a man. If a feminist movement can, then you yourself really need to reevaluate your core constructs of what you believe that a man is. Now, once again, I'm not going to sit there and say it hasn't made it challenging. I'm not going to sit there and say it hasn't made it in some cases easier, in some cases a bit more difficult. For those who can't see easier, a perfect example is, you now with the feminist movement, now you actually are able to sit there and notice women who are more traditional, like myself, and women who are not, aka women who are more willing to resist being with a man, and then more women who are comfortable in our traditional roles as a woman: cook, clean, mother, wife, etc. So, do I think that it will sit there and take power away from a man? No, I don't. Do I think that it will sit there and shake some shit up? Yes, I do. Do I think change is good after so long of being complacent? Yes, I do. Because even though change is difficult, sometimes something needs to be shaken up so you can actually see where the faults are. And as much as we want to sit there and put the faults on a woman, if it is your job as the man to lead the woman, then is it really on a woman? Does that make sense? It kind of forces you to reevaluate your goals, what how you feel about how you feel about as being a man, what you were taught that a man was versus what you now have to adapt to and make a man now and still sit there and try to find ways to make yourself valuable and stand out and then still make yourself one of the top supreme of whatever it is that you were doing. It's a
I
shakeup.
love how you laid out all those contradictory items. That's exactly the problem that men have with feminism. Too many contradictory items.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Exile.
Wow.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Hmm.
Exile.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll give my husband the mic.
Go ahead.
All right. So, being a man that was raised in a household full of women, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. Observation is key. When you're a child, you can't have a woman tell you what a man is and they're raising you. She can give you her ideal of what a man is, whether it be your mother, your grandmother, your aunties, or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's up to you to observe other men, see the traits in men from women, and see who you're going to follow after and learn how to be a man. That is up to the individual. These men that run out here feminists, it was in them regardless, bro.
Sir,
I yelled the
it
mic.
kind of sounds like you're asking the boys to raise themselves.
I mean, we're in that day and age where you have to. I had to. My father was absent. I had uncles. I had neighbors. I had friends that did have their dads around.
Let's extrapolate a little bit, and let's take our personal situations off the table because it's not directly about you or I. But what do you think is the net result of a group of people who constantly let the boys raise themselves? I mean, is it working? Do we have good outcomes because so many boys are essentially raising themselves?
How many of the boys are actually doing that? Because guess what? There's a whole lot of boys that are clinging to their mothers, and mothers are raising them.
Well,
So
you're asking a different question to answer my original question. I wanted to kind of nail down this. Is this
honestly,
idea of boys raising themselves helping us?
over. Sir, honestly, you've kind of been all over to sit there and try to fit your narrative. So I guess my question to you is what actually is your narrative? Because you've sat there and turned what I said. You're trying to turn what my husband said. You sat there and tried to say something about the gentleman that spoke before him. So honestly, it seems like
But
you literally
it's
have a
okay. I
set
can
agenda. So
entertain
my
if you
question is,
want.
what is your agenda? And why are you so, I don't want to
Ma'am,
say hurt, but
my agenda is very simple. I'm anti-feminist, and I was asking a direct question to something the
ah,
man laid out. I'm asking what is the
Oh,
benefits of that
okay,
scenario, and I'd like him
who
to answer.
well, I mean, your question makes no sense when the feminist movement isn't about us men at all. It is about the women. Like I said, the only argument you have is the single family home. And then at that point, it's up to you as an individual. Because at the end of the day, once you become a man, which a lot of men, when they become what they call a man at 18, ain't fucking men anyway, bro. You got to observe and learn anyway.
But
Even
then
if
that's
your
why I asked the
parents teach you, you still ain't no damn man. Life and experiences is what teaches you to be a man.
This is why I asked the question the way I asked, because when Free Zone came up, the way he started out was saying that this thing affects the children more so than, a grown man or a grown woman. And that's the problem here. You have basically a scenario where, let's say the parents, and a lot of times the single parent, doesn't really believe in raising the boy properly then. And so the boy is left to, re-educate himself after 18. And we don't see that as a problem.
I mean, most people that's in two parent homes have to re educate themselves after they're 18.
So
So your
okay.
point still doesn't stand.
I was gonna say that's women too, baby. Yeah.
So let me.
Yeah,
Hold on,
So
yeah.
so
can you kind of break that down when you say most kids in two parent homes have to re-educate themselves?
I
Because
Yeah,
that
no
kind
no
of
Okay.
that's a
doesn't make
common
can I
sense.
thing
stop?
we
Let
hear,
me say
the two parent
Uh,
home sucks too, right?
Oh,
no. Let
sweetheart,
me.
sweetheart, he was talking to my husband. That's
So
rude.
let me try this. So, but I think that was actually but actually I want to take a shot at that. You're having it
well,
where
DMT, can I
hold on,
answer that with one sentence though?
go
Once you
ahead, go.
leave your parents, you have to wing yourself away from your parents regardless. It's a tough thing for all men, no matter how you've been raised.
I get that
Mm,
because no
mm-hmm.
because
That makes sense. I can see that. But
right, and
my
that's what I have.
fundamental, I mean, my fundamental thing is like, train up I fundamentally believe in train up a child in the way he should go. Like your parents, however they trained you, their job is to arm you with the tools that you'll need as a stepping stone to further expand what it is your manliness in the world. So it's not like, okay, they raised you for 18 years and then what they did for those 18 years are useless. You got to start all over. You actually on your own, you build on top of whatever your parents trained you to be. And so if you have an adequate training, then you're going to be a problem out here. It's going to be that much harder to re-educate yourself, quote unquote, in the world.
I agree. I agree with you on that one. I wanted because a lot of people like, and I take for me for example, I didn't come from the most easiest of backgrounds. Okay, but I took what I could. That was if I saw something negative, I knew not to do that. If I saw
Mm-hmm.
some positive stuff that was working, that I saw like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like Mr. Free Zone, he opens the door for his wife or his lady, you know what I'm saying? Or, Mr. David takes his kids to the park to spend time. I took different aspects of things that I visually saw as growing up, and I said, well, let me put that mentally down. You know, when you what you thought you understood of being a child in the home versus when you actually start stepping into that placement of being a parent or being the dominated provider in your home, it's night and day. But you're like, yo, I thought the rules were like this. But you
Mm-hmm.
really don't know how the man of that home or the parent of that home is truly running that home. There's a lot of men that come from female homes. You can never tell that's a female home by the way that these men traverse. And there's a women that come or that they raised up by their daddies. Guess what? They act totally different. And I'm not making that excuse, but I'm saying that people are choosing their paths. When I got into my home, I chose my path. And guess what? I have to stick by it. Now, when it comes to that, some things like, well, I believe that guess what? The daddy should eat first. But as a parent, my children are going to eat. Now, some people say, well, no, BMT, you should eat first. But me as a father, I'm going to make sure my children eat. Like, I make sure they all get their breakfast, they all get dressed. Now, that's different from some doctrines, but that's BMT's doctrine. Am I wrong for that? That's for me to decide. You know what I'm saying? Um, no different than a lot of men. They choosing like, hey, I saw what daddy and mama went through. I don't want no fucking house. I don't want to be in a home. I know some dudes say, fuck all that parental shit. I don't want to be a parent. Just like some women, they don't want to be a parent either. People are choosing the different routes due to how their circumstances are. Versus a lot of women, they say, I want to get married. I'm hearing women say that they want to get married. Some guys say they don't want to get married. These people are choosing their choices. I can't make that. I understand family model for me works. I don't want to do anything different from that. That's what I always wanted. Okay. Some people want a family. Free Zone, he talked to me. He said, hey, he's going to shout out to Free Zone. Free Zone going to be a father. Free Zone seen the negative, right? And he's seen the positive. Just like Exile told me, respect to Exile, he said he was out there in the streets. A lot of men run out there in the streets looking for family. After a while, they get tired of that shit and they say, yo, this ain't for me. I'm going,
BNT.
yes, sir. Yes,
Can,
sir.
can we we're like talking past the critical point, and I mentioned it
What
specifically.
I'm just,
And
go ahead. Go ahead.
this scenario where there's the single parent home, usually a mom raising a boy in particular, they come out of it short. They don't learn what they need to know by the time they're at 18. All three men on this panel, I'm sorry, four men on this panel now have alluded to a similar point that as you become a man, you realize you were not armed properly with the things you needed to know to be a successful man. Now you have to go out and relearn proper manhood. Look how you just described it. You have to learn proper manhood outside of the home, which puts you at a statistical disadvantage from children who are already getting manhood lessons from day one. I'm not
What, what,
saying any of this out of maliciousness or hatred for women. I'm simply pointing out the regular, normal life pattern and the realities of these decisions.
okay, now, and David, now, let me show you this. Okay, my my old lady was raised to be raised as a proper lady. When she had her first child, what do most mothers do or most women do? They get an older woman to come in. So I say, okay, this is what you do. This is how you maneuver. So wait, the education of what they thought of raising their little sisters, it changes because now they're actually having to reevaluate how they want to raise their child. Just like a man, listen, what I thought I understood as raising a family, watching my daddy, was different like how I want to raise my family. Granted, I get what you're saying, David. But this is why in some areas men leave the village and go find their own manhood or their own masculinity and come
Uh,
back say,
uh,
"Hey, this is what I learned as a man." That's a
those older
it's
women,
a trial by it's huh?
I think those older women are teaching the younger women that they don't need no man and you got to do it on your own. That's
No, sir.
generally what I'm hearing older women say to younger women. Correct me then. Tell me, prove me wrong.
First of all, sir, you have a whole lot of animosity towards me. And honestly, right now,
Ma'am,
already,
I haven't even addressed you. You jumped on the panel addressing me directly. I asked your husband questions and you directed towards me. What do you mean? I don't understand you at all, man.
I can tell. Okay, first of all, I'm going to just go ahead and help you out. The older women are not sitting there and telling women, or these girls nowadays, let me say girls, that they don't need men. This is the actual conversation that's being had from a woman's view. Whenever you have a man that can deliver certain qualities that will honestly and openly make you be more susceptible to submission to a man, then these are not qualities that, let me try to figure out a way I can sit there and put it so you guys would understand me. If all a man has to offer you is money, but you can go and get it yourself, he needs to have something above money to be able to offer you to make you more susceptible to being a wife. Does that make sense?
No, it's perfectly logical, but this is also a
Okay.
result of the feminism ideology. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
Okay.
So, okay, if you're a man, why don't you step up to the plate and do what you need to do and adjust, evolve?
No, no,
And
no. Listen, hold on. Let me answer that before we move
Is that
on. Yes, yes.
oh,
As
you
a
know what?
man, as a
I'm
man, that is your
my
task.
question
You're
back
always
to
tasked to step up. We're talking about the fact that feminism is constantly shifting the power balance against you as a man. At a certain point, it becomes
wow.
counterproductive to just try and step up. Out for your way through it is the phrase they keep using.
Okay, sir, can I go ahead and finish to answer your question? Because obviously it's going to be a bit more helpful to you. I'm already married. I already have the knowledge. I mean, I've already taken the gems, and I'm happy in my marriage. So, I mean, obviously that hasn't affected my family much. So, are you willing to you hear me out to what I have to say?
Ma'am, I'm willing to listen to you, but it's kind of arrogant to
Okay.
assume you're just going to fix me.
I never said you were broken.
Well, you
I just
said you're
said
willing
I
to
had to.
teach me how, whatever. Please,
I
just
didn't
tell
even
me
say
what's on your mind, ma'am. Tell me what's on your mind. I'm willing
I
to
mean by
listen.
animosity. This is what I mean by animosity.
You
Already,
brought
even
the animosity to the conversation, ma'am. I've been nothing but polite to you.
ooh, okay. If this is your version of polite, then wow. All right.
Believe me, the men on the panel know my other side. I'm being polite to you.
That's what I
Okay.
believe. Because I'm like,
Sure. All right. Look,
me,
at the end of the day,
men are
you
just
misunderstand something that's happening. It's not happening in the way that you see it. Now, am I saying that it's not happening? If a woman is going to sit there and say, if all you can sit there and bring to the table is money, there's no emotional, there's no mental, there's no feeling of real security. There's only money there, and you can get money yourself. So why would you need to deal with an extra set of
they're like,
uh, headaches, attitudes, experiences that do not pertain to you, chaos that might be coming in from from an outside source versus anything that you've done? That makes sense, right? Now, when I say this, I'm not saying it from only a woman's perspective. I'm saying this from a perspective of, in any case, because honestly, a woman is supposed to be a man's piece. And literally, if he has to sit there and deal with her and have excess headaches, attitudes, chaos from outside coming in for, pertaining to nothing that the man did, you would sit there and want somebody to sit there and tell you, nah, you ain't got to deal with that. You ain't got to do that. You ain't got to put up with that, especially if this is the only thing that they offer to this table. Or as a lot of, as I hear a lot of men say, if this is the only thing that's being brought to the table. All women are doing is sitting there and literally saying the same thing. And the reason why is not really so much for a feminist movement. Well, I guess you guys could say it like, well, you could see it like that, but literally, it's just a way to sit
Thank
there.
you, ma'am. We agree now. Thank you.
It is a way to protect other women,
so.
regardless of what you want to call it or not. But here's the thing, it can also protect other men. I can't tell you how many other men I sit there and hear that are with women that are doing the same thing that now, for a long time, a lot of women felt that men were doing to them, which is initially what started the feminist movement. Don't be fooled by the guys of, oh, well, you know what, it was because women wanted equal rights and this and that. It was because women wanted to be respected. They wanted to be treated with respect. You can't want to be treated with respect whenever you are not being, or whenever you are being respected. Does that
That
make
is a good point because back then a lot of men were trapped in marriages they didn't want to be in.
sense?
Now
Exactly.
let me ask this. Let me start it
The
off.
numbers, the numbers disagree with you. If men were the ones trapped in marriages, men would have been filing for divorce.
Let me
Women were the ones who
let
felt
so,
trapped and they left.
so let me start it off with free zone. Free zone. Can I throw this one to you? Are you there, free zone?
Yeah, I'm here.
Could you tell me as a man or from your perspective what laws of feminism have directly affected you in your way of life?
Me personally, none.
What properties of feminism have affected your paycheck? Have any parts of
What properties of well, that's what I'm
feminism?
saying. Like for me personally, feminism wasn't a problem.
Okay, now, okay, has feminism of anybody that you known, has it affected anything of any of your friends from being proper men, or no?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go
would
ahead.
say yes.
Okay, can you
Be,
talk? Can you go from there?
um, a lot of the men that I grew up with did not have strong, intact families,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of them, um, a lot of the women that, a lot of the families that were broken up, to like for me fundamentally, it was a lot of them going to the government or destroying their homes simply because they weren't happy. And to me, that's not enough for a family to be broken. And they paid a huge price for that because it restricted the authority of the father and the amount of time the father had with the child, which created a dysfunction in them.
Okay, so you're okay. So let me make sure I get it correctly, and I thank you for that. Like I said, I got a free. I want definitely to sit down with you, have a one on one. Um,
Hey,
and
aren't
I,
you in? We'll talk offline, but aren't you in South Carolina?
yep, 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 yep.
What city are you in?
Charleston,
We in the same city, bro.
dude. We need to sit down for dinner, and dude, we'll definitely sit down. I'm a
We'll
very
talk.
now.
We'll,
Damn, I
I
was
got
in Charleston last summer. I might have drove past your house and never knew it, BMT.
it
you
happens,
might
bro.
have, bro. You might have,
It
bro. Because let's, you know what I'm saying, like me and
Charleston
you,
ain't
we've
all that
had,
big.
yeah, bro. Like me and you've had back and forth, but you already know this is YouTube, and there's YouTube and then there's real life. So
right,
you know what I'm saying?
and the thing about it is this. Okay, so um, I'm gonna say it like this, like. And again, I enjoy talking with all of y'all. Me and David have had some, like David. I roll with you. We ride hard. Me and you we ran the gauntlet, fighting every woman almost on YouTube against cuties. It was just me and you. So I agree. Some things are drastic. I don't agree with the sexualization shit. I don't agree with this mindset of, hey, I can be the biggest slut and there be no consequences. I'm like, hey, for every action, there's a consequence. Just like I tell a lot of fellas from different schools and different boroughs, hey, y'all boys run around with these fast girls. You can't get mad at the results, or when y'all want to lay down with these girls with these see-through booty shorts. Man, like, come on, OG. No, man. Stop.
But
Y'all know. No, because if I'm an older G, if I'm OG, and Free don't tell you, man, how it is out here. A lot of these girls run around with these see-through booty shorts. You know the ones that are in a dire situation versus the ones that are young, like, I'm going to go to work. Like, don't talk to them.
and
Leave
see-through
those.
booty shorts.
Oh, the big booty, the see-through booty short. They got them now out there with the
I
see-through
mean,
booty.
she goes to work in that. You know, I wonder what job she has. But
Yeah.
see,
No,
BMT, the question.
I'll bring you back there. She's probably a stripper. That's probably the main one that she is.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
like you kind of limited her job potential with the see-through booty shorts. That
But
like
hold
that's
on,
a one time that's a one job uniform. You can't wear that to most workplaces. It's not like
hold
Dickies.
on,
You know what I'm
hold on, hold on,
saying?
hold on, hold on. But you can't. But listen, if you're choosing, right? She's choosing to go out there like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're choosing to pursue the booty. Guess what you're setting yourself up into? She's not carrying herself presentable where she gives us where she cares about her imagery,
Mm.
but then you're chasing that ass.
No,
So
BMT. I think you're picking at low hanging fruit here. Like
no,
everybody can accept that argument. Let me lay out
okay,
a
all right,
deeper
all right,
problem here.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
And I wanted to comment on I'm sorry, ma'am. I never caught your name when you jumped on the panel. What? How should I address you, ma'am?
Eliza.
Eliza. Okay, nice to meet you. What you were saying about the woman's logic, the rationale. All you have is money. You don't really bring extra to the table. Now, if you
No,
add children,
stop, 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 stop. See, already you did not hear fully what I said. I said, if a woman is talking about a man and the only thing they have to offer is financial means that the
money,
woman can go and get herself. What I
right?
was saying is that what a woman wants and what she needs is more than that.
No, no, I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. Even if I paraphrase you slightly incorrectly, I'm trying to give you all the, I'm trying to steel man your argument for a reason here because I've heard that over and over again. I've walked into that over and over again. I've dated that over and over again. The logic is consistent. The problem is for the men that have to hear that, then
Oh,
their option is okay, fine. We just can't really be together like that.
and for some men, that there is their option. I mean,
But in that now, so when we're talking about how feminism affects you as a man, it means that down the line in the long run, just on a compatibility level, there are way less women that you can actually be long-term compatible with because of all those things you just laid out.
well, sir, if what you're saying is that whenever a woman requires you to do something more than make money in a society that literally has made it openly difficult for there to actually be a stay-at-home parent household, unless under the guise of government assistance, which that's neither here nor there. I'm not even touching on that. But if all you're saying is that if you're going into a relationship, the only amount of energy that you are willing to put in is to sit there and try to be financially adequate when she is letting you know that she needs more. Well, here, let me put it to you in a way like this. If you have a woman that literally she got a fat ass, right? She got some pom pom pom, okay? And that's all she has to offer. Same thing that every other woman has to offer. But she's at your house is filthy, she got kids, because I'm not even going to sit there and insult you by saying you have children with her. She has children. Her children are bad, out of control. Your house look a hot mess. There's laundry everywhere. It's just filth everywhere. Kids colored on the walls. The kitchen is horrendous. There's food, flies, bugs everywhere because she don't want to sit there and clean up nothing. But she got that poon poon.
Why is she even there if she got kids to raise? Like, see, this feminism just ruins everything.
Wow, really?
She
Okay.
got kids to raise and she wasted her life with a dirty ass nigga. Stop it. This is your
Oh,
scenario.
that's sweetheart. That was you. You the dirty
No,
ass nigga.
you made those details. All I said is the
But
situation makes
she's
two
supposed to
people
be with you.
incompatible.
I said,
You just
sir.
gave the scenario. You put details to the scenario. So now I'm questioning in that scenario, that woman is clearly wrong. Obviously, all right, if you want to date and you have children, he is definitely not the choice for you. Now you sitting there
Sir,
trying to figure out why I should spend my time in this dirty house and I got kids at home. Oh, hell no.
sir, I said that this was your house. I didn't say it was her house. I said she moved in
It's
with
your
you.
scenario, though. This whole story is a
But
creation of your mind. And I'm like, the
here's
woman
the
you
thing,
created is
sir.
wrong.
Here's the thing, sir. One, it's a scenario. Two, obviously you're already sitting there and trying to deflect, which I don't even understand why, because I didn't even
What does this mean?
for those people to understand. It seems like you're not really trying to understand. You're just trying to respond. And if that's all you want to do, then it kind of makes sense why it seems like you're not willing to actually sit there and step up to the bar. You expect for the bar to be to the floor, for you to sit there and be content because you
What
don't want
bar, though? What exactly is the bar? This is what men have a problem with, all
to.
right? Money is a
Obviously,
understand. Hold on, let me make the question plain. Money is a very understandable universal measure, right? But once it gets beyond money, all the other terms are too fluffy. So that's why when Freezone mentioned women can just leave because they're unhappy, men are like, "What the hell? I pay the bills, I raise the kids, everyone's fed, taken care of, but
no, no, no,
meanwhile
no, no,
she's
no,
just
no, 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 no,
bored
no,
and
no,
she
no, no, no,
wants to
no, no,
leave."
no,
And
no,
this is
sir.
what you're kind of giving me now is like, well, what is the bar, man? Outside of money, what is the bar?
You sat there and just said it right there, outside of money. That's the only
What?
thing
No,
that you
no, no.
want
I
to
mean
do,
literal specifics.
sir. See, here's the thing. Once again, I've already sat there and tried to talk to you, and already you're cutting me off because you're getting frustrated. Can you take a deep breath so you can sit there and be able to calm back so we can have an understanding?
Hey,
Specifics, man.
can
Specifics.
hey can I jump in here real
Well, I
quick
was
to
giving
kind of
specifics. I didn't like the specifics I
never
was
mind.
giving. Even handle it in a scenario. I'm sorry, darling. I cut you off. My
A
apologies.
woman does not like to be treated like an object. She don't want that old fashioned relationship where a man could just beat the fuck on her and fucking have her doing whatever. She wants the freedom that if she wants to go out and grocery shop, she can do it on her own without being told so. She don't want to wait until she has to be given money. She wants to go out and make her own money.
And not
All
just
right.
that, but what happens if, let's say that my guy is sitting here? Well, actually, that's my husband right there. Let's say hypothetically, he's sitting here, he busting his ass, he's sitting there and doing the dang thing, and all of a sudden, then something at the house happens to where his leg is injured. So now he can't get to work. So now we just all asked out because he can't go to work. Or does he have a wife that's gonna sit there and be like, babe, don't even trip. You know what? I need you to go ahead and do what you need to do to heal up. I got this. Anything you need, just go ahead and let me know. I can sit there and handle all of it with the mindset of as soon as he's good again, knowing how my husband is, he's gonna get back up and go back out there to work.
Now
He
you
really don't
notice.
like to stay home.
You notice how the question I asked, and I was very specific for a reason. I said,
Yeah.
outside of money, financials, what is the bar? And then when you got a chance to answer, you created a scenario where he can't make money. He's
No, sir,
not
I
working.
did
He's hurt.
not. Oh my
He's
God.
hurt. You literally said he's
Literally, there
hurt.
was
He's not
another
working.
man that
So
sat
now
there
you
and
got to
said
hold it
something
down. You
consistent with
just said
him.
that. Oh my goodness.
Sir,
Am I
you,
hearing
oh
this
my God,
wrong?
you are stretching so much. Like
I'm
this
No,
listening
is
to
he
you
did.
talk,
No,
man. I have a
he
problem when
did
women
say
speak. I
outside of
actually
money.
but
listen.
yes, you have
When
a
Yeah, you
women
problem
were
saying
speak,
making
that.
I
a
I agree.
listen.
argument
I agree with that one.
benefit.
Hey, I'm gonna be real. Between the both of y'all, the scenario did change like 3 or 4 times.
Thank you.
No,
But
but I'm
she's
saying
making scenarios.
I'm saying between both of y'all, the scenario has changed 3 or 4 times.
Okay. The initial
So
scenario when I sat there and I said the bar was low is that the only thing you're offering is money. You
Right.
said
And I'm
you got
asking,
you
what is
got
money? What is
okay,
beyond
sir. Once
money?
again, can I freaking finish? Because I really don't like
Excuse me.
being
I'm
cut off.
sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's
Excuse me.
really rude. And that's probably part of the issue we have here. We shouldn't even have to be sitting there. I shouldn't even have to raise my voice. You are a man. I sat there. I have no problem respecting a man or even respecting your opinions, even if I disagree with them. But I do not like being talked over and cut off. That is way disrespectful. And it's not very nice or very ladylike when I do it to you.
You jumped in the conversation this way, man. It's okay.
Okay, sir. Oh, you know what? That's neither here nor there because I'm not even going to sit. You've been sitting there and trying to do this honestly since I came on the panel.
what is the bar though beyond money?
That is the bar. You sit there, you're saying beyond money. Beyond money, you've already sat there and told me that anything that they need emotionally and mentally is fuzzy to you. So therefore, you can't you can't even sit there and put yourself there.
Right.
Therefore, the lowest thing for you is the bar. The bar is money. And if that's the only thing you can offer, but if she can get that herself, then why would she need you? Now, understand that's not to say that she don't need a man because women do need a man. But see, here's the difference. With a man, they are able to offer emotional, mental, as well as physical, financial. If all you can offer is financial and you're leaving out the other three, then you're not a man. You're just an adult male. Just like women are just adult females. Is
Can I
that making sense
respond?
to you?
And I accept the answer. Believe me, again, I've heard this before, and what I think happens here, women fall into this trap of chasing emotional highs, and act as if that constant emotional gratification is what makes a solid relationship. When in fact, you chasing your emotional highs is what destroys your relationship, especially the bond between you and that man.
Fascinating. Hmm. So,
what?
okay, hold on. I have a question.
Oh, you got
Sir,
it.
matter of fact, I have a question
If
for you.
she's not in the right mental state,
Hold on, baby.
If she's
hold
not,
on.
no, hold on, because I'm about to have to leave, and you know my car is gonna interfere with the mic. If she's not in the right emotional state and she hasn't took care of her mental health, yeah, you might be looking at that type of issue and problem.
But that's not it. Here's my thing. How many times have you all said women are emotional creatures? Right?
Women literally are emotional creatures. Yes.
Okay. So go back to what you just said. Supposedly a woman is chasing an emotional high. Women are emotional creatures. So if you already, if literally you can hear that women are emotional creatures and that stands valid for you, then why can't you provide for a woman emotionally if you expect her to sit there and be,
Because I'm a man.
wow,
Now,
so you think
Hey,
that
can I ask you a
crazy?
question? Can
go
I
ahead,
can I
Fuji.
ask you? I was gonna I forgot what I was gonna say, but that actually raises a good question. You said your name was what's your name, ma'am? I'm sorry, I was
Like,
working while
no, it's okay. Eliza.
Eliza.
Yes.
If I could ask you, based on your experiences and what you know about women, do you think that women left to their own devices make most women make good choices?
Okay, you're cutting out, honey. Try it again.
Do you think most women make good choices if left to their own devices?
Ooh, that's half and half. That's half and half. I think some women out there make great choices. I think some women out there are still learning. They're still growing and learning, and they're still bumping their head a few times. And I'm being very, very nice about that. But yeah, that's
So
half and
so
half.
so in other words, it's more like little and most. I would submit that most women left to their own devices don't make the best of decisions over a long period of time. And so
Well,
men
oh,
have
okay.
to and
Over
so
a long
men
period of time. Hold on.
yes.
If you're gonna add in that last part, then honestly, I would say most women that they make smart decisions over a long period of time. Because I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
The reason I say that is because, especially when it comes to marriages, a lot of times, it's the man that is kind of hurting himself, being coming home and doing something that seems reckless or foolish. By that, a lot of times, and I'm only sitting there speaking from the type of traditional marriages, so I'm not speaking for everybody, unfortunately. But a lot of times, there's a lot of men that like to get drunk. Not saying that women don't either, but
Hmm.
there's a lot of men that like to party. Once again, I'm not saying that women don't, as I use these scenarios, but a lot of times things can escalate very, very quickly. And in a lot of cases, they escalate on the man's end.
Hmm.
So that's usually seen as reckless. And usually
Okay.
it's that's still pertaining to family, pertaining to house, making sure that he's okay, even if she disagreed with the decision or something that would have happened the night before, XYZ. So
Were you raised in a traditional household?
yes.
Okay. So I was too, and one of the things that I had to realize, like stepping out, I don't I realized that most people aren't. And
Mhm.
that was a hard pill for me to swallow, because when you base something off of your own experience instead of the objective reality, it
Yeah.
creates a different type of conversation. And that's a lot of times the disconnect between men and women in these spaces in regards to these conversations. When you ask a woman something, she'll base it off of her own personal experience instead of the broad general overview of the country, let's say. And so the fact of the matter is that most people aren't raised in traditional families, um, which which is a problem, because that actually does require the child that has to become a man to maneuver in a way that's much more difficult. And one of the issues that I see with these conversations is that it's we're in a place now where feminism is normalized, and so it's hard to be objective about it. It's almost like the way that it's almost like the way that black people view slavery. Like, it's clearly slavery is it's a moral wrong. But if I threw you go back in time, you grow up and you just pop up and you're in slavery, it's normal to you. So your viewpoint on it is going to be drastically different. And so I say that to say, like, if I threw you in, or if I threw a typical feminist whatever in, let's say, like a Amish community, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be completely, it's not going to be normal to her. But if him or her, but if you look up and you see, okay, families are intact, the children are well rounded, you know what it's gonna change that dynamic. And so I say that to say it's hard to be objective about feminism when it's the system that you grew up in. You know what I'm
But
saying? So
here's the thing: feminism is not the system that I grew up in. It's not.
well, no,
I
I'm not saying for you. Like for you, it sounds like you were raised in a really good household. So your decision making mechanisms, as far as like train up a child in the way you should go, you were raised very well, and that's just not the reality for most people.
I agree with that.
You know
Yes.
what I'm saying? So it's hard to look at it objectively, and it takes a little time. You have to have more conversations with people and stuff like that. But objectively speaking, most people aren't raised in good households, which drastically affects their ability to be the man or woman that they need to be. And so that's the disconnect a lot of times with these conversations in these spaces. and
When
and
you
that's
say
and that's what you feel from like hood conservative. It's nothing personal. It's just the reverberations of that.
I just had a quick question. I almost called it a rebuttal, but it's really not. My question was, when you say raise up a child in the way they should be, are we talking about the traditional standpoint and the traditional ways that were once the norm that are no longer what is considered a norm because we all have a new norm now?
I would say both. I mean, if I if I can lay a scenario out,
Please do.
um, a a a child who was raised, let's say the concept of paying for rent or paying for the things that you need to live through life.
Yes.
Depending upon how you were raised, you're going to view that extremely different. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were raised with parents that you did chores, you got paid for your work and things like that, you're gonna look at that situation as something that's just normal. You got to pay to live the way
Mm-hmm.
you want to live. But if you weren't raised that way, you're gonna look at it like, oh my God, why do I have to pay? Why do all this money? Why do I got to do all this work to get all of this? Why? But your mindset is going to be completely different about it. So regardless of how you were raised, the I think the statement still applies.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you for your scenario.
So
Thank you for
y'all got it.
Y'all, I do apologize about that, and shout out to my good friend, um, what I'm saying, the Nini, the one and only. This is my road dog. Like y'all, listen, y'all, I love y'all. I love the exiles. These are my people. Like we call out a lot of stuff. David, y'all think we butt heads, but me and David actually go hard about family. Free zone, like I said, that's my buddy, man. Like free zone is like a grounded situational. He'll literally like all of y'all. I greatly do respect. Shout out to my good friend SKC. This is no new normal. Only more people accepting abnormalities. Shout out to that.
Mhm.
SKC. You're always welcome to come up, family. Um, I am going to pass it over to her. Like I said, y'all see me. I'm moving away from these other talking points. Um, but I'm gonna do. I think tomorrow I'm supposed to be doing it. Should the colorism topic be dead by 2022? That's gonna be tomorrow. I think it's time for us to like literally kill that damn topic off.
I,
Uh,
yes,
but
yes.
let me get it to the Nini. The Nini, you have the floor. Like I said, the topic is: did feminism really stop you from being a man? or you needed an excuse. I know Warren. Shout out to the Master Viper. I know his ass is somewhere in the clouds, somewhere out there. But I don't know where Warren's at, but Warren's out there somewhere. Shout out to Warren for sharing it. Shout out to Kevin Kelly and all the rest of y'all guys. Go ahead, Denini. Let's keep having a conversation. Let's go.
Well, I'm just commenting on what I've been listening to. And oh my God. So I hear a lot of gaslighting. No offense to the female on the panel. But I feel like you let them talking over you and talk at you kind of block your answers. And it distracted you from just giving them an answer. And men tend to do that, but if you being the true woman that you are, you're going to ignore that. If they talk over you, by all means, stay quiet, let them talk, and then when they're finished, go right back to your answer and answer your question. You don't have to get into a tit for tat and a back and forth with them, because then they use that as an excuse of, look, she's trying to be masculine. She's going back and forth with me. I mean, we don't have to try to dominate the man to show our true presence. We don't. We can sit back in the cut, let them finish, and just show them how smart you are, not how strong you are. Because they don't need somebody that's strong. They need somebody that's smart. So sit back and let them go ahead and overtalk you. And when they're done, answer their question that they asked before, that they tried to get around you answering. That's how you play the game with them.
You know, you're absolutely right, because I did that with my husband, and I did not give this man the same compassion, and I do apologize for that. You're absolutely right.
Y'all, you're fine. You know what? I can appreciate that. And I listen, y'all. The needy must have had. The needy must have talked to Jesus or drunk her coffee, or there must be a child sitting on the needy's lap for her to be talking like this right now.
No, it's not.
Bro, BMT, come on, bro, you know me.
No, listen. Y'all,
I
y'all
am
are y'all. Listen,
listen, it's
y'all are the
morning.
most.
I'm mellow, having a
You are
nice
very
relaxed
mellow this
day. The
morning.
sun
You
is
are very
shining. I'm
mellow.
trying to stay in frame as much as possible. But I gotta
You
tell
are
you though,
doing good, David.
every day.
I'm so proud of you today. You know the thing
No,
about
no,
it, I can tell you about.
listen. I'm becoming a better man. But as I become a better man, I got to tell you, every day I talk to women and I meet new women even sometimes. Like today, I'm talking to these women for the first time ever, and every time I become more confirmed. I become more confident in my misogyny. Thank you, ladies.
You're welcome. They're glad that they can
That's
help.
okay. You'll die an old lonely life that way.
Jesus Christ, exile.
I'm just gonna keep it real, fam. You know me. I'm gonna speak truth regardless. But
It's a brave
anyway,
new
man.
world, bro.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's
It's
not
a
just a
brave new world,
strategy
man.
that.
Not everyone can walk my path. I understand. I understand,
Now,
and I
let
respect
me
your observation, sir.
let me ask
Actually,
the
what she
Nini.
was talking about wasn't actually a woman strategy. That was a psychological strategy. I use it often when people try to dodge questions.
So, but let me ask this right. Let me get the Nini into the pot with us. The Nini, do you
Uh-huh.
feel that feminism is stopping these men from being men, or that they're using the feminism as an excuse? What's
I
your
think
thought?
they're using it as an excuse, because a woman shouldn't stop you, or a feminist shouldn't stop you from being who you truly are. And that's a man.
Mm,
I mean,
go ahead.
if these women wanted equal rights, then give them equal rights. But that don't mean you got to stop being the man that you are.
Thank you. Now why do you
Me
believe that?
torture me, lock me in the cage.
Now, the thing about it is, and I'm asking this, I'm asking, and shout out to Auntie again. This is an open forum talk. I want to push this throughout the Cosmos channel because I'm trying to figure out. We're going into summer now, and jobs are picking up. Different things are starting to happen. The country is definitely terraforming. I need to ask the men: is feminism going to stop you this summer? Like, is what about women are keeping you from being successful? Like, I need to know what law, what bill. David, calm down. Just drink some water. What thing is specifically stopping you?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Stupid.
flip the table over in a minute.
I hope you can try to burn the table, David, if you want. Go ahead and burn the Elden tree. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing. But I want to know what about it is this, because literally, like, whenever like I was offered to go to a conference to have a discussion on women and contraceptives, or how I feel as that as a man. I declined. They asked me to go if I want to go talk about what I feel about abortion. I declined to go. That is not my battle. That is a battle for Mrs. Exile and Denini to go fight on. That's not my fight. I'm not a
That
woman.
ain't my fight either, cause
Would
I'm
you
all
understand what
about
I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but that's not all women fight. Just like this conversation shouldn't be all men fight, and what,
Mhm.
because some men think the other way. See, that's part of being human, and I think we getting away from that. I feel like people think everybody should think the same, should do the same. That's not necessarily true. Everybody have their own opinions of stuff, and then us as black people getting in fights about another person's opinion is stupid to
Mhm.
me. I don't like that. However one person feel, that's how that person feel. You don't have to feel that way. So if one man see hoes walking around and just want to go fuck them and not trying to have a relationship with them, then guess what? That's his
That's you.
opinion. If she
Mhm.
want to be a hoe, let her be a hoe. That ain't for me. So that shouldn't be a man versus woman fight.
I agree.
Okay. Now, David, you want to chop the legs of the table and burn the table. I know it's in your spirit right now because you've been scratching and grinding your teeth. What is it, David? You said there's been a lot of contradictories.
Okay,
How,
well,
go ahead.
it's your show, and you get to
No, no, no,
organize.
Dave, David,
No,
David,
I'm answering the
David.
question. Let
For,
me make my speech, bro.
for 5 minutes, for
Trust me for
five
a
minutes,
second.
for 5 minutes, David.
Trust me
I
for
will
a
allow
second.
you.
I'm making a little
I'm
introductory
just saying,
here.
you got
I'm not
five
going
minutes,
crazy.
David.
I'm not about to.
Okay, you're
All
not
right.
gonna go crazy. You promise?
Yeah, I'm about to. It's gonna be short and sweet. It's not gonna be anything crazy, but it's your show, and so you get to lay out the argument how you see fit, and that's fine. But
I'm not even laying out an
I
argument.
obviously
What?
no, the question of it's the question as you framed it. That's why I said it's your show, and you get to do that,
No,
and
no,
that's
no.
fine.
I know you're gonna
I
do a
take
reaction. I know
offense.
you're gonna do a
I
rebuttal.
take
I know. Come
I
on.
take a certain kind of offense to the framing of the question because I think that framing doesn't really help solve the problem. I think you have to kind of invert or reverse the question. How has feminism stopped you from being a woman?
So
That is the question. And I'm not asking that to any
feminism
of the
does
women in
stop
here.
me.
Please, but don't anyone here answer that question just yet. Let's take a moment because I'm not asking either one of you directly. I'm just sort of reframing the argument because I think it is a flawed argument. And I do not want either one of you ladies to take any kind of personal offense. This was nothing like a shot at anybody. All right? All right, let's go.
Mhm.
Oh, I
Now,
don't
okay,
take
so
personal offense. I'm being nice
okay,
right now. I'm just letting you know.
so
So
when
I didn't take personal offense, but if you ask a question, of course you're going to get an answer. So if you saying that he used the wrong question, that's your opinion. So you can't say he's asking the wrong thing because he's not. Maybe he's asking that question that he asked because that's what he wants to know.
Mhm.
now when you ask that thing, when like in that retrospect, right? If there's a woman now, mind you, you need. You remember when I did that? You remember when you was doing that show, and I was showing you those loose girls out there at the club.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now you had men that were choosing to go after those type of women.
Exactly.
They were choosing. Though, was I not telling them to leave them alone, Dini? Was I not saying
Yep.
don't mess with them?
Mm-hmm.
Don't go with them to those hotels. It was all out there, David. They weren't even hiding what they were or what they were doing. But those men were knowingly choosing to give them women money and their attention to access. Okay? Versus there are some men, nah, I'm good. And they walk right there to the car. They don't want to be bothered with them. You're going to have it where now you're going to start seeing the separation where the women who are seeing the women that want to act like that or behave like that, you're going to have the other women or the daughters or the people that are saying, you know what? You see how Miss Brittany's acting? I ain't going down that way. Or you got to where some women want to enter sports or different types of categories of men. They're like, this shit ain't hot. This is not what it meant to be. I think there was a woman, she applied for the job to lay sheetrock with us, right? Now, you already know when you come to sheetrock, you got to pick up them sheetrock, put on it. Now, she asked one of the guys, hey, can y'all help me with that? No. He has a job. Bring them sheetrock in. It took almost 10 to 20 minutes to bring in 5 slabs of sheetrock. That literally was a 3-minute job. Less than that.
But dude, you see, this is why I asked the question exactly how I asked it. Feminism is stopping her from being a woman. She's not being a woman. She's out here
How did it
carrying
stop her?
sheetrock next to these stinky men.
Hold on, wait.
Oh my God.
Wait. David,
Out here, you're gonna come home smelling like ball sweat, just like all these other men, but you think you being a woman. Feminism fucking you up, lady.
He right. That's a fact.
Well, hold on, wait, David.
That's a
I mean,
fact.
have you ever stood on the train next to a woman after her hard day of work? You don't want to talk to her. No, hell no. That's the last thing on your mind is trying to holler at a chick after her hard day of work with all these grown roughnecks. Get out of here.
David.
But you know what?
Go ahead.
He go there with it, but you missed the first part. You missed the first part of what he was saying. And I think that's all you see. You only seeing part of it because
No,
the
I didn't miss it, man. I focus on the important stuff that matters to
no,
me
you
as a
missed it.
man.
No, you okay? You listen to the important thing as
You
a man.
want me to
I
focus
listen
on
to
what
the
you
important
like.
part
That's
as
not
a
going to
woman.
work. Yeah, exactly. You want me as a man to focus on what you want as a woman, and I refuse because me focusing on what you want never gets me happy.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you the part I focused on. When he first started out, he brought up these females, these hoes, and he's asking the men not to go with them, but yet they're still doing it. As a woman, I see why these hoes getting all this attention.
See-through booty shorts.
Why
Eat,
are
sleep,
all
fight,
these
bust.
hoes getting this attention? And me, being a woman that I am, that's at home taking care of home, making sure her man is happy. Why am I not getting that same attention these hoes are getting, and they ain't got to do a motherfucking thing?
See,
That's the
this is
part I
why.
see.
This is why, and you know what, that is a legit position, but I think women. I don't even know how women can solve this problem because it's a very psychological point of view type of thing. But you do need at least to look at it from the male perspective in this sense. You're getting all of that attention as much as one man can provide. You're comparing the affections and attentions of one man versus all the infinite men that a hoe can attract. It's like you're not even judging things accurately.
But can we say the exact same thing about the position you just said?
How so?
Because you just sat there and told that woman that, she's focusing on this and, she's focusing on, you know, what they can attract as far as the hoes or as far as all men and how not all men are equal and things of this nature. But whenever she sat there and asked you, you sat there and said you choose to focus on the bit that benefits you.
No,
But if
okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Sure is.
okay,
And I'll explain why. I'll explain why. And this is why I said the more I talk to women, the more confident in my misogyny I become. My success can benefit you. That's why you want to fuck me. Your success doesn't benefit me, and I don't want to fuck you based on your success.
Wait, what?
I, let David be David.
No, as a man, me being successful, me focusing on what makes me more productive, the best me I can be, that makes you sexually attracted to me. But you as a woman, you being the best, boss bitch, doesn't make you more sexual attractive. Doesn't make your ass fatter, doesn't make your tits softer, doesn't make your smile prettier. It just makes you have more money. That's not how men judge women on a raw level. Like, there are dudes who want that, but that's a different thing. Generally speaking, me being the most successful man makes you more attracted to me. You being the most successful woman does not make me more attracted to you. And therefore, me helping you become the most successful woman is only hurting me in the long run.
Wait, what? So wait. So what you're saying is you, not all men, but you want a dumb, sexy woman.
I don't
Just
want you to be dumb. I want you to be smart enough to fit this job description.
so you want her to be smart enough to go get her nails done and get her hair done.
No, I
But
want you to raise
basically you want
children
it all.
properly. I want you to raise my children to be better than the both of us were. That's a huge job. And the fact that women don't respect it on those terms is terrifying.
So how can she raise your children to be better than you and her, but yet you just want her to be a fucking maid and a nanny?
All you see is a maid and a nanny, and that's terrifying.
Because without her having an education, that's all she can be.
You think you need college to love your
That's not
children, and
true.
that's
No, that's not what I
terrifying.
said. I
You
never
think
said
you need a
college. I said
university education to
education.
be a good
That's
wife and
not what
mother,
I
and that
said.
is
Can you
terrifying.
can you flush that out because that is how it sounded. Can you flush that out real quick?
Once again, I didn't say, I said without education. I didn't say anything about university. I didn't say anything about college. I didn't say any of that.
So, what do
But
you
if
mean
you
by
picking up,
education?
oh my
Do you mean
God,
intelligence?
exactly.
Uh,
Why
okay.
are you automatically assuming the woman in this role lacks intelligence? This is what I'm like. The way you look at it is frightening. You
Because the
women
woman you're
terrify me. I would not want to
explaining
put my
does.
future in your hands.
The woman you're explaining does. Because
How?
if you're only looking at her outer appearance, then it's
Who
something
said?
in herself that she lacks.
What about
Mainly
raising children to be
self-esteem.
better than us focuses on outer
Here,
appearance? Like I'm
here, here, here.
describing a job description. I'm already assuming she's cute enough, attractive enough. I'm not asking you to be a 10, but I'm trying to lay out a job description. And this is why I said the question the way I did. Women have a hard time understanding what men mean by the word women. We want certain things, we expect certain things, and it doesn't look like good womanhood if you can't mother properly.
To raise his kids.
Okay, here, hold on. Here's my question.
That's what it sounds like he's saying
Uh,
to me.
Hold on. Here's my question to you, sir. What's your name?
Conservative.
Okay, Mr. Conservative. Okay, I like that. Mr. Conservative, go ahead and describe your ideal woman. If she could be anything in any way, go ahead and describe to us
My
your
ideal
ideal.
woman is just a good woman, roughly a 7.
Okay,
I'm
can
a
we have
simple
a good?
guy. I don't need all these extravagant things. I just
I
need a
am.
good woman who's decent enough on a look scale.
So all you're talking about is looks, but isn't that what you said though?
That is not all. A 7 is all I'm talking about is looks. I just laid out a whole job description that this lady is arguing against. Why are you both focusing on looks when I laid out essentially a resume for raising children?
Sir, I just asked you a question, and the only answer you gave is looks. I just
I
sat
just
there and
spent this
said,
whole thing talking about raising kids, though. She mentioned looks, man. That's kind of the thing I'm trying to get you to see. I'm not focusing on the looks. I assume
wow.
you're going to look attractive enough. I'm not asking for 10. I said this for the second time now. It's a job description.
Okay, but sir, did you hear my question? What part of my question were you focused on? Was obviously only on looks.
Your
I said,
question was only about looks.
no, sir, it was not. I said, describe your ideal woman. That could be looks,
I said a
personality,
good woman who's like a 7.
and
What
I
are the
said,
qualities of a good woman?
could you go into detail? You tell us. This is your ideal
A
woman,
good
not
a
a.
good mother is usually a good woman.
Okay, can you go into the
What's
further
your
detail?
ideals of a? because everybody's ideals are different.
Mm-hmm.
All right, one, a woman who's puts the goals of her family, i.e., her children and her husband, ahead of herself, more often than not. I mean, not all the time, but at least more often than not, a woman who actually sacrifices on behalf of the family unit, a woman who works on behalf of the family unit in some capacity, a woman who actually respects the position of her husband, not just the fact that, he can buy her things, but she sees him as an authority, a leader. If she has, issues or confusion in the world, she can look to him for guidance. Those are the qualities of a good woman. Again, the looks are, I assume you have to be attractive enough on some scale, but the scale is fluctuating, and I'm not going to get pegged down and say, you have to be a bad bitch. That's not the point. I assume attractiveness because most women, believe it or
Well,
not, most
that
women
differs
have the
on opinion
capacity to be
too.
attractive. Most women have the capacity to be attractive to some guy. So outside of you being attractive, what qualities do you have besides your pretty face and a vagina?
Okay, honestly, everything that you described a good woman being, I cannot argue with that. But what's wrong with the feminist movement that allowed a woman to also raise the home, but in our modern day age, like my wife does, run three businesses, make decisions on purchasing properties without, having to consult with me because that is her money that she earned and she made.
That still
Uh,
goes.
That only builds to our generational wealth.
Now,
This is back to the thing about what Freezon was saying, that the personal versus the objective. And your marriage is working great, but most people, most women are not flourishing under this dynamic.
now,
And
okay.
quiet as kept, men are very unhappy with it as well.
Now, I'm just showing you now. And you bring up a good point, David. And like I said, both of the women on the panel are both in a relationship, business owners, and I find it very interesting. That's actually very interesting because they both actually are like parallel in a lot of their stuff. Um, the thing about it is, and I'm saying this, a lot of men today, and I'm gonna be for real, a lot of men, especially in American society, really don't care about feminism because they've literally still been going out there doing what men have been doing. Like it
Hmm.
hasn't stopped. Like mainly the main thing, like you did see the big wave during Trump's era, when a lot of conservatives came out of nowhere. Right? They came out in full bloom and they talk and they put their rights out there. Now you're seeing the wash of the wave of the liberalism, and they're talking about what they want to see in family. Now both of these groups keep bringing up family. Now they're both of their definitions. Whether you agree or disagree, they keep bringing up family. I don't agree with everything, but I notice the family argument keeps on coming up. Now, the women's right argument. Now, if you want to talk about the feminism thing, listen. I guess what the main big things I heard about was about pay. Women arguing about pay, certain types of protection at the job or being furloughed, uh, and what else shit that these people brought up about. Um, I guess certain about laws about having like they want it where at least a woman has a seat at the board, which is not bad. I don't have a problem with that because everybody wants some
No,
form
no,
of
no, no, no. You should have a problem with that
wait, why? Wait.
because you're mandating that you just have to have a woman there.
Okay, well, listen, everybody's asking for a proper representation. Like is proper
You don't just no, but why does a woman just owed proper representation on a corporate board just for the fact that she's a woman? Like this doesn't make sense. Those men aren't there because they're men. Those men are there because they outcompeted other men.
okay, so on a board, right? On a board, right? Board seats are representation of different shares of certain assets of that company that they have stakes in. Now,
And
what
women
they
are not barred from being on the board.
they actually had to make rules about that because
Okay.
they did find
No,
out that
no,
hold on, hang on, David. But they did find out that certain groups, certain stuff, there was some fixation of you couldn't get above your station. They did have it like that, David.
Bro, that's cat. We have never had more female CEOs and power
now,
attorneys.
now, now,
Now, yes, now at
now.
this point. So
Why?
why do we need the law
Why?
now?
But
Why?
hold on.
Okay,
No, think
Why?
about it.
Why?
At
But
the
why,
same
David?
time when we had
But
never
why,
had so
David?
much female empowerment, we got to force women
Why? But
onto a
why?
board.
hold
But
on,
why, David?
David. I have a
But why,
question.
David?
Hold on.
Sure, sure.
Here's my question to you. I'm assuming that you're black. I mean, I might be wrong, and that's okay if I am. Feel free to educate me on that.
No,
He's
I'm
Nigga.
extremely clear, actually. Thanks for
Oh,
asking,
okay.
though.
He's definitely a
Oh,
nigga.
you're very, very welcome. You're clear. Okay, awesome. I'll go with that. Um, wasn't do you not realize that we're having almost the exact same argument that the white man literally had about even allowing Negroes to sit there and work the same jobs, to be able to get on the same board, to be able to have any kind of power or say or any kind of representation of them
to
at
to
all?
be to be logically ideologically consistent, I don't support affirmative action either. I like the idea of raw competition. That way I know that whoever I'm dealing with earned his spot. You didn't get there because you had to check a box. You didn't get there because we needed a skirt in this position.
Okay.
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 My thing is I never brought that up. All I did was bring up this were the same type of arguments. And now I'm assuming that there has been some of that you've benefited from.
No, no, no. Now hold
I
on.
mean,
Now,
that's an interesting assumption. I don't know how.
now hold on,
What
David. Hold on, wait, David. Wait. You said you like raw competition. You like assertiveness. It's either the survival of the fittest, right? That means you agree with my topic that literally, regardless of these women who are fighting for whatever they're fighting for, that's not stopping you as a man competing.
well, if you want to be on that last board seat, someone just gave it to a woman for no other reason than she was a woman and you were a man. That is literally feminism stopping you from being a board member.
No, 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 no,
Well,
no.
why
Listen,
don't you
listen.
compete with the other men on the board? Why
No,
don't
no,
you
no. There,
No,
there are
Lord, I'm
15 seats, right? Wait, wait, wait. There are 15 seats, right? That means I have to compete for 15 spots. But now, because woman, I only have to compete for 14 spots. You, as a woman, and your little rules for womanhood are literally impeding male success. That you can't get past that.
okay, okay.
The
Now,
same way, the same way we just had that trans competition, right? That swimmer, Leah Thompson, whatever the name is. Leah
mhm,
Thompson is a transgender woman who swam at a swim meet against actual girls at the college level. It was an NCAA swim meet. You placed number one. So that means at number 15 is the cutoff. So the girl who placed 16, she would have otherwise placed 15 and went on to the next level of competition. That man prevented a girl from reaching the next level of success because the rules allow for this weird shit to happen.
okay, okay.
okay.
Now, so hold on. So
So
let me get it over to one of my good friends. Like I said, I'm very honored and blessed to have a lot of you guys come through today, and a lot of you guys are very family orientated and very on building society. What's going on with my good friend, the good Art and Style? Make sure you check out his channel, Art and Style. He does some great works and has some good challenging conversation. What's going on, Art?
Hey, what's going on, and what's going on, everybody here? It's my
Mm-hmm.
day off work, so I just listening while I'm doing things here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, what has me some have some kind of admiration for hood conservative is the word family and and I guess this whole thing about the position of where the man should be. That's the
mm,
part where that's what gives him a wrench. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the part and but the thing is though, I'm gonna try to get hood conservative to make it more defined because every now and then I probably this is probably how we part ways a little bit, but hopefully he can make this more clear. Um, are you able to separate white supremacy and feminism when it comes to how they put a wedge into the family, the black family in particular?
mm.
Explain what
Or
you
do you
mean
do
by
you do you
separate.
see them? Okay, so I think I don't know if we had this conversation before, maybe with somebody else, but no, you were there. You were. I think you were making the case that feminism was more detrimental to the black community than white supremacy. Wasn't that your position?
That is still my position. Yes.
Okay, so in that entirety, um, from what I gathered, I believe white supremacy is supposed to be accused of taking, or how you say it, interfering and taking away resources, or impeding in progress of certain people in law, government, entertainment, education, family, military, politics, and labor. Right. So those are all the things that we're still fighting and scratching. And then every time we look up somebody in a position of authority that don't look like us is usually at the head making decisions. So when we go into this whole feminism type of argument or even just discussion, how does feminism, and trust me, I am not protecting feminism by any means, but how does feminism and white supremacy are separated in those areas of activity that I mentioned?
One, I don't, and you know this about me. I don't follow the white supremacy narrative in any way near the way you guys follow it on your panel, even in the circle that you have over there.
Hmm.
To the degree that I think, and let me explain why. For one, feminism is attacking white communities too. Feminism is a global phenomenon at this point. So I don't know that white supremacy is using its most poison pill against itself. I don't see the construct in that way. Um, to the degree that actually I kind of lost. I don't yeah, I don't even know how to answer the question beyond that, because the separation of feminism and white supremacy, like, I think the question just falls apart right there. Feminism is a different kind of problem. It's like, a globalist, corporatist, Illuminati type of thing. It's not really white supremacy in that sense.
So who's funding these women? Are they coming
Yeah,
up with their
rich
own
rich
resources, or
corporate
who?
Jews. Like, I mean, not all, but there's corporate money. Then there's it's all kind of little things, little threads weaving something else together. And I don't like to call it white supremacy, because that
Okay,
assumes
I
that
get it.
black people are the major focus. It's not. It's
So
something
so
way
so I
bigger
get
than
it.
black
So
people.
you're saying that they're getting help, but you don't want to call that help white supremacy. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it's white supremacy. I think to call it white supremacy mischaracterizes the phenomena.
But you're saying that they're
Okay.
getting help.
Can I give y'all a solution to all this? Because SKC brought this up in the chat also.
Yes.
Okay. So with all the welfare and child care assistance and all this other aid that women get, do you understand they get that because they have children? Correct?
No, but let me ask you this, sister.
I
Um,
wasn't finished.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yes, we understand. They get
Okay.
that because they have children, but that in and of itself
Exactly.
is a problem. Making your
Okay.
children profitable is a problem. But continue.
I understand that.
Well,
But
we'll
at the
put a
end of
pin
the
on the
day,
children part, but go ahead.
but at the end of the day, you can put a pin in it, but that's the reason why they're getting this assistance, because of the children. They're looking out for the well-being of the children, and they're in the mother's care. But at the end of the day, if men stop fucking these women,
Mhm.
learn some kind of dick control, and stop fucking them
Discipline.
and getting them pregnant and taking care of these children, then they won't get the assistance either.
So let me
Exactly.
ask you,
Know
are you
that, right?
finished before I ask you the question?
Go ahead.
And to
Okay.
answer your question, you're absolutely right. That is a possibility.
Okay. Because we heard this several times by both sides, by the way. But um, the question to you is, when they're giving assistance for
Not that
children, I
one.
guess, excuse me?
I was telling BMT not that one. It was the one after that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
I was wondering if you could pull it up because I can't see it. Hey, what's going on,
well,
Art? My bad. I mean to cut you off.
hey, what's going on, fam? So when I guess we're assuming that this money is coming from the government or powers that be, wherever it comes from, right?
No.
Question to you is, are they just doing this for the goodness of their heart, or is there some kind of angle behind that? What do you think?
Nothing is free. Of course, there is
I'm
an
asking. I'm
angle.
asking her. I'm asking her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you? I tried to repost it. That's his question. Put it in. I put it in the chat. I don't know
Okay.
why y'all can't see it, but I can see it. The big picture of feminism.
Yeah, I
No,
see
we're
it down
talking
there,
about.
Danini.
Yeah, I
But
Oh,
put
he
it.
that's
was
the
asking. I'd
meanie.
like to get your answer to that. Do you think that
I,
all these free things were offered just out of the kindness of their heart without any ulterior motive?
oh no, you talking about from the
Okay.
government?
Yes.
Oh no, the whole point of the government offering that is to break up the black family.
Okay. So we clear.
Yeah, we
Okay.
clear on that, but I
All
mean
right.
they're using it now. I'm not saying the government is using it now. I'm talking about the black women are using it now as a way to be lazy and not be accountable
Mm,
for their own
mm.
kids. But at the end of the day, the men are fucking these women. If you gonna fuck
The
them, that's fine. But learn some kind of control. Don't let loose in them. Use fucking.
Every day, every day, I get more confident in my misogyny because what this lady just explained is that she knows the women are doing all these irresponsible things with all the wealth they've been given. She don't care because the men got to fix it. And that, I accept that because the men do got to fix it, but
Stop
that's
it,
why I'm
David.
confident in my misogyny.
Oh, I'm not downplaying what the hell is going on because I know they're using it to be lazy. Not I am not a feminist. I'm not a womanist. I'm not any of that. I see
No,
if
I'm
it's wrong, it's fucking wrong. And I see what these women are doing. And I see they're using their sexuality to try to control men. I see all that. And that's why I'm called the mammy. I see all that because I'm on the side of the men. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to let a man sit there and not take accountability for his own actions too. It's a two-way street because a woman can't get pregnant by herself. But if you learn control, like I said, you can fuck all day. I don't care. That's on you. But just wrap it up. Don't get her ass pregnant. And then what do she have at the end of the day?
nothing.
Nothing.
Exactly. She
Let
gonna
me
need you.
let me put this out there. Shout out to SKC. Thank you for the donation. All donations that go to BMT do not go to me. They actually go towards a men's resource center and also children's summer program. I think there's a spring program coming up for kids. That so that way some of them they can't leave out of town. They're going to be having a spring fair that the kids will be given money. That way they can go to the fair. None of the money at BMT or the checks I get or the sponsorship, none of it goes to me. Y'all already see where it goes to. It goes directly towards the community. So it doesn't even go to me. I don't even touch those checks. They actually all been going towards what y'all been wanting to go towards. Thank you. Yes, we will be having more conversation. I try to keep it for these conversations to actually go what y'all want to hear, like about this feminism and colorism will be coming up tomorrow. So y'all, if y'all want in on that one, y'all need to email me. Shout out to
I'm
Art.
just let you know, I went in on it already.
I got you. I got you. Like I said, Art. Shout out to Art, Conservative, Free Zone, Denini. Shout out to Mrs. Exile and Mr. Exile, and also the one and only the Hood Conservative. You guys are definitely making a good argument. Well, it's not even an argument; it's a discussion. I hate when we say argument. We need to have more discussions, less arguments. So again,
Mhm.
and also the comment that SKC brought up, which is very fundamental. The big picture of feminism is getting society to pay for ill-fated decisions, aka welfare, childcare, etc. If they want equality, don't ask for things men don't get. This is
I
this
like that.
is his question. Now, I'm gonna throw this. I'm gonna throw this at you. Okay, that's a good thing. Then why are men seeking out women on these type of social benefits? If that's the case, why are
What's wrong with
men?
that? And let me play devil's
Easy,
advocate. Let me
easy.
give a preface by saying devil's advocate. But no. What's the point of women making money if a man can't benefit off of it?
Hold on, wait. So let's look at that.
Wait, who said man can't benefit off of the woman making money?
Honey,
Let
No,
he
me.
I'm
out
asking. Like, why?
No, no,
Why
no.
should
Okay,
you
okay,
want your job to matter? All right, buy me
no,
some
no, no,
Jordans.
no, hold on, David. So look at now look at it. The woman
He's a
is
nut.
benefiting
No, I'm
off.
keeping it a buck. Like if you
He's
gonna be
No,
not.
no,
you
baby,
gonna
He's
be
let me
loyal to
finish.
this job over
Baby,
me,
let me
buy me some
finish.
Jordans, man.
He's
Fuck.
he's
No, no,
he's
no.
not a
He doesn't
nut on
believe
that.
that. He doesn't believe
I'm
that.
one. I am
So
one
wait,
to say that because I do work in my household. I work, and when I go
Woman's
out
nature. What?
shopping, you best believe I buy my husband
Mm-hmm.
whatever I see. If I
That's
know he
right.
likes it, I
Oh
can tell
yes,
you.
I'm
I went to visit a friend like 2 weeks ago, and I went to an outlet mall. I know he liked Champion. I was looking for Champion slippers. I didn't find them, but underwear and socks. Yes, you best believe it. I came
No,
home.
no, no,
Like,
no,
Danini,
no,
it's
no.
I don't
better.
have
It's
a problem.
better than
Wait, wait,
that.
wait.
I don't even have to
Wait,
be
wait.
your
No,
husband to get that deal. That's what I'm trying to point out here.
wait, wait,
Like,
wait.
no,
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 but
we ain't even gotta be
hold up.
married. Just buy me
Y'all,
some Jordans. I listen.
y'all
I'll bust you
missing what
down
I'm
and I'll
saying.
wear these Jordans as I walk out tonight because I'm hitting the
Wait, wait,
club.
wait,
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 what?
wait.
Shout out to the
Hold
pound
up.
cake speech. But go
Wait.
ahead.
Y'all missing what I'm saying.
It doesn't
Wait,
work like that.
hold
No.
up. Can y'all hear me?
No,
Hold on,
it
hold on.
really does work like that. It really, I swear to
Wait.
God, it
Hey,
works like
check it out.
that.
I'll tell you how it really works being a man that has a woman that makes excess money. What
Wait,
it
hold up.
happens is she invests that money. She makes a nest egg with that money. So when you see something or she sees something and you want it, you can actually get it.
Okay, but so let me hit this, and I'm asking the question. That's good that we're hearing from the positive aspect, but now what I'm looking at from the Mahonian from the Monahan aspect, if when I was growing up, I ran with dudes that if we knew the chick had the EBT card, the Section 8 housing, the whole goddamn package, we went after them chicks. Why? Because they already had the made it ready package. There was no need for me as a man to compete if she got the free food, the free housing, and all the benefits. Why the hell would I as a man want to go out there and compete if she got it? All she's saying is, hey, come on in, daddy. Then guess what? As a man, I'm going to do. I'm not going to go out there and compete and work.
Thank you. In
So hold on,
defense of the bum ass niggas, man,
That's
bum
not
ass
a
niggas be
female
getting a bad rap.
issue.
I'm
That's a
tired of
man.
how y'all
That's
be
a
shitting on
man
bum
issue.
ass niggas like it's all they fault,
Uh,
and y'all
hold
do
on,
the
wait,
most
wait.
enticing shit for bum ass niggas, and then you be mad at the bum ass nigga for being a
so
bum ass nigga. No, it's
so
not
this the
how this
birth of the
works.
is this the
Wait.
birth of the hobosexual?
So
Yep.
right.
This is
So hold
exactly
on.
how they get a
That is
But we're
homosexual.
asking the question.
absolutely it, Art.
But we're asking. But see, the thing about it, art is this. The thing about it is this, art. You're having it where men are knowingly going after those type of women. So they're rewarding those women, right? They're rewarding those women. Well, guess what, baby? I'm gonna be with you. Versus them actually going out there and forging manhood and being a man and competing, they choose to go down.
They've
They're
gotten
not
complacent in
Yeah,
That's
time.
the
and
problem
and
with her
and
and
and when
him.
when
That's
you
not just a
extrapolate that,
man issue. That's the
when
man
you
and the female issue at that point.
yeah,
Because
and when you
she's stupid
yeah,
don't
really
even allowing it. You don't want a man. You want
so. Wait,
another child. You want somebody that you have to take care of. That's bad on a
Thank
man
you.
and a woman.
so
Okay,
wait,
That's
so
why I
let
hold on.
me
say,
How,
when you're that woman, you deserve that man. God bless you both.
and follow up on that. And let's follow up on what she just said. That means she's getting something out of it too. So if that's the case, what exactly is she getting out of that transaction?
Dick.
Dick and feelings.
yeah,
hard dick and bubble
Hey,
gum.
I'm just letting y'all say
Don't
it, man.
don't don't discount the power of the woman's emotions, and then you top it off with a few orgasms. Oh man, Jordans
shout
for
out
a
to
But
the baby.
you
year.
know what? It's
$20.
that's not what
Thank you
she's
so
getting.
much.
I'm gonna be honest about what she's getting. She's getting bragging rights.
I,
She's getting to say, I don't
Mhm.
have to do shit, even though I have low self-esteem and I done fucked all these other men and got all these
Mhm.
8 kids, so I'm getting all this government assistance, but I can still get a man to stay with me. You're giving the bragging rights.
Mhm.
Right. And then if you take that scenario and extrapolate that over 3 to 4 generations, and then you look at this question that's being posed, that's your
Yep.
answer right there.
And
Exactly.
this going to Sister
Facts,
Danini.
BMT.
We haven't been on a panel in years, Danini. Good Lord. Um, but it's a long time ago. I'm trying to
I
remember.
know.
Was it Bomb Cherries? But wow, I'm old. Anyhow, how what you just said, how did that start? As far as that being passed down to where, my values is based on my pleasures and my fantasy versus things that are tangible to put in my hands. How did that start, in your opinion?
For me, I think it started with it being accepted to have children out of wedlock.
Mm.
I think that's where it started, because I think women that do that should still be shunned for it, and they're not.
It's now celebrated. It's all in the
Yeah.
media. It's in
So that was
everything.
shameful back in the day, right? It was
But yeah,
shameful.
it was very shameful, but now is accepted because you have women even before social media. You have
Hmm.
women that's getting pregnant at a young age or getting pregnant out of wedlock, and they're being celebrated because they still able to have baby showers and all this other stuff. You're praising them for doing this.
And one last question, I guess it's for the whole panel.
Oh,
What
okay.
kind of this the whole panel? What kind of men are these women? Um, I already know the answer, but in you guys' opinion, what kind of women? I mean, what kind of men are these women choosing to have all these babies? Are they like teenagers? Are they professionals?
Nope.
Are they? I mean, what kind of men are they choosing?
They're
They're
choosing men with the equal amount of self-esteem and standards. That's what they're choosing.
no. They're not choosing any man that's equal them. They're choosing men that's below them, because any
Mm,
man that's equal to them is going to want more than what she's
right.
offering. They're
Yeah.
choosing the man that's below them because they want to be able to control it.
Mm.
I like
And
you, Danini.
And
That
so
was it.
everybody on this panel have something. That's why I came up here. Everybody on this panel have something very valuable to offer to this conversation, but I don't think we're asking each other the right questions.
I
But you
agree.
guys have a wealth of information and all kinds of wisdom. So I'm going to get off here, but I appreciate the conversation. I got a lot of things to do, but you guys keep it up. I'll be listening in the chat.
Like I said,
Bye.
Salute,
All
salute,
right.
Art.
yeah,
Salute
we
to
got
you.
at least
Peace to y'all,
about three
fam.
more minutes.
Peace.
We got at least
Oh
about 3 more
Lord.
minutes.
Wacky world, please don't start with me.
Hold up. But like I said, I think the main thing about it is, and when I brought up about the benefits, uh, listen, men should naturally want to compete. It just one of those things that you should know to do. Um, what I'm hearing is entitlement from
Hmm.
masses of both sides. I should have this. Well, I should have this. I should have rights to this. Well, as a woman or as a man, I should have these and that.
Pause,
No,
pause, pause, pause. Hold on.
let me
What
finish my
argument
thought.
are men saying they're entitled to?
Oh shit! There's a lot
What?
of time.
No,
Well,
really. What are men
because
entitled
wait,
to?
wait, wait. Because
Men
I'm a night
saying they're entitled to the booty.
exactly.
If you
I we
paid
had
for it,
well, no. Not even want to pay. Not even want to pay. Like I'm hearing that because I'm a nice guy, I should. Why ain't the good girl seeing me? Like, wait, hold up, dude. Because you're
that's
a
not
nice guy, you should
entitlement, bro. That's
that isn't
rejection. That's not entitlement.
that
No,
isn't
because
entitlement.
look.
That is
Even him
literally
being his nice guy self, he's trying to work for it in some way. That's not
no.
entitlement.
So you're saying that because I'm being nice, I should get a reward.
He's trying to work for it, and he doesn't get what he thinks he worked
You know
for,
what?
and he
You
feels
know what?
bitter. That's not
David,
entitlement. Expecting
that's
something that you worked for is not entitlement.
David. That's like our kids saying. That's imagine this as parents. We're all are parents, and our
I
kids
agree
are
with
saying,
David on that one, though.
no, because our kid, no, Denise, but let's look at it that your
You
kid
tell your
really
kids
said,
to behave, and you reward them for
Let
behaving. Do
him
you not?
talk.
what your
Let him
kid is,
talk.
Hey, can I
your
let
kid,
me get some? Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I'm saying it because your kid is telling you that they behaved or that I've been good. I should get a reward, Daddy. No, you were good.
That's
You should
literally
just be good.
Christmas, bro.
No, that's
And
literally telling them
birthdays.
Right. You
you're
be
not
good, and I will give you
being good.
something.
You're just being
Like that's
good.
literally how we
I'm
socialize
not giving you
people.
no because good. That's like a woman saying, "Hey, I'm a successful woman. Why can't I get a man? Well, shit.
No,
You got it.
her reward for her success is her paycheck.
Right.
So
Hmm.
why should she
Because
Women
have to
are
make?
the ones who
why
feel like they're entitled to men. But
why
men aren't
should
making the same
I
entitlement
like my. I like.
argument. Men
Hey,
are
men
like,
doing
no
the
matter
wrong
what I
thing,
do, it
not
doesn't
rewarded
work.
for
David,
being
it's
doing the
funny you're
right
saying
thing.
that men don't talk about entitlement when literally
No,
we have
men
a
are
whole.
saying no matter what I do, it doesn't work. That's not an entitlement argument. That's a you're
It is true.
shortchanging me argument.
You
But
got
see, here's
dudes
the thing.
online
Hey,
literally right
hey,
Hold
now.
on, David. Hold on, David. Here's the thing.
We
Right
got.
now, there's a lot of men out there that are married. And honestly, they can sit there and debunk that entire argument that you just sat there and said that men have.
Like I
They
A
just
did the
married
right
man
thing
is
though.
literally doing the work. And all I'm saying is that men are not complaining because we want something for free. We don't want women
idiot.
for free, generally
That
speaking. We want
there's a
something
lot of
in
men that want.
exchange for our effort.
There's a lot of men that
All
want
right.
pussy for free. Stop that.
Hold on,
they're called incels, bro.
hold on. Can I ask a question?
Exactly. Thank you,
Is
preacher.
that effort that man is making? Is it the effort that he wants, or is it the effort women that he's interested in want?
I
No,
But
see.
that's why women
either
should
way, I'll
be
accept both
honest though.
sides. I'm
Because
just
if
saying it's
you
not
don't want a
entitlement.
man, don't date them. Women have to be honest in that aspect. If you don't want that man and you don't want this man to touch you, then don't date him. Let him know
Exactly.
up front. That's
Thank
the
you,
issue.
thank you.
People are out
Because
here playing games, but to be honest, women know in the first few minutes if she's gonna have sex with that man or not. It may not be that day or that month, but she know in the first few minutes if she's going to have sex with him. So if you already have
Yeah.
in your head, you know what, I'm not gonna have sex with this man, don't take him up on his offer to go out on the date.
Now,
thank
I agree
you.
with that 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm also going to say that that's not, I'm going to say that that's not all people because there's a lot of times where a woman will do exactly that. If she already knows she ain't feeling you, then you know what? She'll sit there and tell you a matter of fact, how many, especially on social media, how many videos have you seen where a woman's like, dude, can you leave me alone? Leave me alone. And then
We're
this
not
man
about to go to
said,
the social media because the social media isn't real. What people do on social media is not the same thing they do in real life. Let's be honest.
Right.
They
Well,
do whatever
let's
they do
try.
on social media, they're doing for attention.
can I finish giving my scenario,
Go
please?
ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And I only use social media because there's some people that video it. I just wanted y'all to get a visual of what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
There's plenty of women that'll sit there and say, nah, I'm good. No, I'm not interested. No, I'm not comfortable. You still have men that are still pursuing, persisting to a point where women feel uncomfortable and they're, trying to even get to their cars, trying to do things. And then we also have, sexual assaults. And those women are sitting here and blatantly telling these men that they're not interested, that it's a no go. They're not sitting there and playing. Not let me say, not all women are playing the games because I know some that be sitting there and trying to test the waters and they getting some shit that they were putting out messages that they really didn't want. But a lot of women are putting out the messages that they're not interested. And then because these men feel, as BMT said, entitled, they decide to go ahead and take what they think that they are entitled to.
Well, my thing is if they're not interested and they're out there looking for a certain man, then stop wearing the clothes that entice all men. Cover yourself up then, if that's the case. You can't go out there
Ruh-roh.
in booty shorts and then don't want certain men to come and approach you. Stop wearing the booty shorts then.
Booty shorts.
Stop
I
wearing
mean,
them.
okay, I agree with that 100%. But I'm also talking about the women that literally have covered up, put clothes on,
I
have
mean,
presented maybe like, and that
you
still have to deal with the same type of situation if we're going to go ahead and put out the examples that you guys have put out.
well, no, you're kind of making a very minority argument in the sense that that is a very extreme case of the guy who just won't take no for an answer, and now he crosses some kind of line. That's a relatively extreme case, and it's in the it's not the majority of the situations. Generally, how these situations work is like you're the guy, you're not dating like 4 or 5 women at a time in the sense that you're literally taking 4 or 5 women out on a date during a week. But as a woman, you can get that from 4 or 5 different men.
Yes.
Like it's
I
that
agree
it's
Mm.
with him.
that little reality right there. We're not even going into the extremes. It's just that, and we're not even describing incels per se. It's just this idea that women don't have to value what men offer.
Wait, but that's both sides. Like,
I, I
Whoa.
hold on.
Stop.
I have to agree.
They have these other men. That's why they say, "Oh, I need my phone bill paid. I need my light bill paid."
But
They
Yes,
that's
doing
your
all
but
this
but that's
because they
your
know.
choice as a man. Like at this, listen, nobody's putting a gun to this dude's pocket or this goddamn guy's hand and say, pay that girl's Boost
No,
Mobile
it's
phone
not your
bill.
choice.
That's
That's
your
just the game.
no,
That's
that's
just the
the whole point.
situation.
Exactly. But
That's
he's
it.
trying to get something back in return by doing
okay,
that.
okay. In
So
that scenario, then I will say this. Yes, I completely understand what you guys are saying. If this woman is manipulating this man to sit there and give up resources, then you know what? That's not a resource. That is actually an exchange. That is currency exchange for services rendered, regardless of whether the service
No,
is
it's
being
not like
or
that
later.
though, because the woman
So,
is going into that fully
so
aware that she's
Denini,
not willing to do that unless it gets to that point. Like he's going to have to pull his resources back for her to even give in. But don't even go down that route from jump. And I think if a man want to take a woman out on a date and he trying to figure out if he gonna get it or not, don't take her somewhere that you absolutely have to spend all this money. Take her ass on a fucking picnic somewhere. Take her somewhere cheap
now
and see where it goes from there. And
so
if she goes out on a second date with you, then you know, okay, there's a possibility that this woman really likes me or she
so
wants to get to know me.
so Denini. So let me ask this thing right here. So Denini, what do you
The girl
say?
said
So
picnics.
Denini, what do you say to the Denini?
You
What do you
it
say to the
sounds
what do you
corny,
say?
but look,
Hold on, wait, Denini. I want to ask you this. What do you say to the men that stick around, impregnate women, and literally string her along like they're gonna get married, but never marry the broad and then jump off to another goddamn woman?
I'm
What
gonna
do you
be
say to
mm,
that?
honest. I don't know a lot of
I
men
know a lot of those dudes. I know a lot
I
of
do
them.
that do
too.
that.
There's
Then
a
I
you
lot of
know
them.
a
then
lot.
you then you hang around a bunch of fucking Pookie and Ray Rays. Cause I
No,
don't
hold
know a
up.
lot
Whoa,
of
whoa,
men
whoa.
that's just gonna drop
Bro,
that's just gonna
even
How
drop
they
Pookie
their
and Ray
seed
Ray be
off
trying to
and
have
not
their
want to be
kids, bro.
because
no.
men not gonna just drop their seed off with a woman that they don't see a future with. Not a
Yes.
real man
Oh,
not gonna do
wow.
that.
That's a
Listen,
that's a
BMT,
no,
BMT.
Denini. Now
It
you
is
Hey,
a fact.
Denini,
Women
now
don't
you
have to
lying
fight
now.
men
Come
for
on,
their kids. Men have to
Denini,
fight
no.
women for their kids. That includes the Pookies too, bro. Pookie be in the
No, no,
courthouse trying to get visitation for his bitch too.
no, nigga. No, they not. Pookie.
So
All
you
you gotta say
right, but
is
I'm serious. You
courthouse
better
to
take
Pookie.
her ass to show
Pookie would rather deal with a firing squad than deal with a courthouse. Pookie don't show up. I can tell you that
Bro,
right now.
listen, listen, listen,
Pookie
listen,
don't show up to court. Pookie
But
don't show.
BMT,
listen.
Pookie,
for
that's
real,
not
BNT
what
said Pookie got warrants.
what
Pookie
type
got
of
warrants. Pookie got
man
a
want
bench
to
warrant.
drop his
Pookie don't
seed
show
off
up like
in a
that.
woman that he does not
Pookie,
want?
Pookie ain't go to
But
Like,
court,
here's
bro.
the thing: there are a lot of men that do exactly that. They will go up
no,
there and they
I'm not
will have
saying
their
the
fun.
man don't do it, and I'm not saying that a man don't at the end of the day realize he don't want to be with that woman. But I don't know any man that intentionally goes into a relationship to drop his seed off and not be with that woman.
It's called anchor
What
baby.
you
Maybe
okay?
It's
it's
called anchor
something that
baby.
she's done throughout the relationship. Maybe it's something she said. Maybe they wasn't on the same page at some point. But he don't intentionally go into a relationship to drop his seed off and not be there.
But
So
see,
hold up. So,
here's where we have the issue. You are assuming that these men are going into a relationship. There's a lot of men that literally will sit there and just spend time with one woman because her pussy is convenient, and it is
Right,
easy
they
to
was
get
just fucking.
Hold on,
Exactly.
David.
Which means
Hold
Right.
he
on,
So
David.
look, when
don't
they was just
intend
fucking
to
and
get
she get
her
pregnant,
pregnant.
Okay, hold on,
right.
That's not
David. Give
his
me a moment,
intention.
please. Hold on, Miss Nene. Give me a moment, please. When there's a lot of men that like to sit there and just fuck, regardless of whether she's the easy piece, she's convenient, or she might be one of them welfare queens, whatever. At the ends of the day, whenever it comes to knocking her up, the first thing he'll sit there and tell her is, "Yeah, you're gonna need to sit there and fix that. You're gonna need to take care of that," because he was never looking at her as a future. She was a convenience. And so those
Exactly.
are the
So the
men.
point that you just said that he telling her that she have to fix that, which means he didn't intentionally get her
Exactly.
pregnant.
And
So there's
she's the
Okay,
one with the
okay,
options too, mind you.
okay.
She's
Hold
the one
on.
with all the power and control in that situation.
Cause I've heard plenty of these guys say they're gonna dump a seed in a chick so she has the kid, so he's always got that pussy around.
Right, because he
I've
wants
heard
to
that
always
too.
be around. What are you
because he
talking
wants
about?
to be with her. Exactly. But if he
No,
does
But
that's
he
not.
not
wants
want
to
No, no,
to
no,
go to
no.
the
be
next
with her, he
relationship and
will
have the
not
next chick
dump
No,
and do
no,
that
the
to the
seed
chick
off.
too.
No,
hold on,
I
hold on.
know
Look, you
plenty
got
of
there's a
niggas that done
difference.
fuck. Listen, no, I know
There's a
plenty of niggas
difference
that when we
between how men
that
and
we
women
fuck said, "You
approach
gonna have
this.
my baby."
Hold,
Let's stop
hold
that
on,
bullshit
David.
ass. Like,
Hold
let's
on. You
stop that. I heard plenty.
typically men when men cheat, they cheat to acquire women. When women cheat, they cheat to switch men. So a man will have like 3 or 4
This is
baby
why
mamas and be struggling trying to be a fucking father to all these wild kids. But women is different.
people cheat just
Wow.
to cheat. People cheat just to cheat. They don't. Well, let me cheat to methodically
Hey,
get.
hey, hold on. Hey, BMT, you're gonna have to move a little closer because you sounded faded. That's why you keep
So
getting
so
drowned out, bro.
yeah yeah. I think the thing about it is this.
There we
Maybe it's
go.
good
We
that
cool. We good.
okay. So here's the thing about it. I know plenty of dudes that like just busting up in pussy. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Mm-hmm.
mastermind to the shit. They literally will say, "I love you." They don't mean that shit. They just bust up in the pussy. I know plenty of niggas when we shoot pool. Yeah, man, I busted up in that. I busted up in her guts. Wait, what? You did that? Hold up, bro. Did you? Yeah, yeah, nigga.
But what happens after? He just ran away once the baby comes? Like that is
Nigga,
not the
he ain't
majority of
like,
men. And we gotta
it,
stop, we gotta
no,
stop throwing this no
it's
no, we
called
gotta
Brock.
stop
It's called
casually
Brock.
throwing this
It's called
smear
Brock. I
against
don't know,
men,
David.
especially
You hold,
black men.
David.
It is
You
way
hold
too
humanity.
easy for people to say
Well,
black men
I
don't
know
fucking
three
David,
love
of
their
them
David,
that's
kids.
busy
And I
right
know
David.
now,
All
like,
right,
dude, like
it is
three.
David.
I
way
know
too
one
common for
dude
David.
right
people to
now
just
that
think
got
black men
25
don't love their
kids.
kids.
Nah, hold on. I'm not saying that there ain't men out there that love their kids, but right now you sitting here talking about we need to sit there and stop busting out this smear. At the end of the
That's
day,
not no.
I
That's
know
life.
right now at the top of my head 3 men right now that literally sit there and tell a chick, oh yeah, you know what? Honestly, or he'll sit there and tell the homies, oh, I'm gonna sit there and just knock her up because you know what? That pussy was good. I mean, she ain't shit. I don't want to fuck with her. I don't want to be with her, but shit. Whenever I need a bust a nut, shit, at least I know that shit stay tight.
They go to Filet
So
pussy, dude.
BMT,
and
I
they
think you
will
need to
Hold on,
literally
hold on, hold on,
reevaluate
hold on,
your
hold on,
hold
hold on,
language.
hold on,
on,
hold
Filet
on.
pussy.
You
hold
really
Like,
gonna
on,
weigh that? You're gonna weigh
hold
that against the
on.
fact
No,
that
no.
almost every woman I know has had at least one abortion. Who really fucking loves the kids? Don't give me that bullshit.
Bullshit.
Let's get deep about who
Now
does
hold
what.
on. Once again, okay,
Okay,
here, check
I
this
know a
out.
lot
I'm
of
gonna go
niggas
ahead
that
and
go get
finish.
the plan B. I know a lot of
uh,
niggas that go get the plan B on deck. We know that
Thank
we
you.
but
we
this,
got the plan B on
that's
deck. We
good.
ready.
But this is my
24
thing
hours.
right here because we're not about to
24
get
hours.
into
I guess
an
I just
argument.
can't finish. I guess you
Real
just on
quick.
the half-ass of it. Okay.
My
Hey,
thing is, if the woman don't want the kid and a man don't want the woman, why can't she just give the child to his father and walk away? Why can't she do that? You know why she don't do that? Because she want the resources from the father. So she keep the kid, misuse the kid just to get the resources from dad when they can just give the kid up.
Now, Denini. Now, Denini, I'm gonna give you. I hear what you're saying.
Hold
Now,
up, that
Denini.
is not
Now, Denini.
okay.
If the daddy don't got damn resources, what's the pull for the nigga that don't got no job?
there's
She
also
still gets a
there's
check.
also there's also
I
Big Daddy
mean, you
government.
still exactly.
She
You
gets
gonna
a
still
check and
get
he
the
gets a threat.
resources
You didn't get that out of
regardless.
the man. Honey,
You
so you
if
didn't
you're
get that
not
out.
getting it out the man, you getting it out the man. You still get the fucking resources.
Yeah, man. What do you want, Daddy or Zaddy? Which one you want?
So
Exactly. They
listen.
still getting the resources. So at that point, the woman feel like she don't have anything to lose. But the man has everything to lose because if he decide, okay, no, I'm not gonna take care of this kid, or one way or the other, he is because the government gonna go behind that man for their money back. So
And
he's
then
gonna
all
get
that
it
man
either
has to
way.
do is hold on,
You know,
hold on. All that man then has to do is to not get a job. And when I say that, I know 3 men right now that literally that is the life they live. They will
yeah.
sit there and go bust a
Are
nut
they
at any
wealthy?
woman. Hold
Bruh.
on, sir. Hold
No, I'm
on.
saying
Let me
are they
finish
doing
because once
well?
again,
Those
I've sat
men,
there and
are
I've
they
tried to
doing
make this
well?
argument before,
Go
and
ahead,
now
Nikki. I'm sorry.
okay. I tried to make this argument before. I was not able to finish, so you guys could actually get the full view of what I'm saying. Matter of fact, my old next door neighbor, this man has 27 kids. 27. This man purposely, he understands how the system works. He purposely will not go and get a job. He lives at his mother's house. His mother still supports him and takes care of him. He is a fairly attractive man. So, yes, it is easy for him to sit there and for the girls to be like, oh, he's cute. You know, they go into the house whenever his parents are not there. And then, you know, he sits there and tells them whatever it is, you know, anything from that's their house to whatever. I've even heard
And
some
that
girls
don't
sit there and
sound
say
like the
that.
man
He,
problem at all. That don't sound like
That
the man
shit
problem.
sound
That
Right.
wild.
sound
Let,
like
let her
a
finish.
okay,
female
Let
that
her
he
talk.
messing with.
I'm
Let
just
her
trying.
talk. Let
Hold
her
on,
talk.
I'm just sitting here and saying this is something that I've seen firsthand. Okay, and when this dude literally, now mind you, this has been my homie, my neighbor. I've grown up. As a matter of fact, me and my husband know this dude very well. Shoot, we might
That's
be
your
related to him.
homie.
But the whole thing is, he'll sit there and do that, knowing damn well he don't want to be with none of them females. He just want to sit there and smash. He want to have some pussy on deck. If he does sit there and have a kid with, if he does have kids with him, then he sees that himself as all right. Well, you know what? Now I can go over here and get pussy whenever I want to. I don't give a fuck if she got a nigga. I don't give a fuck if she got a dude. That's her dude problem. That's her new nigga problem. That ain't my problem. Shit, it ain't like I'm sitting there and trying to have that bitch. I'm just sitting there and trying to fuck because I'm getting bored or I'm getting drunk and I want something to do.
Okay,
So,
there's a few issues with this story. Because one, that's your homie. That's
yeah,
an issue
associate.
within itself. That is your homie, and you're okay with that. Two,
Oh
you're a
no no
woman,
no no no
and
no no
you
no 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 no.
allow
When
women
I
to go
say the
over
homie,
there
that
and get
just
that
means I
fucking treatment. It's
hold
like
on. When I
you
say the homie, I just
train,
means that's somebody that we associate with that we know firsthand.
but you
He's
said
my
that's
neighbor,
your
so
homie. I'm using your words. Those are
no,
not mine.
that's
Those are
my
your words.
okay.
That's your
All right,
homie.
then let me clarify. That's my husband's ex friend. This is my ex neighbor. I tend to stay away from him because of this shit. Okay, so let me
So
sit
God
there
and
and
damn.
you don't see this, and you don't see this, right? That's your
But
husband,
I got
ex friend, and your neighbor.
so
Like you're
Alina.
say.
not seeing a connection in this. Okay, but okay, whatever.
I'm just
Because
saying.
for
I'm just
one,
but the thing
that's
about it
not
is
cool.
okay. So the thing about it is this. Like I never try to tell a man what to do with his dick. Like I mean, like, and that's their prerogative. You know what I'm saying? Just like I tell a woman, like, hey, y'all grown, accept the consequences for everything you do.
Mm-hmm.
We're okay. That's fair. You know what I'm saying?
That
Like,
that's fair. You're not gonna tell a man what to do, but
Wait,
think
I
about it.
want to.
oh,
If you
David,
see another man on a train track and a train is coming,
yep,
you're not gonna say, "Hey, bro, train coming," and what he do after that is his decision, right? So the same
yep.
thing with these women. If you
What if I
living
just
next
took
door
out
to
my
these
phone?
women, if you living right next door to this man and you see a woman going over there, you know this man got 20 fucking kids already. You're
Oh
not gonna
yeah, I
say,
try to talk to him.
hey girl, just to let you know before you go in there, homeboy already got 20 kids. And whatever she
Oh
do
yeah,
after that,
no, as
Right.
far as that, yeah,
It
I
ain't
try to
no
talk
way in
to him.
hell
Yeah.
those
Now,
baby
David.
mamas ain't bumped into each other.
Now,
bro,
now,
they know
now,
each
now,
other. But
now,
that's not
let-
that
now,
man's problem. That's them women problem because
No,
they
but
be
and then
going over there fucking
so
this
why?
nigga.
So wait.
I
So
want to
okay.
add something to this conversation. Can I make this point? Because I
So
think
is it fair to
women have
say
this
that
issue.
that feminism issue is those dudes? So is it fair to say that feminism issue is those dudes' problem, those guys'
That's
problem,
not
not my problem?
no, that's not them
No,
guys.
that's those women.
That's them
Yeah,
female problem. You
Okay,
going in
so
this
then,
man
yeah.
mama house to fuck him. That's a problem in itself.
okay.
Come
Plus,
on
there's
now.
something out there. There's something out there called baby mama math. I don't know if y'all familiar with it.
Oh
They
boy.
they are they are teaching women baby mama math. Like, hey, girl, let me put you on. You know what I'm saying? Like, they spreading it out. It's crazy.
Look, here's the math. If you have all your kids with one baby daddy, you only gonna get a certain amount of money and less money per kid, right? But if you have one kid with one baby daddy each, you get the maximum amount for all your kids. So the question is, why don't all y'all bitches have 5 baby daddies?
So
I
wait.
didn't
So
know that.
you
Well,
are
Yeah,
you
no,
saying
that was
and
I'm like
But
paraphrasing the
that's
video directly, but that's how they doing it. That's the
and
math.
but
and
that's
what's crazy
only
about
if
it
your
is,
child is there first, right? That's only if your
Yes,
mhm,
child is there first.
yes.
Right. So one child per man.
yeah, per man. Yeah, I don't think it's first. I think it's per man.
Yeah, it's crazy. And
Oh
and the
shit.
fact of the matter is, like, I didn't think it was like that big of a thing until I started looking around, digging at comments and stuff. And there's a lot of women that, and I hate using that word a lot because I mean, there's, as far as like black people, there's like 40 million of them in America. So to say a lot, I mean, you could say that for anything, but I was shocked at the amount of women that actually
Sponsors, yeah.
take that at like took like, yeah, girl, I'm my girl put me on. I've been doing the same thing. I'm
That's
on
the
I'm
first
on
time
baby
I
daddy
heard
number
it.
6. Like, what's up?
But see, here's the thing. Because it was a video about it, whenever the video was presented, it wasn't presented by a black woman at all.
Yeah, that
True, but
This
that's
my
really not the
first
point.
time hearing that. Oh my god.
I'm looking
So
for
that
this.
it's even worse.
Yeah,
So you
it's
know
It's
what?
on
crazy.
TikTok. It's on
Now,
TikTok.
now, see that comment right there alone had me rethinking a lot of shit. Like I can't say
Where's this
that
big
it's
mama man
a
at?
man's issue. I can't say that it's both parties because now it's really starting to sound like the women are manipulating the fuck out of men.
So those men are stupid. They get what they get. Well, I'm glad that I.
Damn,
No, it's not that they
I
stupid
think
because
if
I'm
I were
telling
to,
you, the fucking men that going look, I'm telling you, the men that they going after really think these women want them and want to be with them and want to have a life with them when that's not the truth. They
what?
have a lot of women that fucking manipulate the fuck out of men.
Thank
Wait,
you.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
no, 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 no. Thank you.
wait.
Let's expound on
Hold
this
on.
for a minute because everybody gives
Are
women the
men now
benefit of the doubt.
are
Everybody
men
assumes
now
that women want to be a
stupid?
family.
Are men
No,
now
no,
helpless?
stop. Why do we all assume that women just want to be a family and it's the man who is always a problem when it comes to keeping a family together?
I'm
Like,
trying
we
to
are
figure out
getting
where all these
clear
stupid.
statistical data to prove that maybe women just never wanted to be in a family in the first place.
So wait, I got it.
Nobody wants to think about that.
So men want families now, David.
Bro, what do you always talk about family?
No, that's me. That's me. That's me.
You're not, you're not a
Don't
man?
put me with the rest of the manosphere. That's me. Don't put me with the manosphere, niggas. Don't put with the
I didn't
manosphere.
But
say
That's me.
manosphere. I said
But if
man,
you
bro.
think
I
about it,
said
a lot of those
man.
men, a lot of the men from the manosphere want families. If you listen to their talking points, they do.
A lot of the manosphere niggas want
Because
goddamn.
they,
A
a
lot of
lot
the
of the
manosphere
men
niggas
from
want
the
family
manosphere,
and
a lot
goddamn.
of those men from the manosphere don't have a problem with getting ass. They have a problem with keeping a woman that they want to stay their woman.
How okay?
Because they sit there and treat her like a piece of property and not a woman.
Now
Whenever
Denise,
you are treating them like they
I
are
mean,
only
think
pussy
about
and
it.
nothing more,
So
that's the
tell
problem.
me, tell me the content
I'm gonna
creators
be
that
honest. I
tell
have
me the
a
content creators that
problem.
make it.
I have a problem with the word submission. I don't
All right,
submit to my
It
husband. I
triggers
have
a
a
lot of
problem
women.
with that, and he understands that. But I think being with a man and a woman is about compromising, about making both of y'all happy. And if
Yes.
that woman is not making that man happy, that's a problem. And if she's manipulating him, she's definitely not making him happy. She's only giving him what she thinks he wants. And that's the problem the men in the manosphere are having. The
it sound
fake
like
bitches.
Well,
so they
here's
like so
here's
they like
another
so you
issue.
saying so wait, let me get this straight. Let me hold on. Oh, wait, pause. So these niggas that know how to do all this IT and tech shit and all this nerd shit can't tell the difference between fake shit and goddamn dealing with real women.
Who's gonna teach
No,
them? They mama or they daddy that wasn't there?
Then they a bunch of
exactly.
bitches.
Who's
Then
teaching
they a
them
bunch of
that?
bitches.
But
Then they a
no,
bunch of bitches.
they
They a bunch of
don't
bitches.
know the
All
difference.
you
And a
men
lot
are a
of
bunch of
these
bitches. Then I'm gonna have to just call it like I
BMT,
see it.
BMT, I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you part of that. Think about them TMHC women, the musty hoe clique. They fooled the fuck out of you
Okay.
because they showed you only what they wanted you to see. You had to take the fucking blinders off to see who they really were. They fooled a lot of people in this space because they came with their fake femininity. They told you what you wanted to hear. They showed you what you wanted to see. And they always played the fucking victim. So yeah, they fed into, oh, I'm going to save her. That's what you did. I'm going to save them. I'm going to
I
help
feel
them.
now.
I'm going to be their protector. They came.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
They came after
Protector.
you
That's a
with
strong
that
word to
until.
use now.
But that's who you were. You protected them, and that's
Who?
why they came over here the way they did because you
Yo,
protected them.
somebody hit Danini Cash App.
They
We need to get this girl Cash App, please.
Now,
we
now,
we good over here.
no, 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 no,
But
no, no.
that's
Here's the thing
what
about
they
it, Denise.
did.
Okay,
Because
go ahead, finish.
if I came over here and I said something foul or ill about them, I was told something. Oh, don't talk about them this way, or they only here doing this. They use your protection, but what they really wanted was your resources.
Now,
They
Denise.
came over here to build their group. It may
Whoa,
not
I
have
like
been
that.
money, but they came over here to build their group off of
Okay,
you
now,
to come and take
okay, now,
your
Denise.
subs. They
Now, Denise.
manipulated the fuck out of you.
Okay, Denise. Now, okay, but I don't want to get too far off topic. Did I allow anybody to come and attack you or your husband on my panel?
It's not about what you
No, no,
allowed
no, no,
them
no.
to
But just
do.
answer that. Answer that.
No,
Did
no,
I allow
you
anybody?
didn't allow them to do that, but they did take some of your resources. They came and did what they wanted to do over here with
I
your
can't stop.
protection, and then
I
when they
can't.
were
Now, here's
done
the thing
with
about it,
you,
Denise.
they left you.
We mean like okay, but here's the thing about it. So, and that's fair. That's fair. Like, if honestly, like, here's the thing about it, and here's the thing about Black YouTube. Like, nobody controls anything. You can try to be cool with somebody, and I swear this is the thing about Black YouTube. I learned that people start showing themselves or their true intentions like after a while. Okay, like after you give them a chance. Like, hey, I went over. I used to go over there, and I started talking to y'all on Bomb Cherry's panel. Some people
Mm-hmm.
started showing their true characteristics. Right after a while, guess what? Did I keep going to Bomb Cherry's panel? No. They got mad when I went over there to go chill with you. Did I stop? No. Now, I used to go over there, DTO, and I guess what? A lot of people got mad at me about certain stuff. Exile and them came over here. Did I take Exile and his wife from them? No. People rock with who they rock with. I don't
Mm-hmm.
agree with everybody that sits with Free Zone and David, but you know what? David, what do you tell people when I come over there to you? Let them rock. Leave BMT alone.
I just use
Like,
that as
Well,
an.
the thing
I just
is,
use that
I
as an
actually
example.
followed you in DTL at the same time. I was with Di. I was. I
But
mean, no, no.
I get no,
I
but
mean, I
Danini,
was
I
following
get what
Dying
you're
to
but
saying.
I
Live.
only
I was
use that
following the
as an
Dying to Live, and
example
that's
as
where I
the
met you
women
at.
But
But
manipulating.
I
Danini,
mean, I'm gonna
That's the
follow
only reason
people
why
as
I
I
brought that
respect
up.
their word and what they
right,
say.
Because
but
these
here's the thing.
fake
Here's the thing. But let
feminine
me
ass
finish.
people, women use what they have to get what they want. That's the only reason why I brought that up. Not to
No,
change
no,
the
no. You're right.
subject,
And Danini,
but I
you're
Okay,
use
well
it
here's
as an example for
but
these
Danini,
women
you're right about that.
manipulating men.
Danini,
here's
you're
the
right
thing,
about
Delaney. It's not just women that are manipulating men. Men are also manipulating women, but it seems like we want to sit there and shy away from that. And this is not me sitting there and trying to go against for feminine or against feminine. I'm not a feminist by any mean. I enjoy being a traditional woman. I'm a married woman. As far as I'm concerned, honey, I ain't got no dog in a fight because that shit don't pertain to me. But at the end of the day, people manipulate people to get a one up. It's not just one gender against another or one race against another. People manipulate people. They have always done it from the beginning of time. And so
Thank
at the
you. That's
end
what
of
I
the
was
day,
thinking.
at the end of the day, they do that so that they can one up, because at the end of the day, it is usually survival of the fittest, regardless of how you want to see it. You can sit there and lump people into a group all day long, but at the end of the day, people are going to sit there and do what they feel they have to do. If that means that they have to smile in your face and play a role, put on a mask, that's what they are going to do. Men are doing it to women are doing it to men. At the end of the day, when it comes to femininity and when it comes to masculinity, look, I truly feel like if you are meant to find the person that you were supposed to be with, then you will find that person. If you are not meant to find that person, if you are seeking to learn some lessons, regardless of whether it's about yourself, or if it is about yourself and how you literally need to sit there and improve yourself. Literally, there are lessons out there being taught every day. Usually, the best lessons are the ones that are hardest to learn, the ones that we don't like, because those are the ones that tend to stick into our memory the most. But at the end of the day, honestly, I feel like, and this is only a personal feeling, or this is my personal viewpoint. Let me put it like this. I feel like masculinity and femininity, if that is what you are looking for, then yes, it will sit there and affect you in a certain type of way, no matter how things are played out, because that's how you're looking at certain things, if that makes sense. You're looking at it from a standpoint of femininity or masculinity versus just looking at it from, okay, this is the type of person I chose. These are certain qualities that I did not like. These are certain things that happened that I did not like. Let me go ahead and figure out what I need to do to avoid these things. And so if I happen to sit there and make another choice, I can go ahead and get it. I don't have to worry about running into these same issues. A
You're
lot of
dealing.
people,
Hey, can I say something real quick? Can I get in
yes,
there real quick?
yes.
Danini, you made a lot of good points, and I agree with everything that you just said. But I want to expound on one thing that you said in
Oh, that was
regards to
Elijah. Okay.
eh, in regards to like when you said the hardest, some of the best lessons are some of the. Can you say that again? You said some of
Yeah, that was
Best
the
Elijah.
lessons are the hardest.
I said
okay,
some of
so
the best lessons are the hardest, the ones that literally are not positive because they stick into
okay.
your brain better.
Gotcha. So this is where, and I got what you were saying, but in regards to family, that becomes very very subjective because some of the hardest lessons that I've seen people like they've told me and stuff are lessons that my parents taught me like when I was 10 or 15. Like I learned that
Exactly.
before I left my parents' house.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
I go back to my original statement of like the kids being casualties in this because a lot of these hard lessons, there's a lot of people learning hard lessons that they don't have to learn because their families didn't, like their parents didn't teach them that shit. And that's one of the biggest issues. Like I think parenting is at a huge deficit now. Like people don't
And
know how to raise. People don't know how
it's
to. A lot. Go ahead.
it's bad decision making. That's what I was originally trying to say. You have to realize the person and their motives. This is why the dating experience is very important. This is why setting boundaries and letting it be known what's acceptable and what isn't in the relationship is very important.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
I would
So
like to
like,
go ahead and comment. I would like to comment to answer your question.
hold up, before you do
Whenever it comes to that, here's the only issue that I have. It is hard to know what needs to be changed as a parent if you don't really. Oh my God. Okay, how can I put this? Everybody, okay, every generation that parents, we don't have the same lives that our children do. We
Nope.
do what we go off of our experiences and what we've been through. We sit there and try to pass down the best advice that we can to be able to sit there and
Right.
prepare them, aka give them the knowledge that we wish we had, we didn't have, we feel like we should have had. But at the end of the day, what our children are going to go through is different from what we're going through. I would sit there and say the electronic, okay, the electronic stage by itself. I'm a late '70s baby. So with that being said, we didn't have cell phones. We had to interact with people. We had to go, and whenever it came to like job applications, we had to literally go by foot. We had to have some real ambition and real drive to go ahead and get our hustle on. Nowadays, this is the age of technologies. And so I can go
Absolutely.
ahead and I can try to advise my kids the best I can, but I'm also advising off of my experience. If my child's experience is not something that's pertaining to my kids interacting with people, even if they are interacting online somewhat, it's still going to be different from, my kid being able to sit there and have a few clicks on a phone and being able to do something, or being able to sit there and swipe and say, oh, he's cute. I hope he's nice, as
Mm-hmm.
far as the dating scene. So, things do vary per generation. But at the end of the day, I do agree that, we do need to sit there and teach our kids certain things. And that
We.
honestly would be very, very helpful. But
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately,
Who is we? You mean mom and
hold up.
daddy teach their kids?
You
Is
know
that
what?
what you're talking about? We?
Listen, man.
Because I remember back in the day, the whole Tupperware parties per se that women were having, they wasn't only talking about Tupperware. They were talking about their kids. their
Yes.
husband, their lives.
Right.
And
It's a
so
woman bonding
you got
activity.
advice from
When
other
I
women on your kids. Y'all came together. Women came together, and men did the same thing. They came together with these
Okay,
things.
sweetheart,
So
when I
you're
say
not
we,
raising
I was
back
talking
in the
about the
day. They wasn't
community.
raising their kids on their own.
Y'all,
At this
okay,
point, parents are raising their kids on their own. What happened to the sense of community?
okay, but
Okay, so to
so
answer your question, when I say we, I am talking about community. Remember, late 70s. I'm the generation of it takes a village to raise a child. So,
all right,
yes, you
so
didn't give me a chance to answer that question.
so
So,
are
yes,
men? So
we are talking
No,
about
let me
it's
ask
not.
you.
community.
It's not that
Let
you
me
didn't
get hold on.
answer
Let
it.
me
It's
get this
just
out. Let
that
me
the
get this shit out here,
situation
man.
is drastically different now.
Let me get this
Right.
shit
Yes.
out here. I'm trying to figure out. So, and all this stuff because talking all this damn crazy shit, and I'm trying to figure out is all this shit stopping any of these men from being fucking men? Because I'm not
No, it's
seeing.
really not.
I'm trying to figure out how is
It's
any of this
stopping them
shit
from being a
stopping.
man if they don't have a man around.
No,
How
it's
how,
not.
how would
It's
they?
not.
But
It's
that
Okay,
not.
wasn't,
this is my
that has
question.
nothing to do
How
with
would you
feminine. That
know
has nothing
how
to do
to
with
be a
feminist,
man if
though.
you have no example of being a man? How
You
would
don't
you know?
hold on. Wait, listen. See that's a I can't get that. I can't get that. That's a bad excuse, Denini, because I know a lot of dudes
Well,
that
shit,
didn't.
that's not a bad excuse.
No,
How,
that is a
how
bad.
would you
No,
know? Okay,
Well, what
kids,
about the Big
all
Brothers and Big
behaviors
Sisters
from
Club?
children are
so hold
learned
on. Wait.
behaviors.
Well,
Kids are
Hold on.
not
So wait.
born to be a racist. That's a learned behavior.
Okay. So
Women
wait.
are
So hold on.
not born to know how
Okay.
to be a woman. That's a learned behavior from watching, not actually being taught, but watching your parents, watching the people in your community. So if my boys are being born and I have no man around, they're going to adapt my personality, my mannerisms. They
Or
don't
they
have
will find a man in the community that can
they
sit there
get
and
a
teach them
You
that
man.
know
they
what's
still can use
crazy?
the man.
You know what's so crazy? You
well,
know what's so
hold
crazy
on.
about that?
Look at what you
So hold
just
on.
said. The
Wait.
salute. Go
Hold the
ahead,
fuck
BMT.
up.
Go ahead, bro.
Damn. Y'all don't like y'all want to be heard, but y'all sure don't like to listen. That shit is getting really annoying as fuck. I don't mind sitting and listening, but y'all sure don't like to listen, man. It gotta go both ways. I know a lot of fucking men that grew up at home with no fucking goddamn daddy. Daddy's incarcerated and all that shit. And them niggas, you can't tell me that they were raised by a fucking woman. Not the way them niggas be shooting and blasting and running in them goddamn streets and fucking on goddamn women.
And
I
that's
don't
why
want to
they
hear that.
doing
Well,
that.
hold on.
And
But
that's
that is
why they're
literally the
doing that.
Ain't no
problem.
holding,
Look.
ain't no holding up. Ain't no holding up because goddamn it,
BMT,
them niggas are
that
still
man
doing
you
the fuck shit.
described.
That's not a
Huh?
That
man.
That's not a
Okay,
right.
man
so
at all.
He's shooting up the you
now
just
hold on now.
described Pookie.
So you got other dudes who don't, who go to college, who go do what the fuck they need to go do, who don't bother nobody. They got men that go down the right path and the wrong path. You choose to do what you do as a man coming up. No,
As a
it's
boy coming up.
well, guess what? You're a young man. You're a young man. You want to call him a boy? Go call some of them boys that are going to college or working a 9 to 5 job. Go walk up on the boys at Burger King, call them boys. I promise you they'll give you that work. I promise you.
Here's the
Hold,
here's the
hold on.
issue.
And if they
Yeah,
give them that
I'm
work
sorry,
because
real
they
quick, real quick.
called a
Those
boy,
boys
then
won't
they
get no
are
time.
indeed a boy.
Okay, well,
BMT,
good.
hold on, real
No,
quick. BMT, the statement,
y'all
this.
be doing this shit that be crazy,
Oh,
man.
okay, go ahead, go ahead. You got it? Are you
I'm just
talking?
go. You know what? I
Well, no,
get
no. I was just gonna say real quick. I was gonna say real quick. What you just said kind of goes against the question because when you're talking about being a man, are you talking about just a XX chromosome with a dick, or are you talking about like being a man?
okay. So,
No, that's
so
right.
let me go. So let me. I got you, free zone. That's actually a good way to put it. What I'm talking about it is you're finding your way through life. You're actually learning the steps. You're going to have the good, the bad. You're going to learn how to go maneuver through life. Guess what? My daddy wasn't always in the home, but guess what? I still did little league football. I still went to church. I still did different things in society and found my way to where I am today.
Then
My
if
daddy
that's
wasn't
the
always in
case,
the
you
home.
had male role models.
So, but
You
guess what?
had you had
Hold.
a role
But hold
model.
Daddy wasn't always there, Denini.
It may
But
not
guess
be
what? I
daddy, but
still
you had
found
a
my
male
way.
role model. A lot of these little boys don't have that growing up with these stupid ass females who
And
just
then
have
you
the resources. They
Okay.
don't have that.
and
When you
you're
say
making that
the
boy's
women, so
you're making it a boy's responsibility to become a man on his own like that, bro. You're
my
giving too
God,
much
man,
weight on children. You're putting too much weight on children.
that's not pulling
And
away.
so, and
I said young men. Now, when y'all like going to
Yeah.
these little kids, when we're talking about young men that are now actually starting to come into maturity, like
Okay,
somehow
but
you
it
guys can't
starts
find no
from
more
a
women.
baby. You do understand that, right? A man
Okay.
don't become a man
Okay,
just as a teenager. He's learning that throughout his life.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Once he becomes an adult,
5-year-old
hold
at the
on.
dinner table looking at how his mom serves the dinner table. You looking at a 5-year-old that adapt that into adolescent and into being a teenager to a man. All those
Hold on,
lessons are
Delana.
learned from day one. You need the man around from day one, not when he becomes a teenager. And that's not going to say, oh, he's going to be a good man because he
Hold
had a
on,
man
Delana.
around when he was a
okay,
teenager. No, he need that from day one.
But
okay.
Delaney, here's the thing. What we're talking about is, hold on.
Is the Nini.
I'm sorry. I do
It's
apologize.
Denise.
I don't see your name up here, honey. I did not mean to disrespect you
It's
by
on the
any means.
avatar, the Nini.
They can't see our names. They can't see our names.
DANIE.
I'm on the phone. I can't see. I can't see the avatar
Okay.
that great. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, but here's what they're talking about. A lot of boys, whenever they reach adulthood, they realize that what they've learned in their home is not exactly sufficient to what is out there in what they now consider reality or their new way of thinking in their new life. Therefore, they have to unlearn and relearn certain things. Now, whenever they're at work, they are around other men. Now, whenever they are at work, they are around other some negative role models and positive role models, and that's what we're talking about, the relearning of how to be a man, especially if they start off without a man in the household. Now they're going to sit there and almost cling to every word because they didn't learn how to be a man from mama, because mama can't teach them how to be a man. Mama's never been a man. So because of that, they will now go, and now that they're around other adults, they will pick it up. That's what
Okay.
we're talking about, relearning.
So
No.
Well,
let me
No.
that's the way it goes.
let me get it over to
No.
Art. Let me get it over to Art, and then I'm gonna get it. Then I'm gonna just try to take it in the circle. Go ahead, brother Art. Go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't stay away. I was able to break away a little bit more. Um, I want to bring a perspective in, and I'm not flexing my profession, but I am a teacher, teaching high school for 25 years,
Shout out to the teachers. Shout out to the teachers.
and I'm also teaching community college, which is which is weird. I call it the 13th grade, by the way. But it's kind of crazy because we're having this conversation as though a man is 25, he learned his responsibility, and all of a sudden he's just going to get somebody pregnant and leave. But I don't think people understand that when you're looking at high school, and I'm
Mhm,
talking to my students, we're talking about
mhm,
over 50% of inner city school students are group home children or foster parents or foster children. And a lot of things go on in those homes, especially pregnancy.
mhm,
Okay. So, and we're talking about this in large numbers because you got to remember some of these foster parents don't care. They just want to check. And then on top of that, they're getting influences from other students that go a certain way. So that's been going on for years. And so now think about it. I'm learning about this 25 years ago. And think about that. Uh, while I was learning that, a child or two could have been born around my area. And right now they're 25. Think about that. So what I'm saying is, yeah, we're talking about responsibilities and people running and not being a man, but we have to still acknowledge that a large number of these people having babies are like early teens. I'm talking about early teens, not late teens, early teens. So when we have that conversation, we need to put that in there and then come up with a solution on how to at least address it or try to fix it. So maybe that puts some things in perspective in this conversation. Who's first?
I
Well,
think
I first of all want to thank you for what you do as for the community as a teacher. I don't think you guys get thanked often enough.
And
Oh,
I
well,
will go
thank you for that.
ahead. Uh,
Hmm.
I I'll go ahead and say something as a mother of 6 teenagers and one young adult who is what, 18, 19.
can you repeat that?
I have 8 children. Yes.
Okay.
No, that gets a congratulations right there.
Is
Thank
any
you
any is
for
any
all
of them
you've done
Nice.
for the
any
community.
of them named any one of them named Tito?
No.
No, I'm joking. I always have that joke. You can be rich, but go
We
ahead. I'm
got the
joking with you.
Jacksons.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no, and I mean
no.
that in all seriousness. Married mothers deserve a lot more respect than they've been getting lately. But continue.
Well, thank you. But when it comes to that, these are conversations I've had to have with my children. Me myself, I'm adopted. I came from a foster home. I know the horrors that they do not sit there and tell you in the foster homes. Some of the things that literally are new age survival tactics that will honestly make people's skin crawl, make their stomachs turn. So when you put it like that, it as a mom and being that oh, okay, baby, I'm sorry you don't have any electronics. Go on, please. Sorry, my 6-year-old here is voicing his opinion about electronics. My bad. But at the end of the day, whenever I have to have these conversations with my teenagers, and yes, they'll sit there and tell me, well, you know what, mom, so and so is pregnant at school, a little girl that's 12, 13. And whenever my son has to sit there and come and tell me, Ma, this girl, she been sitting here and sweat me and she want me so bad. But bro, like she pretty, but she crazy. And, she been around my homies and all of them are sitting there and saying they smash. And, Ma, for real, I ain't ready for that. You know,
How old is your son saying that his friends just smashed this girl?
They talk about that.
um,
Trust me. They used to
he,
talk about that a lot.
he is just now turned 19.
Okay.
Like these kids
Um,
have some pretty interesting conversations. Like,
well, my oldest daughter is 15 years old. She's the one that sat there and told me her friend's little baby sister. Now, her friend is also 15. Her baby sister is 12 years old. Her baby sister is pregnant, and she's about to have a baby in a couple of months. She even went so far as to say, Mom, she already talked to her family. They don't want it. And, Mom, she goes, you're kind of crazy, but you're a good mom. If we need to, can we adopt that baby? And I said, well, sure. I mean, this way we know it goes to a good home. And if mama ever wants to come and see it and all this other stuff, we're fine with that. We're down with it. But,
And see,
these,
right
Did you
there, you're making it acceptable.
wait,
Right there.
how?
no,
How?
I'm not making it acceptable. I know
Not
what it
telling
is
her
to be
that
on the
it's
other end of that.
okay. It's okay for her to come see the baby. You're making her feel like, you know what? Somebody's always going to have my back. I'm not going to have to learn this
I was
lesson.
talking to my daughter. I was not
No,
saying
no,
this
no,
young
no.
lady.
And I
that's
know
that
it's a
whole
very
stepdaddy
emotional.
dilemma.
Yeah, it's an emotional thing, but here's the problem. Either she loses all rights to that child, or she has to carry that child and live with whatever she can manage.
Exactly.
Wait,
That's where I'm at with it because right now you're making it acceptable for this 12-year-old to get pregnant. So in the long run, what's going to stop her from fucking everybody and getting pregnant again and having all these kids if just somebody's going to come and pick up her slack and
I,
not let her live
what's
the hard life.
what's
ma'am,
what's
hold on. I do want to respond to that. I will understand you all's viewpoint, but here's the thing. I also understand how and why, and that's not my liberty to go ahead and express because that is not my trauma. That is not my story to tell. There's a reason that I would allow any other children under my roof, especially after taking care of this many, because I'm waiting for them to all get out. I love them to death, but I want my house. Okay. So there is a reason behind that. That is not my that is my not my situation to go ahead and put out there because I don't know who's listening. I don't know who might be kin to this child. I don't know how it can affect other
I,
people
I
at the
think we
time.
understand what you're getting at, but the
But
idea
hold on,
still
sir.
stands. This
Hold on,
individual
sir.
situation may be something more delicate, but I think the idea still stands that we can't
yeah.
have a support system for girls who get pregnant, over and over and over again. And even if they're
David,
like teenagers, we have to do something other than just, allow
David,
them to just keep going through this.
David, do
Right.
you
Well,
want the
let me
kid?
give you a
Do you want?
continuation. Oh, I'm sorry,
I'm asking.
BMT.
I'm asking you, like, David, do you want the kid in foster care?
Of course, people that have never been in foster care always sit there and think that's a good place to throw kids away.
That's not what's being said though. We're not saying put the baby in
I'm
foster
asking, but
care.
no, I'm asking. I'm just asking the question.
No, ultimately, I would prefer the baby be adopted and by someone else, a family member, a relative, or
Yeah.
something as closest to the family as possible. I don't argue to just throw kids into the system either, but the
Mm.
people who are supporting the reason we got into this problem is because we created this kind of system in the first place.
So
Right.
okay, okay
Okay.
now,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
okay. Let me get it over to Art, and then after that, I'm gonna take it to free zone. But I'm just looking at it like we're
Let
looking
me
at it.
make a 5 minute comment because I just was listening. Y'all
Go
got a
ahead,
good conversation going.
go ahead, Mike.
Nah, guys, because I'm just get right off. I just want us to understand, like, I mean, we're gonna always have our opinions and stuff, but reality is always gonna be reality, no matter what we think. Okay, it's always good to sow good. So if this woman is adopting a child, and it's okay, she should let the child see it. All of that making stuff acceptable, it's reality. This stuff is happening. Okay, so we have to guide. You got to get the trust of the kids before you can guide them into a different behavior. By a responsible woman adopting a child, that's going to be better for the future because she's allowed to teach that child. The one that's already here having babies, she's got to figure it out herself because she's out here having babies. You're not going to stop her by putting more punishment on her, punishment and punishment and punishment. So I'm just saying we got to look at what works and what doesn't work. It's not about how we feel. Prison and all that stuff, it really doesn't actually work. It increases crime. But I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. But I just wanted to make that comment.
If
Good,
prisons didn't
good
work,
job.
how come
Good,
criminals hate it?
good,
No,
good
it
job.
don't work. Prison
Good
ain't
job.
working.
Sis, for adopting that child and that stance you take, letting her see her child as she grows up and matures. That is the absolute thing that we need to reproduce out here. All right, and that's it. Peace.
I can honestly say prisons ain't working because honestly, the prison system
Damn
ain't been
institution.
working. We got more people in prison than needs to be, and goddamn, that shit ain't working. But motherfuckers get out of prison and they can't even get a job, but they're stuck in a system that literally already marginalized them to where they're like, shit, the fuck am I supposed to do? Like
I would argue we probably have less people in prison than need to be. When you look at a lot of the shootings that have happened recently, just little random shootings, not even big major news stories, a lot of these people are like guys that got released from jail early, guys that got released due to COVID, all kinds of stuff, man. I don't know that we're not locking up enough people. I think maybe some guys need to stay.
okay. Now I'll give you that. Like, and that's honestly, but okay, now when I look at it like this, and I'm telling you, like for those of us who are dealing with these adolescents, they're not like these kids have some pretty doggone interesting conversations. Uh, and the thing about it is, when I brought up about the feminism, you listen to a lot of these stories, these songs and stuff. A lot of these young boys, and shout out to what I am have put out there, about young men, like a lot of young men who thought that literally are coming in manhood from the 18, and then they're going from there. They're still going to be gaining whatever said experience from peers and teachers and whatever else that they go through. I mean, regardless of that, and I mean, shit. I mean, be honest, a lot of these women or men, whoever think that they like these children are doing what they're doing. I get, and like in Free Zone said, hey, um, you're speaking from your perspective, not from the whole, group of what's happening right now in the world. Again, these isms only work in these kind of hues of bubbles. Uh, I told y'all when I first started this, and I'm gonna kick it to y'all. The laws that are being passed for these type of things are being passed by men. The women ain't passing these laws. Men are passing these laws. Men are still running the government. Men are controlling the currency and the flow. Men control the systems. So when they do that, do you think they care about the woes of the men that are getting hurt by this type of shit? They don't give a
No.
fuck. They're like, well, shit, that's your
Hmm.
problem, not mine. What you gonna do about it? Like I'm just being honest. Like they go to these judges, they go to these lawmakers, and they lobby. I wanted to show y'all before I throw right back over to y'all that when I was looking at some of these videos, the TED Talk, why feminism needs men. That's one from TED Talk. The other one, do men need to check their privilege? There's no brother up on that goddamn hill. Those are all one percenter men that are never going to ever be affected by feminism. You got this woman, she has literally more money
You
than
think the
all
white man is not affected by feminism?
those men up there are not affected
Not
by
on
no damn.
average.
No, the
Them,
elites are not affected as much, but that's kind of the problem. It's the elites crushing the lower classes.
wait,
Do
wait, so
y'all
wait.
understand who really run the world?
Okay,
Do y'all know that?
now we get now I get that. I'm a soldier. I definitely understand that of that doctrine.
Because white men definitely don't run the world.
No, I
They
didn't say
don't.
white. I didn't know. You never heard me say white men. I said men of a certain caliber, one percenter men.
No, they don't either. It's the
One
women.
percenter men don't
It's
what?
the white. No,
What
just
men
hear
run?
me out.
Mhm.
It's the white women that run the world because
What?
these white men, they sit there and they want just what black men want. They want ass. So everything they do comes from the white women. White men are just the face. That's all it is. They do everything to make the white woman happy. White men are just the face.
So Danini, you're saying
From
white women?
slavery, yes, from slavery to now, white women run it all.
I doubt
So
that.
they're part of the Bilderbergs, the Rockefellers, the I mean the
Ain't no woman,
Rothschild family.
ain't no
Those are
woman
white
running that
women.
shit. That is not no women.
Bullshit.
Huh?
Who
Ain't no women
benefit?
running
No,
that.
answer the
Okay.
question. When a white man have money, and that's why they ignore all the cheating and all everything else. Because when a white woman has a man that's wealthy, what does she do? Nothing. She sit at home. She shop. She have maids. She have cooks. She have everything. She live the life.
You don't think black women that are
That
wealthy?
doesn't mean that they. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I'm about to say like literally a certain classes of men, they're going to do what they want to do. Like you literally, there was a video of a judge speeding, and when the cop pulled him over, he said, "Listen, do you know who I am?" That man made a phone call, and guess what? That officer said, "Sorry, sir, I do apologize." This
I
man
mean,
was
yes, he
bro.
enjoyed
Hold
the
on,
perks
hold
from
on.
it.
Are we
That's
going to
that's
assume? Are we going to pretend that women play no role at these elite little quiet meetings? You act like
Fuck
women
no.
aren't a part of all this like high level occult, dark magic ritual bull. Women
oh my
are
god. Here
like
we
a
go.
part of it
Here
too.
we go.
And it's
Well, you
not to
guys
say
got
that,
too far
I'm not
away
going to
from
go
what I
out and
was
say,
trying to get to.
women are running the show, but women have a lot of power to wield in this system. If certain women are in certain position, pushing for the women's cause. And not only do they have the power of whatever circle they're a part of, they have the power of womanhood, like Danini was just saying. So
I know.
now the men in that circle, yeah, they want to, do what she says too, because, she might bless them one day.
I doubt
Right.
that. So I
What I
got a
was
question.
trying to
So
say
how many?
earlier.
Go ahead, Art. Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Art.
Yeah,
No,
because
you
y'all
go.
going too far. What I was trying. I don't want to.
No,
I don't want y'all to
what you
go
trying to say, Art?
too
If you're
far
trying to
before I
finish,
can say what I'm saying.
go ahead, bro.
The what we were talking about earlier, with the group homes and foster children. I often get a lot of girls, ninth grade through 12th grade, talking about the stuff that you guys are talking about. And most of the time, I always tell them that I'm not able to give you anything from a female's perspective because I'm a male and I'm not your parent. And I always say it's unfortunate what happened with your family and you're in this situation. But let me give you some names to or some female teachers to talk to. But I think the problem also is that a lot of these young girls don't really have anybody to talk to. They're probably even afraid to talk to their mother and give them the real,
True.
unless something drastic happened and they have to tell them, right? So I don't think we're really addressing this because I'm in the fraternity and I know different sorority sisters and things like that, and even their programs are not as available as they should when it comes to mentoring and taking these girls under their wing.
Mhm.
So until we have a vehicle to at least tell these girls what's the right direction to go into, then Cardi B and all these other women are going to be their guide.
I,
I mean,
I
very
think
accessible.
I think it's interesting when you say that, Art, because like I said, when they ask a lot of these celebrities like about do their children watch the same things that our children watch or take part, no,
The picture
they
say
don't.
no.
They don't go to the
Yeah,
schools.
Cardi B says that she didn't want her daughter to hear WAP. Didn't
She
she say that?
exactly. Yeah,
Yes,
yep.
it is.
They were surprised. They were surprised about that. Like, hold up, your child, my child don't listen to my music. Beyonce's kid don't listen to her music. Them celebrity kids don't listen to none of their shit. They like hell no. This you think I want my kid like y'all kids? Hell no. They don't go to your school. They don't go to none of y'all
Yeah.
none of the shit. They don't partake
Yep.
in none of that stuff. So
Yep.
something they understand very well. Hold up, bro. I'm seeing what's happening to your kid. That ain't gonna befall my kid. Go like so.
Yeah.
It's one of those
Yeah.
things, man. It's one
So
of those types of
that's all I'm just saying is that
no,
yeah, that's all I was bring. Oh, sorry, BMT. We're like
no. You're
delayed, I
good
think.
about you're good. Like one of the realest movies I watched when I was young, and I snuck and watched it. I watched Boys in the Hood. I'm not sure how many everybody should have saw Boys in the Hood by now. And when I watched that, I was like, holy crap, what is this? Like I remember us as kids, we sat there, eyes glued to that TV, boy. Like shit, I didn't even want to go watch Thundercats. All I want to do is what is this? And I couldn't figure out. I didn't understand everything, but I was watching that from that boy from a boy to him going to stay with his father to Ricky dying, and
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn, holy shit! I didn't even want to go to the basketball court for a while. I'm like, I don't want to go there. I want to get shot. And my parents couldn't make me go. I said, no, I don't want to get shot. They said, what do you mean get shot? And then my dad said, oh my God, he wants to watch that movie. Like, what I thought I understood about being a 15-year-old to an 18-year-old to a 22-year-old man, and what I know now, shit. But I had to learn. I had to go through the curves. I got betrayed. I got cheated on. I got let down. I got abused. I've been through it all. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? I still found a way. I didn't use no. I just had to go through it, man. I think a lot. I'm sad to say. I don't think a lot of dudes are literally. I think a lot of dudes are afraid to fight. I'm gonna just say like I said. A lot of dudes are afraid to fight and get punched in the face. It's a factor of life that all of us men on this panel have dealt with. Just like the
I
girls.
agree. I agree. A lot of men are. They want to talk shit, run their mouth, and act like they want a confrontation, even threaten you to one. But when it comes to it, a lot of them don't want it.
They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want that smoke with life itself. Just like a lot of these women are opting out on family. A lot of these girls from when I was going to school, they were raised. They were like we used to call them teen moms, and not because they had kids. It's because they were like, hey, why don't you come out to the game? I can't. I gotta watch my sisters. I gotta watch my brothers. I'm like, damn, what the hell? Where's your mom at? She working 2 or 3 jobs.
Well,
So they were the mom.
well, let's put
They
it on
were
the
the
table. Let's put
right.
on the. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
But let's put it on the table though on why they don't want the families, right?
Mm,
Because you got to remember when we talking about family, there is a structure that's expected, right? So
mm,
most of the
Hmm.
time, they always see that the families that do really work out, you have a certain place you have to be in. So most of the time, if they can't reinvent what a family structure should be, then basically, yes, they're going to opt out. So that's the
right.
part that I think we have these conversations nuancedly, but for the most part, somebody just don't want to be the vice president in the company.
And you see, Art, this is
Hmm.
why you just sort of alluded to what the conversation has been about in total, but this idea that it's men falling short, and that's why the family unit isn't what it is. The idea that men are running from their responsibilities, and that's why the unit isn't what it is. The simple fact is, women are making other decisions, and that's why the family unit isn't what it is. If women wanted stable families with good, hardworking provider men, they would have them.
It's not really that, and that's what distracts from the point. It's really individuals that are fucked up and people not getting with the right people. Honestly, because the right people need to get with the right people, because over time the more proper people to get together, the more examples are set forth out there in the community.
Okay.
Hmm.
Shout out to
And
you.
then
And
there's
Shout
this
out,
big back
shout
and
out to
forth.
Kareem. Shout out to Kareem. Shout out to Mr. Johnson for the $5. Shout out to the Kareem for the $9.99. Thank y'all. All donations will be going to the county Easter spring event for the kids. It will be going there. We will be donating that toward the kids to be able to go to the function. I'll be there. Fair money. We thank y'all for the money. Go ahead, Josh.
The big back and forth is usually either the man is going to call the shots or if it's going to be a 50-50 partnership. That has always been a point of contention in
And,
why we should or shouldn't be together as a family.
and then the 50-50 partnership thing winds up feeling like a trap for the man anyway, because nothing is really 50-50 the way women expect from men.
I think
Yeah.
I think I agree with you on that one, David. And I'm about to pass to the free zone. Like, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you right now, 50-50 in relationships don't work. It don't. Take it from me. I've been there. I've done that. It don't work, man. Somebody's going to have to put in a lot more work. I'm telling you right now, when it's cold outside and there's a hurricane coming, Negro, you going to be the motherfucker going out there tying shit down. It ain't going to be that motherfucking woman. When it comes time to go out there and get them propane tanks, got to do certain shit, it's going to be your ass. Now, if your woman out there, then there's a problem. I don't know what the fuck to tell you as a man. But then this is where the talking points come in, where where some dudes they're fine with their woman doing that shit or being in that lane, and they don't have a problem checking their woman. Say, what the fuck you doing? Get inside. Well, get inside. That's my fucking job. Now, if she's fighting
Mm-hmm.
you for your position, you got a whole higher frequency of a goddamn problem. Y'all need to sit down at that couch and talk about. But the problem is, key word, did y'all talk about y'all positions? If you didn't talk about it, this is like when people apply for a job, all 6 of us. God forbid any of y'all accepted a job, but you didn't read out what are your positions. And if you don't know your position to your job, you're
Well,
fucked
but
already.
that's kind of the problem right there. Men know their position. Men's job
I don't
has
know
not
about that
changed
word.
over the last 1,000 years. It's women who are struggling against the position.
But Dave, how can you
The
say
role
that?
of the man has not been redefined. It's the role of the
Shit,
woman that's
David, stop,
constantly being redefined.
stop, David,
Hey,
stop.
Well,
hey, BMT,
let me.
that is, hold on real quick. BMT, that is true, but the reality is that it's kind of hard to it can be hard to see that if you don't understand that what David just said is a result of an extrapolation over a number of generations of what he just said.
And let's go back
Okay.
into what Dave just said when he said the role of man has not been defined.
It
There
is.
are attempts, and we keep going all the way back to the whole single mother thing, right? So let's just keep it 100, with the exception of my mother. But a lot of mothers kind of teach you to accept the fact that this woman may be able to make more money than you, have more of an advantage over you, or you can look at her as a person that's going to um, help, be the equal person to be the breadwinner. So I mean, they're being the boys are being groomed, but at the same time, there's some boys are having pushback on it because they already see what works because you got that's where you have world history and things of that nature where you see other cultures functioning not in the way of the whole eye to eye thing. So that's where the male role is not has not been redefined, but I think the attempt is being pushed to where they're putting all kinds of things in there to make sure this black boy that's grown up to be a man stay in his place according to society standards.
I, I
Hmm.
I I think one of the things about it, and the reason why I say masculinity is being and looking at is being redefined, and I know a lot of people say no, it's not. It has been. I listened to it. Well, you ain't a man if your bitch ain't doing this and this for you. I mean, wait a second. What? Wait, no, that's not what we do. Well, she got to do this. I'm like, no, no, brother. That then how can you say that you're in power if she's doing that? Well, she take care of this and I take like no, like, and when I hear
You
that,
got to be specific when you make that
I
kind of
will.
accusation, because women do have
I
jobs.
got you. I got you. I've done Rumble. I've done plenty of Rumble. So when a man's telling me that he probably wants to do 50-50, so I said, do you want a roommate or do you want to be in the seat on the throne? Well, I'm going only 50-50. She pay for her half and I pay for her. Then nigga, then why are you talking about you the man? You're not the man then. You're just a partner. You just the
Wait,
roommate.
wait.
No. Okay, here we
Wait.
go.
BMT.
What?
So what you're saying that a man is not a man if the woman is the breadwinner?
I didn't say anything about breadwinner. See, see, you're missing what I'm saying.
Or even if
You
she
know,
paying half of the bill, that means he's not a man, because a man who's allowing his woman to pay half of the bills, she still know how to be a woman at the end of
you,
the day,
you know, it's so
regardless of
Okay,
money.
no
you
one
know,
ever
you
sees
know what's so crazy
anything
about
for
that? You
that.
know, it's so crazy. So let me finish that, but it was direct to me. It's crazy because I'm hearing a lot of men brag, brag off how they got a bad bitch, a boss bitch, and how that, you know what, my women doing X, Y, and Z. So I said, so what do you do? Well, shit, man, I ain't gotta do nothing. I just sit back and I'm like, okay, so nigga, there's enough for me you to talk about because I need to go talk to your woman about making the decisions than you. Because if she's the true key holder, which is this is why the government already don't talk to the men, they rather talk to the fucking women because they're like, well, shit, y'all ain't the key holders, the fucking women are. I need to go talk to the
Okay.
breadwinners in the goddamn community.
I,
This is
I
So
how
I
this
don't
men
know that men are
sounds
arguing for that to be the
it
norm.
sounds like it's
A different
personal.
perspective, real quick. Here,
It
let me
sounds
give it to y'all from a different perspective, real
it's
quick.
personal with you, BMT, and the people that you know, because I know women who can do 50-50 with their man and still know how to be a woman. And even if she pays bills per se, she still don't make decisions on her own. She still consult with her husband before
But
she make any
he never
kind of
said anything about the
decision,
woman. He was
because
talking about the man. He
she
never said anything about
understands,
the woman.
because she understands that he is the man, and the decision whether she pays for that decision or not, she understands that it's his decision. She's still following his lead.
ain't a
Because
lot of those.
she gives the power to the man, and there's a lot of women that are like that. But here, let me go ahead and put it in a way that might be a little bit easier to understand. At the end of the day, or here, let me not say at the end of the day. Back in the 40s and 50s, there were many men, especially in the black household. We had men, we had fathers, we had brothers that
we
were sitting
can't we can't do that, because we know nowadays the way society is, we need two incomes in a
I'm,
household.
I'm gonna get to nowadays. Give me a moment, please. Back in the 40s and back in the 30s, they had a different family dynamic. What was the main thing that started happening? Now, this is before the 60s and the Welfare Act, okay? What was happening back then? We had a lot of the men that were getting lynched, that were getting killed, that were getting murdered, and literally the women were left to sit there and try to pick up the slack. They could cry about it, but literally they were told from their elders, don't sit there and cry too long because this stuff still needs to run. We still have to sit there and make sure that these bills are taken care of. We still have to make sure that this money is coming in to sit there and take care of XYZ. Okay. So that's when women started then having to pick up the slack because our men were being killed, our men were being lynched. So we can't sit there and ask a ghost to come back and still sit there and do manly duties and things of this nature. Now, that made it more susceptible to when the 60s came. Now they're sitting there talking about, okay, so now we're sitting here and pushing this drug epidemic or pushing the drugs and stuff like this. And so now these men have the option to either sit there and sell drugs or to, in some cases use them and things like this. And, literally with this, if they sell drugs, then they can go ahead and go to prison. And then if they sit there and use drugs because they're so stressed out because of everything that's going on. And at this time, I believe it was the war and everything else that was going on, then you know what? Then there's still going to be no good to the family. Once again, women, we still had to sit there and be the backbone. Now, it turned from that to, I would say the hierarchy sat there and used that as an opportunity to say, okay, well, you know what? This is what's going on now. Let's go ahead and do something to go ahead and keep this into effect. Okay. So then,
Go, y'all. I have a
huh?
movie. I say I'm about to leave. I have a movie that we have to go and watch.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, Ganini.
Bye. I'll talk to y'all
Bye.
later. It was fun. But
Have a good one. Salute.
Nice to speak to
yes,
you.
my
Yeah,
husband and
tell the
I
hubby I said what's up, Anini.
had a
Tell him
date.
long time no here.
Oh, Warren, he's right here behind me. That's why I said Warren and I have a date.
I think we're on Obsidian's channel together. I think that's what it was.
Dates
Yeah.
are very
But yeah,
important, so
it's
please
been a
enjoy
minute.
yourself. Have a wonderful time, both of you.
Okay,
Okay.
bye.
Let me read. Let
Bye.
me read.
All
Let me
right,
read
take
this
care.
super chat. It says, I agree. Shout out to Ji, my good homie, my young bro. Definitely shout out to his. He has a good petition going on out there about financial abortion. That is his petition that he wants to put out there. Jay, I wish you all the blessings of luck. He said, I agree with BMT on that. Men should not split the bills. It weakens him like welfare did to our community. But every man
Mm-hmm.
gotta move how he see fit. And listen, I got no smoke. And listen, some people have to get food stamps. Some people have to use the system until they can start picking up speed. Okay. Maybe I'm tapped into reality too much where I know some guys that you could have got a better pay raise, but you knew the minute you got the pay raise, you have to get off of the system. I know a lot of people that are complacent. One thing about a man, you cannot afford to be complacent. You
Mm-hmm.
can't. Because time and things are
Well,
always
let's
changing.
go
You have
into
to
that, BMT.
yeah, I got you. I got you, Art.
Um,
That's all I'm saying. Like, that's what I don't do 50-50. It's a dangerous game because at me as a man, when shit goes to the shitter, y'all gonna be looking at me. So ain't no need for me to do 50-50. I might as well start assuming my reality. Go ahead, brother Art.
And this just gonna
okay.
this could just gonna get the whole panel involved here. Now, just be honest and really think about this. And based on what the sister just said when she gave us a chronology of the family, would you agree or disagree that a man's masculinity is tied to his finances?
Yes, yes, yes. It's something about that. It's something about that.
Yeah.
It's something about that of knowing that I am taking care of business. That the shoes, the food, the stuff of how y'all are flourishing is because of me and what I have done and built upon this rock. There is no better pride I feel as a man than knowing that what they do their successes is because of me and what I have paid for them. I will die happy like that. That's just me speaking for me. I don't want nobody saying that BMT pulling no
Oh,
words in
that's
them.
my husband too.
But
That's my
but
husband
I
too.
feel a sense of pride, Art, knowing that when I do these things, my kids say these lights are on because of daddy. That damn right, baby. Damn right. So turn off them damn lights. Don't leave no water running. Y'all know how
Yes.
y'all heard them saying when
That's
parents
facts,
say,
though.
turn off them lights, don't leave that water running. Like, yo, you, you hey, how long you had that microwave? Hey, unplug the microwave when we go to bed. Listen, I'm one
Mm-hmm.
of them kind of parents. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But that's me. Go
So
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
so that's so you would say, and I think people on the panel would say also that okay, we got this 50-50 thing going on, or maybe the woman is taking care of the bills mostly. So would you say eventually that's going to have something to do with a male psyche when it comes to being the man of the house?
Yes,
Because
it will.
a lot of women disagree with that.
It will, because now you have it where men are not trying anymore. They're looking for the chick with the package. They're looking for the chick rather than looking for a mate that is willing to work with him and be his helpmate. They're looking for the goddamn queen of the Taj Mahal or some shit. And I'm like, dude, like she's never going to literally see you as that guy if she has to be the one to take care of X, Y, and Z. And see, they want that goddamn, they want to be a pimp rather than be a man. See, I watch. And when you want to live that pimp mythology of the bitch giving you money, excuse me, as the women giving you money, I'm telling y'all going to catch that work. Because I promise you, women have this thing when they start doing things, oh, they put it in the book. They put it in the female mental book. These are
Hmm.
my house, my car, my this, My that they will bring that shit up and it stings and it hurts when they can say, get the hell out of my house. Oh, wait, nigga, you agreed to that contract. You agreed to that power deal. So now eat it. And I don't feel bad when y'all Negroes, when y'all, I've been there. I've been on that mattress on the floor. I've been on that staying in that Section 8 house. So I'm speaking from experience. But never again will I ever be in that position. Everything here,
And
my kid, my kid.
that's why I call the 50-50 deal a trap for the men, because generally women want to stand their ground on the 50-50, but in reality that's the manipulative deal, because what you're trying to do is lure the man into a weakened position and call that love. And then once and then really men don't treat women that way. So like for example, you don't hear of a man making his wife sleep on the couch because they had an argument.
Well, I will
Hmm.
say this, David. And you know what? I actually kind of agree with you a little bit on certain aspects that you just said. Whenever a woman sits there and says that she wants to go 50-50, I'm gonna sit there and tell y'all, man, what's actually going on. Now, you ain't wrong. It's bait. It's bait like a motherfucker. Because at the end of the day, if you're willing to go 50-50, one, that tells you that you might not have it. But, usually she'll sit there and wait and sit there and see if, you at least have a strive to get it. But women also will sit there and do that to see what kind of man you are. What I mean by that is that if we on a 50-50 level, or if I'm sitting here and making more money than you, or if it gets to where, we started out as 50-50 and then I ended up having to take 75 and then you put in 25. Now I feel like I can walk over you.
Uh-oh.
And
Uh-oh.
and that is actually
Oh, damn, honesty.
low key. Well, no, real shit. Low key, that's kind of what it is. Like, okay, it's almost like kids. Kids, even though they know they shouldn't talk back to mom and dad, they still gonna test the waters, right? They're
Yep.
gonna sit there and try to see what they can get away with. They're gonna sit there and see how far they can sit there and try to push it. Because let's be honest, ladies, manipulation a lot of times is learned in the home with either having that one very observant parent and then having a very dominant parent, okay? Or we'll say passive parent and dominant parent. So when it comes to, especially with women, well, here, I'll say with the women that I know. I'm not gonna sit there and boil a lot of women into this. With the women that I know, they're sitting there and they're testing your grounds. And at the end of the day, if you only sitting there and providing 25 and she providing 75, and you all as a man sit there and say that your manhood or your power is connected to your finances, then guess what? You now have given her the power. She now has it. So
Uh-oh.
at the end of the day, if she has power over you, then why does she want to be there? Why does she want to continue to deal with somebody that she has power over? Does that make sense?
Yeah, we love
Hmm.
that
Like
honesty.
I was
Yeah.
trying to tell
Yeah,
y'all,
Love.
respect my misogyny.
respect it.
Well,
But see now,
hold on. I mean, like I said, I agree with some of the stuff you said, but no, because honestly, in certain angles, you're right. Like I said, I'm not a feminist, baby. I'm a realist. I'll sit there and call it how I see it. If some things are weighing in one area, cool. If some things are weighing in another area, cool. Because at the end of the day, what happens in my marriage, I'm all good. We've been here rocking 11, almost 12 years strong. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm good either way. But here's the thing. Whenever you then, let's go ahead and switch it. Whenever y'all sit there and let's say once again we're doing a hypothetical 50-50. And then it's a man that's sitting here and now even if he's making the same amount of money, but his money is going towards the mortgage, the rent, the bills, the utilities, whatever. Once again, now in that scenario, what's she gonna do? She gonna back down because at the end, let's say that hypothetically, she can sit there and tell you to get the fuck out of that house. One, it ain't her house, so she can't tell you that.
No, no,
She
no,
might
no,
feel
no.
like,
Well, now
hold on. I'm just
I'm
give me
sorry.
a
I
minute.
want to really go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. Then
Go
hold
ahead.
on to it, baby. Just give me a minute. Okay. So then let's say hypothetically you do decide to leave. Now she has to sit there and use that same amount of money, regardless of whether it's 50, 25, whatever. Now she has to sit there and say, okay, well, this is going to be less comfortable because now I have to sit there and use that money that I had for XYZ and sit there and now use it for rent, mortgage, now use it for utilities, now use it for this and that. And now that gives me less that I can be comfortable with. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
now let's go ahead and take what I consider a traditional man. One that, it's his job to sit there and take care of all of it. This is from the cost of living, this is the cost of your roof and everything under it. Whenever you have that, there is, literally you can sit there and tell a woman, okay, so if you are not bringing me my peace, why do I need you here?
Uh-oh.
Do you see what I'm saying? And so now most women, whenever you sit there and have that, and a lot of times a little bit extra, and I'm not just talking about financial, y'all, because we already know women are emotional. So she gonna need somebody to vent to, or whatever. If you are sitting here providing that, it's almost natural. I'm not gonna say it's in everybody's nature, but for a lot of traditional women, even low key or in the closet traditional women, however you want to put it is then natural for them to sit there and say, okay, now I can back off. Now I can de stress. If I can de stress, now I can sit there and provide him a place where he can de stress. Because I don't have to sit there and deal with all these concerns. I don't have to sit there and deal with all this pressure of trying to make the same amount of money or sit there and make more. I don't have to deal with all of these things that, have become a societal issue, which is one of the societal issues I'm talking about is now it is now hard for it to be a single a single income household. Now it has to be a double or a multiple stream of income type of household.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when you'll have a woman that'll sit there and say, okay, I'm more susceptible to listening to what you have to say, to literally following under your wing, to sitting there and and letting you lead. Because at the end of the day, sweetheart, I'm just gonna sit there and say for me, if we sitting here doing the same damn thing, how the hell you gonna leave me? And we doing the same damn thing.
Now, see, this is
So
why, and I know I
let
say
me deepen.
I use. Hold on, give me 1 second, because I know I use the word misogyny, and I use it, to play with your mind. But
Yes.
the reality is this, and when we start getting into the real like MGTOW philosophy and the red pill and all that stuff, you just told me without using simple English a very basic truth between men and women. She doesn't necessarily love you.
What?
That's really you have to
Well,
buy her.
Where
At
did you
almost
get that
every
from?
step of the
let
game,
me
you have to
deepen.
buy her.
Where did you
But
get that
before you
from?
go too far in the weeds, well, before you get too far in the weeds, let me deepen what the sister was talking about because I've been talking about this for a minute, but I kind of like held off because people weren't ready. But I'm glad she segued this because she's talking about how masculine energy works and how feminine energy works. And the part that, what probably, and you can correct me, sister,
I will
for the
go ahead.
most part, because I do listen to my female elders just as much as my male elders. But the whole thing is that I don't care if you're a feminine warrior, mother energy, pure feminine, every female has to go back to that pure feminine for healing purposes to discover who
Mhm.
they are, their gifts, and things like that. And then once she discovers her gifts, then everyone else around her, they get rewarded for that. And the way she's able to do that is to have her own space that the male can provide so she'd be able to heal. And then once he comes home or whatever it is, then he's part of that environment because she has less stress, right? So,
Yes.
that's the way it's supposed to work because she mentioned the word natural. That's the natural way. But the issue that we're having now is that society is pulling her away from that.
Mhm.
So that's why when you get all this anger and angst and stuff between man and woman, sometimes she's not herself because society convinced her that this is the way to go. The indicators, like you have someone like a hood servant say, no, this don't feel right. I gotta, he's trying to make sure, hey, I'm in the man position and I'm not moving, right? But you have some women say, well, I want to stand in that position. He's like, no, I'm not moving. So now it becomes much of a strong friction here. So now, when we have this conversation today, and when she mentioned natural, we have to figure out how will she be able to be in that position that man provide? Remember, time and space.
Right.
Men provide space. Women give men time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Exactly.
So we got to figure out how can we do that in a society like this, where their best interest is to make money off of our dysfunctions. We
I
have
think
to come up with ideas. Everybody has different ways, but there's not one way. But everybody has something to add to the table so we can put the puzzles together to make them all fit.
I think the solution is not complicated. It's not something we have to go on a mythical quest to find. I've said this a million times. When I tell you the solution, you'll understand. Women will fight you tooth and nail for this. You have to remove her incentives to destroy the family unit. That's the
Is it
only way to
hers
really
or
solve
what she's
this.
been fed? Is it hers or what
Either
she's been fed?
way, because look, incentives beat
Mhm.
propaganda in a real world contest. All right.
David, I have a question for you. What are my incentives to destroy my family?
and then after that I gotta get it to the general. After when you
Okay.
answer.
Okay. One, the whole welfare system is an
I'm not on
incentive.
welfare.
It's
Why are
not
you making it
hers.
about you? I thought you were married,
No,
lady.
no, no.
Stop
It's
that.
not.
No,
Come on.
because
That is dishonest debate tactics.
no, it's not. I just asked you, since I'm a woman, what is mine? I literally just said
Married
this.
women don't get welfare. What do you come on? Let me make the answer. Can
Shit.
I just
Oh,
answer the
well, no, no,
question?
sir. Some married women do. I do not.
They do? Okay, fair
Jewish
enough.
women.
Fair
Some
enough.
Jewish
do.
Well,
women. Go ahead.
They
I will
do.
still continue my answer though, because the welfare support system doesn't create a situation where men can live apart from women with their children. It creates a situation where women can live apart with their children from men. That is the simple reality
Right.
of it. A lot of these
That's true.
programs are done with almost the express intent of having women giving women the ability to live apart from their men with the children.
Now,
If you could remove those type of perverse incentives, a lot of other things would work itself out.
now,
So if you
Well,
feel that
feminine.
strongly about that, then why don't you just sit there and say remove the system versus removing women?
who's been
Did I
saying that
say
this whole
women?
time? I've been literally been saying this the whole time from the beginning of the damn show that men
Yes,
make
but
those
they
systems.
just don't hear
I
it. Yeah, I got
No,
you.
no. What? This is why I mentioned women, and I didn't say remove women. I said women will fight you because women don't want men to vote against and remove their benefits that they get for free from the government. People
okay.
fight for money.
So let me get it over to another. It looks like we've been having a lot of honorable guests come through. Shout out to all of y'all. You know, much love to all of y'all. Art is Art's been killing it. Free Zone has been definitely been making me stand on my toes. Shout out to Danini and Warren and shout out to Miss and Mr. and Miss Exile. Please come through.
Yeah.
You definitely, I got to link you up with Art and the style. I'm sure you'll
Oh
definitely
yes, I
see
definitely
him.
enjoy. I enjoy our conversation. Yes.
Like I said, and also shout out to the general. Always good to see you. All the YouTubers who have been coming through. Much love to all of y'all. What's going on, Trey and BD? What's going on, all of y'all that's out there? I just want to give y'all roses. Why I see y'all. Y'all know I don't really always go and do these panels, but definitely I wanted to do this one again. The topic starting it off for the general, so that way you can keep up to speed. Because Art definitely putting it into a different gear. Is did feminism really stop you from being a man, or you needed an excuse? And now we're in the portion of okay, the 50-50 in feminism. We're looking at a dangerous game. Those sisters said, hey, when y'all men do that 50-50 game, you're
That's
relinquishing
right.
you're relinquishing your power. I
Mm-hmm.
This is why I told you I admit it, when I was a youngin, me and a lot of young brothers, we used to run after them gals with the welfare system because they had the package deal. We didn't have to do anything but just get in the house. But guess what? We gave up power. It wasn't cool.
Mm-hmm.
So we got in trouble. I got tired of it. Some of them stayed in it. Now, General, we know you live an honorable life. We know how you're on the clock. Go ahead, brother.
Hey,
My
shout
fellow
out
Gen
to having.
Xer.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, my brother? What's going on, man? I'm gonna have to catch up with you too, Art, man. I'm sorry about missing out, but I had a lot of stuff going on. Hey, shout out to you,
I
brother
understand.
BMT, for having, man. I appreciate it. And to the panel, man, you guys are doing an excellent job this morning. Which is one of the reasons why, well, this afternoon, which is one of the reasons why I decided to join this panel. As far as feminism stopping any man from being, in a position that a man should truly be in, I would say that it has presented some major problems, but it didn't stop per se and from generally being a man. And I'm not here to pick on the sister, but I heard her say something which I totally must respond to. She said, "When I let a man lead. A woman does not let a man do anything. Men simply do what men do, right? If you're worth your salt, a woman does not allow you let or allow or make it so you can lead anything. You have
I
to, as GMT said, I'm sorry.
I said I agree with you 100%.
Okay, so you have to. Thank you, sister. So you have to put yourself in the position that a man should be in, which means that you do not. This is my personal opinion, my humble personal opinion, holistic personal opinion. You do not, as a man, put yourself in a position to go 50-50 with any woman. That is definitely a setup. That is a setup for failure because what happens is we know, in the general sense of the term, especially in the modern era, since 1900 since basically we're talking about black people have been let off the plantation and given some simple civil rights in this country to have a separate but equal life, supposedly, we know that that scenario does not play out very well when you go into a scenario where it's 50-50. Why? Because there is a thing that is called the male female strength dynamic. And especially when you're dealing with the modern day woman, what you have is the modern day woman, and I'm not here to pick on the sisters, I'm just here to share the truth. If you start out 50-50, whether you're doing 70-30, whether you are providing as the man, the bulk of the financial responsibility, if you calling it 50-50, what happens is that power dynamic comes into play. And this is when you get situations and scenarios where the woman will feel emboldened and empowered to tell you if should the relationship start going downhill to get out of my house. Here's why I say that. Even in relationships where women are married to men and they've been married for quite some time, where the relationship starts to disintegrate and she may not have provided any source of income towards the home that they're living in, she will still feel emboldened to tell the man to get out of my house, whether she bought it, whether she paid any mortgage on
Yep.
it or not. That's generally what happens, and the
The
reason for
law
that
gave her
being
that power.
and the reason for that
Hmm.
being exactly, and that's the reason for that being, Hood Servative, you are exactly right. I don't want to hog the panel. I just wanted to take my time to be as proficient as I could in breaking down what I'm hearing on this panel. We have got to get out of this adult high school dating scenario that we have been in for the last 60 years. Black people date like they're in high school for the most part. That's how it happens. We don't really sit down at the table. We don't really sit down at the table. We don't really go over any of the business parts of the relationship. What happens is, ooh, I like him, girl. He's tall and he's dark and he's handsome and he's sexy. And oh man, shit, she got a little waist and a big butt and a cute face. And the two of you hook up and get together. Next thing you know, you're off to the races. After that, maybe a child is born. Maybe you try to do the right thing. You get married before you carry, what have you, so forth and so on. But you just kind of end up existing in a relationship. This is where black people have been for the past 60 years. We
Hmm.
go off of impulse. Oh, I like her, man. She's sexy. She got a big butt, some nice thighs, and some tatas. And girl, he got a big car, and girl, he got a lot of money and jewelry and this, that, and so forth and so on. And we don't think about every baseline of what a relationship is. And
Yeah.
I'll pass it with that if anyone wants to respond to anything that I've
Um.
said or if you want to comment.
General, I gotta tell you, you kind of mentioned something that's like near and dear to my heart. It's just something I can't really escape as I live life because like I got kids and I don't want to have more kids, and it's just become like a situation where you almost feel like if we're not raising kids together, there's nothing that's truly bonding us together anymore. And so we're just fucking, and so we don't want to fuck no more.
Well,
Yeah.
that's where I mean that's where we have to keep. I mentioned that in the chat. We're usually keep getting the puppet master off the hook. I mean, long as you don't see the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, You're gonna still have chaotic stuff with the Wicked Witch, with Dorothy and Toad. You're gonna see all this madness, but when you start seeing, that's why there's a term they say follow the money, all that kind of stuff. I think that's one hint. So the fact that we're dysfunctional in all facets of our relationships, we're the least of the people that get paid from it. Stuff that we go through is entertaining. It gets people incarcerated. You have plenty of court dates. You have bad health, medical issues, bad eating habits. It's a whole bunch of hell. You got a reality television. All these things that we doing as a dysfunction is feeding everybody but us.
Exactly.
And the sad part is people are like fighting to stay in it. Like, oh, I mean, you hating on somebody making money, or hating on somebody's hustle, or sometimes that's why you have the I guess black male groups now responding to this stuff because hell, Color Purple, that wasn't made based on some kind of, well, let me just make a nice movie. It was for a narrative. I mean, shout out. I
Exactly.
mean, my heart goes out to Alice Walker,
Well,
but it
well, well,
wasn't
hold
made
on.
for a
No, no,
narrative against
no.
black men.
The movie is not the book. She wrote that book, bro. The white man did
Right,
not
but
make her
but
write that book.
but hold on for a second though. Who was head of that, fam? Steven Spielberg, wasn't he?
He said the movie.
Again, the book. Alice Walker wrote
No,
books
we're talking about the
hating
movie.
black men. No, no, let's talk about the book because it started from the book, bro.
I mean, we,
It's
we
like
got you on that, but
All
it
of her
doesn't take away
movies,
the fact.
Beloved,
Well, hold
all
on,
of that,
fam.
they started. This is the mind of the black woman. We
What I'm
can't
trying to
escape
tell
that.
you.
They think about
Okay,
taking
that's
us out.
fine. That's
They
we got you.
fantasize about taking us
We
out.
got you. We got you. But what I'm trying to say is that it
sounds like a
doesn't
book.
take away from the fact that it did exist.
And
Okay,
these are
it did happen.
and those are facts. I mean, things like that did happen, especially in the 20s, 30s, and 40s in the South, not necessarily the deep South, and most sometimes even in the northern states or western states, it happened. So that's something that we have to actually, you know, deal with. The point of the matter is, what we've gotten away from is the very sense of togetherness as black men and black women. That's what we've gotten away from. Right now, everyone in the modern day era, in particularly in 2022, and for the past 40 to 50 years, black men and black women have been operating as independent entities. That's why we are at the problem where we are now, and the problem is coming to a head and it's cresting because now you got black men that are saying, "Oh, pump and dump, the hell with these 304s, blah blah blah, this stuff and so forth. They ain't no good for nothing to nobody. Don't nobody want them. We don't want them. We're going over here. SYSBM, passport bros, do your own thing, save yourself, black men, so forth and so on." And then you got sisters that are saying, "Well, I'm on a divestment train, and black men ain't good for no woman, not just the black woman, but for any woman at all. We got to kill black babies and so forth, and black male children and so forth and so on."
Mhm.
So the independent side of where we were is now at a head because it's in your face. It's digitally. It's no longer in the barbershops and in the beauty shops. It is directly in your face. It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. It's on all of these other social media platforms. And now it's mainstream, right? So what we have to get back to is men having basic principles, right? And going away from the pump and dump and the save yourself situations. Basic principles, in my opinion, and there are nuances to this. Real quick, I will share something with you. Men, basic men, should come. I was instructed with these basic principles because I have had a father, still have, blessed to have a father in my life. And I teach my sons this. Men come with 7 basic principles. Those 7 basic principles are provision, protection, leadership, discipline, guidance, order, and structure. Those are the 7 basic principles that a man should come with as soon as he says, "Hey, mommy, how are you?" Or, "Hey, lady, how you doing?" That's what you should see. You should start looking for those 7 basic principles, right? The problem is, in today's society, the modern black woman does not respect all 7 of the basic principles. They only want two, the first two, the main two. That's what some our sisters, I speak about black women, women in general, but black women in particular, they only want two of the 7 basic principles. And anybody on this panel should know what they are. They only want you to give them the provisions so that they can have a nice, soft life. And they only want you to be crash dummies. Protect them no matter what they do, no matter what they say, no matter what their actions are. As a black woman, they feel that they are entitled to you to jump out and be a crash dummy when they get out of line or out of character, and particularly with a man, right? Anytime you go to a black woman in the modern era and you start mentioning words like lead or leadership, discipline, you better not say discipline, guidance, order, structure, and God forbid you use this simple word right here, submission. They will
Hmm.
lose their mind. They will
He's
lose their
not
mind.
wrong. He's not
They will
wrong.
lose their mind. So you mean to tell me, and this is why I say that, and I can give you the flip side for the woman for each of the 7 principles. And I'll do that right now, real quick, if you guys don't mind. Provision. A woman's sole purpose in life, when you start looking at the 7 basic principles, here's how she's in here's how she's in union with that.
Okay.
Provision. When a man's providing, her job or her duties are simply take care of the things that he provide, i.e., if he's made it possible for you to live in a nice home, clean the house. I know a lot of sisters in today's modern time, they don't want to hear it. If I got the big 80, you want this 80-inch digital Wi-Fi TV and all this shit, and I get it for you, dust the motherfucker off. You want these goddamn freaking ceramic tile floors? Get a mop. Sweep and mop them. Get a vacuum. You want all these carpets and all this shit? No, that ain't what they want to do in the modern time. They want a life of luxury, but they don't want to support it. Protection. If I tell you, hey, sweetie, I know when you get off work or when you hang out with your girlfriends, y'all like to do happy hours at this bar. Sweetie, don't go to that bar simply
Mm-hmm.
because that bar is a place where some unreputable people hang out at. There's a lot of dope smoking. There's a lot of disrespectful men there. One of them may slap you on the ass. One of them may grab you, yoke you. One of them may call you a name that you might not necessarily fit. And there I go as have to go and give you my protection because I can't allow someone to disrespect my woman. So your job is simply to accept the protection and follow it.
Well,
His
General, I think I
leadership.
want to add something else to the
Let him
equation
finish.
here.
Let him finish. Give him a moment. Let him finish. Because so far, what I'm hearing, he's not wrong. I'm waiting for a specific one that I know a lot of these young ladies are having a major issue with, though. And if he don't
So
say it, I
when
definitely will.
So well, these are just 7 basics. So there are nuances to all of them. So his leadership, right? A man should be able to have some sort of leadership skills or ability. That means that he must be the one that sets the tone as to how the household is ran, right? Paying bills, making sure that the house is a safe environment. Your job is simply to follow his leadership. Discipline. Understand the word discipline. Sisters, for the love of me, sisters do not understand discipline. They think that discipline is where a man says, you can't go over here. You bet not. Shut the fuck up, sit down, and be over there. That's not discipline, ladies. That's not what discipline is. Discipline is the ability for you to understand why certain things are done in the manner in which they're done. All you have to do is understand why he's telling you no, or why he says yes sometimes, and why he says maybe. All you have to do is understand that. There's nuances because, yeah, as your husband and wife, or you're living together and you're in a substantial relationship, you're going to talk about things. So there are nuances there. But a lot of sisters don't understand what discipline is. They just think, as the man saying, oh, I'll beat your ass if you don't sit down and shut the fuck up. No, that's not discipline. God, guidance. Guidance. I'm giving you guidance as to how I want things to be ran to the benefit both of us. Notice how I put that. I'm giving you guidance as to how I see things, how things should go, so that it will benefit all that's involved, including the children. If I can't give you guidance, you can't give the children guidance. And you wonder why your kids are out of control. You wonder why your house is out of control. Order. If I ain't got no order, if the yard is fucked up, the cars are dirty, the light fixtures are falling down, I don't have any order. I can't expect for you to clean it. I can't expect for you to have any order. When I open your side of the closet, you can't even find a good solid set of shoes if we're going a good solid set of heels if we're going out to eat anywhere. You got 10, 12 outfits in the bottom of the closet. That's not order. Structure. Structure is the thing that encompasses all of it. You must have structure and the way things are set up and the way things are supposed to be ran. God, for those of us who believe in the higher power or your higher power, God, then the man, then the woman, then the children. It's structure to the thing. Children don't out say. A lot of women listen to the kids over their husband. The kids say, "I want to go outside. I want to go out, mommy. I want to go to the club." And the dad will say, "No, it's not safe for you. A 16-year-old girl. You don't need to be in that club." She go right
Mhm.
to mama. Why come she can't go? Yeah, I went. That's where you met me. Well, this is a different time that we live in. So we
Mhm.
must understand how structure goes, right? Those
Well,
are the seven basic. Those are the
Why can't
seven
I can't
basic
go?
principles.
the point
Those are the
is,
seven.
That's a
everything
fact.
you're
I'm
saying,
sorry.
Those are the seven.
okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Those are
General.
the
You got it.
those are the seven basic principles on the man side and the seven co-basic principles on the woman side. Today's woman want black women in particularly, women in general, but black women in particular, they too busy at wanting to be a boss bitch. Well, if you want to be a boss bitch, I have no need for you in my life. If you want to be a boss bitch, that means that you want 100% control, 100%. What's the word I'm looking for? Is art. What's the word I'm looking for? 100%. Damn, I can't think of the word. But if you want 100% control, 100% anonymity,
Authority, autonomy.
authority,
Yeah, yeah.
autonomy. If you want 100% of yourself, then what do you need a man for? Because that's what boss bitches are. Boss bitches have 100% control. Boss bitches are 100% responsible for how they pay their rent, their light, their gas, their cell phone, their car notes, their insurance, the way they dress. Boss bitches have 100% control over that. So they don't need a man
Can I
because,
rebuttal that last statement you made, sweetheart?
yes, ma'am.
Please. Okay, so as far as the other things I was listening to, like I said, I agree with you. Uh, and honestly, this world is amongst a lot of chaos. A lot of them are exactly the things you said. But here's where I disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, so the ideology of, wanting a boss bitch and she has 100% control over everything. Yes, but I do want to sit there and express this here. Even though women take on the mantle of doing it all themselves, no woman, I don't care where you find them, what geographical dynamic, or what race, what size, shape, that no woman wants to deal with it all by herself on a consistent basis. Okay, please take all my words into consideration instead of picking and choosing. I will say it again. No woman wants to carry all that weight by herself consistently. Okay. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and express some things real quick. Yes, you have boss bitches out there. Well, I mean, that's what they want to call themselves by all means. But at the end of the day, they are coming from a viewpoint of I don't have anybody here to do it for me or to give it to me or anything like this, so I'm going to get it. Now, understand, it is natural for a woman to become submissive. We don't like the word. The main reason why we don't like the word is because when it's used, it's actually not used in its proper content. It is literally disguised as a form of control. It's not actually submission. Every woman, it is
It
natural
is
for,
control.
yes,
Literally it is. We want to be able to have some control over you. What's wrong with that?
let me finish.
Hood, you got God mode echo on your mic.
Right.
I was like,
Let
I
oh,
thought
there
it
what's
was
up
be
with you,
Teapot,
man?
light.
bro. I was like, brother X, where these old mamas? I was waiting for it, bro. That was crazy.
Well, let
And
me finish.
God said, let there be light.
So here's the thing. When it comes to that, and like the other gentleman that was sitting there and talking about energies, I believe it was the gentleman that's in the middle, that's to the on the lower end in the middle, the one that was just speaking. Here's the thing. When you provide certain things, a woman will submit naturally. It does not matter the caliber of woman. It does not matter where you found her. When you provide certain things, and the things that I'm talking about are security, and yes, I do mean beyond financial. I mean beyond financial. Okay, I'm gonna say that one more time. I mean beyond financial. Okay, this means, emotional and mental,
Can
just
I
like
interject for just one moment? Can I
uh,
interject for just one moment? Just one
go
moment.
ahead,
I'm gonna give it right back to you.
go
See,
ahead.
so what you're talking about is conditional submission. Men don't do conditional submission.
Yeah.
Not
You submit to your job. When you go to work and it's 4:30, you get off at 5 o'clock, and that boss comes in there and drops a stack of paper as tall as your knee on your desk and say, "Hey, I need you to have this completed tonight. Doesn't matter how long you stay there. I need this to be done." Guess what you do? These are the boss bitches that we're talking about. They submit and they get it done. But when you go home and your husband say, "Hey, the house is a little in shambles. I need you to, kind of straighten up around here. I work too, and this, that, and the third." See, so what you're talking about is conditional. See, if you give
okay.
me this, then I'll do that. If you provide this for me, then I will provide this for you. You
Yeah.
and then when men start doing it that same way, it's now a problem. I'm gonna give it right back to you real quick. It becomes a problem. This is why we are where we are now. Well, if you cook and clean for me, I'll buy you that bag. I'll get you that Benz. I'll take you on that trip. If you make sure that the house is this, that, and the third, so forth and so on, you act this way. See, it's like children. Why do we as men have to deal with black women who are supposedly grown women, have to deal with them like they're children? We're always bargaining our masculinity for something that should come natural. But you got it. Go ahead.
Okay, one, I can't speak on a boss bitch for real, because I'm a traditional woman. I am a happy wife that, yes, I have my own businesses, but I literally, if I had to choose my businesses over my husband, he wins hands down. It's not even a thought of a competition there. So, as far as a boss bitch mentality, I really cannot speak too terribly on. Give me a moment, baby. But what I can speak on is from a women's standpoint in general. You said it's conditional. Well, if we're going to
Hmm.
sit there and say that, it's also conditional for the men. I'll go ahead
It's
and do
never
the. Wait,
it's
hold
never
on.
conditional. It's never conditional for men. Men have to do what men must do. We have to pay the light bill. We have to pay the car.
Hold on. No disrespect to you, but
No
whenever a
disrespect,
man is
sister. I'm sorry.
whenever a
Go ahead.
man is sitting here and saying that I'll sit there and I'll do this and I'll do this, initially, a lot of these men that are trying to get these women, that are trying to buy things to impress these women, that are trying to sit there and have fancy cars, nice clothes, sit there and talk, walk certain way, and all this other stuff, is literally so they can go ahead and obtain pussy at the end of the day. So
But
literally,
who puts
they
that
are
out there
driving.
for who
I mean,
puts that out there as a requirement that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, thank you, Art. That's a good question. Who
okay.
puts
Well,
that out
Yeah, who
there
puts
as the
that out there as
requirement?
far as to get the girl or get the hand or whatever he wants from the woman? Who puts those prerequisites out there to get the prize?
a lot
How
of
would he
times,
know to choose those things? That's what I'm asking. How would he know?
well, in the most general sense,
Hmm.
I would sit there and say it would be women, because we are honestly conditioned to not only believe that these are the things that women want, but now we're also conditioned for the young ladies that are also being conditioned. They're being conditioned to sit there and believe that, okay, if you get these things, you know, either this is required of you, or this is, what you have to give in order to sit there and get love, or to get these other things, regardless of whether it's visits, trips, cars, clothes, anything like that. Literally, it's conditionment. And
Would you
well,
think that's
condition.
a form of control?
Yes, but I also
Mm.
understand that whenever it
Hmm.
comes to conditioning and control, the basis of that control is not coming from the black community at all. It is literally being utilized. Does that make sense?
It doesn't matter where it comes from. The
Yeah, you're
fact of the
saying
matter is,
some of it.
Well,
it
Yeah,
doesn't matter
this is
what.
where, like,
it
Art, when you
goes
bring up white
it goes-
supremacy, I have such an issue with the usage of it in this context, because when you got to fight your woman for the control of your children, it doesn't matter what the white man is set up.
what I'm
She is
saying.
choosing to go to war with you.
See,
Yeah,
and that's
but at the same time, she was taught
what
that by the
I'm saying.
plantation.
No, she
But go
was
ahead,
taught
fam.
that by her mama.
What her mama was taught at the plantation, grandma, great grandma. It was
Great
I
taught
am
in
No,
not
because
grandmama
if you
and
go
you
no,
can't
if
you
you
can't you
go
can't take
far
that
back
off.
enough, they weren't like this. If you go far back
right,
enough, we had
right.
families, we had men, and
I
where
heard it was
women
worse.
respected the role. No, we got lied to. We believed that color purple bullshit because Alice Walker wrote a
No,
book.
no, we're
Right,
talking
because
about
things
they were able
always
to.
happen.
Hold on, sister.
Okay,
Let me address my brotherhood servant for a second.
okay.
We still had dysfunctional conditions, but the thing was we had to keep it within in house. So we had no choice but to work it out. So you did have people doing all kinds of crazy stuff as far as family cheating and all that, but you didn't
incest and
have much
everything
of
else.
yeah, incest, yes. But you didn't have Zaddy to come in and be the savior at that time. We had to figure out what to do because we had nowhere else to turn to. That's why when the sister was saying earlier that that was frowned upon if you were messing around and all and having babies out of wedlock, that was still frowned upon, but they were still doing it. You just didn't have, like you said, Hood Service, you didn't
Again,
have the government.
Art, we are buying into the propagandized view of how black men ran the community. But the fact is, we probably have way more incest right now under the woman's leadership than we do back then under the color purple
Okay.
era.
Okay, well,
Because look,
I'm
nobody
not
even
really
know
giving
who their
any
daddy
credit
is. So of
on
course
color
we
purple
got
stuff.
way more incest.
I'm not
That guy with
I'm not
27 kids, they don't know if they boning their brother or sister.
okay. I got you, man, but I'm not really going into the whole color purple thing as far as the whole conversation. I'm just saying that's what
No,
some of
it's
those
an era,
narratives.
Art. It's an era.
Okay,
We've
let
been
me
lied
Right.
finish,
to about our great grandfathers
brother,
being pieces of shit.
brother,
I don't buy that.
brother. I
My
got
great
you. I
grandfather
got you.
was a
Okay,
good
fine.
black man, and I'm
I
tired of you
got
bitches
you,
lying on
fam.
his name.
Okay, bless you, bless you,
That's
fam.
something
Go.
that
Mashed potatoes. All
Let
right.
let the
So
sister.
what I'm saying is this,
you take your emotions
because I'm
out of
trying
this
to get my
because
word out here.
I
I'm trying to get a
statement
word
for
in.
if you guys want to
Okay.
be able to have women honestly, if you guys see feminism as an issue and I'm sitting here and trying to tell you how to generally solve the issue and all you want to do is sit there and tell me your viewpoint on the problem, then how are we going to get anywhere? Please explain that to me.
Okay. So what I was saying earlier, I think I lost my point because all the interruptions. Sorry about that. But y'all go ahead.
No,
Go
Art,
ahead,
you were
sister.
trying to tell me that it was at the time and that there was essentially like white supremacy, but I'm like, no, these women were making decisions and they were lying
Oh
about
yeah,
who we
yeah,
were
yeah.
back
Okay,
then.
that's when you were
Okay.
caping for white supremacy. Okay, well, what I was trying to address was that that element was there that you're denying, but I'm not saying that it was making the color purple story true. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that a lot of that stuff that you're talking about was taught by the slave master and the plantation. It wasn't where the woman just made this up and all of a sudden she's just gonna F up the family. It didn't start that way. Come on, fam.
If
You
it
know,
was
that stuff is
taught by
I
the
handed.
wasn't
slave
even talking
master,
about the
how did we have
plantation.
families after the Civil War? Coming out of slavery, we put families together easily. So the idea that the slave master taught us to not be families is bullshit when we had a higher
No,
marital
no.
rate going into the 60s and the 50s, rather.
Now
Hey,
you said
you
taught
in a
Okay,
us.
you in
I
a
didn't say
you
that,
in
okay,
a
fam.
sir.
different conversation. You in a
Hold
different
on, hold on.
conversation right now.
Because you
Yeah,
all have
he's
such
changing it up.
gone so far left from what I was saying. I never
Well,
said
go ahead.
anything about the color purple era. I never said anything about slavery. I didn't even say anything about white supremacists. Sir, the sir below me, David, that was all you. Okay, and honestly, I was interrupted, and I was sitting there and trying to let you guys sit there and have your conversation. Initially, what I was talking about is a lot of times, a lot of that actually stemmed from the division that was brought on by the one tactic was the damn the fucking the welfare act, the welfare system act, because even in that we can all agree that literally whenever it was initially created they wanted to sit there and remove the man from the home, and there could be no benefits unless the man was removed from the home. Not only that, but they would actually have people come and check to make sure that the man was not somewhere hiding in the home. They would have workers come out there and check. So that's, initially a lot of that stemmed from that. I'm not sitting there talking about any kind of color purple. I'm not talking about white supremacy. I'm not talking about any of that. You
We
brought that
weren't
up.
referring to you. I was responding to something Art and I have been going back and forth about. It had nothing to do with you.
Well, it was
Let me.
literally the continuation of my conversation. And literally, I stopped to let other people intercede, and I was supposed to go back to my conversation.
Now let me do this. I have to do my job. Hang on real quick. First of all, um but this is really a good conversation. Um JI says that he's been shout out to JI. I agree with BMT on that. Men should not split the bill. It weakens him like welfare did our community. But every man's got to see how he does fit. Then he gives another super chat and he says this. He says, some men scared to live on what they can afford alone because they don't want the chick to leave. But I've seen chicks live in a box homeless with a man. Yes, that is true. I've seen homeless chicks live in a box with men. Another JI says this again. The woman should be quiet when men are speaking. Thank you, JI. Thank you, JI, for your comments. And again, shout out to JI, who is the founder of Financial Abortion. Thank you. Y'all can continue.
Real quickly,
Yeah,
I think
all
usually because I'm trying to avoid half the time I avoid having conversations like this because when you don't really have a lot of regard for history and how things happen, it's hard to really talk about solutions. And I'm not really putting anybody down, but when you're trying to put things together, like if you want to cure cancer, you have to be able to find out what caused it rather than just putting a band-aid on it. So that's the thing that I wanted to really put out there. And I want to add this too before I get out of here because I got a lot of stuff to do. Um, Again, somebody told me this, and maybe it will help the situation with the whole submission thing because that's what we were talking about earlier. The This lady was telling me, and she's passed away, but I think she was coming to me on some kind of churchy type side, but she was saying that by nature, man cannot submit. It's up to the woman. And the reason she said the reason why the submission is very necessary because she's tied to spirituality more than the man. The man is more physical. The man is more regarding to what's going on, what you can see, whereas the woman is more that she can feel. So therefore, the why the man is why the woman is submitting to the man is learning how to submit to God through the woman. That's what she told me, and I never forget that. She told me that in the 90s. So we lose it when we have these conversations about who does what. And like I think the sister was talking about nature, we have to really start finding out what things mean when it comes to doing things from a natural aspect rather than society norms. Because most of the time, when we're trying to fit the narrative of society norms, we get all these back and forths and these fights, and we never solve anything. And I'll leave on that. Appreciate you, BMT, the rest of the panel, my fellow Gen Xer in the
Yes, sir.
building. But hope you guys, come up with a solution or something. But I got to do some cleaning because I'm gonna make a lot of noise.
right.
All right,
Later.
y'all take care.
But
Later,
I
Art.
gotta I
Take it
gotta
easy.
respond to this because
Actually, I want to piggyback off of what he just said there.
hold on, because you stopped me from interrupting you several times, and I've been waiting to get this out.
And you
The
didn't
whole thing.
made me lose my
I
entire.
let you finish. I really fell back and let you get it off. But let me respond to this thing because he was responding to me here. The whole thing with white supremacy, and even if I could buy the facts of your argument, underneath it all, imagine I'm a man who beats on my woman, right? And I only beat on my woman because I was abused as a child, and physical violence is all I was taught. No one ever tells that woman that she has to love him through the abuse because he was abused too. And that's essentially the position you leave the men in with this white supremacy argument. Oh, well, they were only taught this by their slave masters. Again, it doesn't matter from my individual position here who taught her this. She's making the decisions. She's making calculated, in her mind, logical choices to do what she does. And you would never tell women to love men through this kind of abuse. But you tell this to the men, though. When it comes to white supremacy, black women are not expected to forgive black men because white supremacy happened.
You do realize you were the only one having a white supremacy conversation, right?
I was responding to the gentleman who left. I had to respond. If you would like to say anything, now is your time.
Oh, thank you for being so gracious. Initially, what I was going to say that was going to piggyback off of what the other gentleman said is this. At the end of the day, that goes along to what I was saying that honestly, all women are willing to submit, regardless of whether you want to call it conditional, regardless of whether you want to call it anything else. At the end of the day, whenever she knows that she can trust you, whenever she knows that she can be vulnerable with you, whenever she knows that literally you can sit there and feed the emotional side of her, it does not matter how much financially you are really making. Just like the sir that was over there in the super chat said, there's been women that'll sit there and stick with a man homeless in a box. Whenever you can sit there and feed what she needs emotionally, then literally she will submit to you. She will. Or here's an easier way I can put it, men. Okay, emotional attention to women is the equivalent to sex to men. Does that make sense? So whenever a woman is sitting here and telling you that she needs to be able to talk, some people consider it nagging, whatever you guys want to call it. Whenever there is something on her mind, if she feels that she is comfortable enough and vulnerable enough because you've given her a safe space to be able to do exactly that, you won't have to ask or demand that she submit to you. She will do it naturally. She will do it voluntarily. She will
But
do
there's
it in a way that literally it feels good to her because now she knows that you know what, it's safe to do so. The reason you have so many boss bitches and the boss bitch mentality is because everywhere they've been, regardless of whether the person's been hurt or not, because I'm not taking that away at all. But whenever literally it has been hard or it has not been safe for her to let her hair down, so to speak, she's going to keep up that guard. She's going to end up doing that. She's going to end up being dominant because I really don't believe that women can be masculine. I believe they can be very dominant, but a woman can't be masculine. That is only for a man. Now, mind you, she can sit there and be very resistant. But at the end of the day, if this is what she's feeling like it's not safe, regardless of the words that are done, regardless of whether the woo that is being done, if she doesn't feel like it's safe, she's not going to do it. Once she feels that it's safe and that she can be
okay,
vulnerable,
okay,
she will do
okay,
it.
sister. And okay, and that's coming from a woman's perspective. What men are seeing is something totally different. Men are seeing this condition. Men are seeing women that are conditionally being feminine. My femininity is conditionally based. My submission is conditionally based, and there are examples of it. I can you we okay. What's your take on Megan Good leaving or disintegrating the relationship between her and her husband, even though he filed for divorce, right? And then going with the dude that she's with now. Totally opposite end of the spectrum. And you got women out here saying, I don't blame her. Maybe he wasn't giving her what she needed. Maybe he wasn't hitting it the way he's supposed to be hitting it. Maybe he didn't this, that, and the third. Come on, man. If you can't see that, that's bullshit. What's your take on Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, for example? Let's look at them. Let's go down there and look at Anthony Anderson. Now we don't know what went on behind the closed doors. We don't know who's cheating on who, or if there is any cheating. But here's a woman that's been married to a man and been with a man for over 20 plus years. She's tried and recanted filing for a divorce several different times over the years. Right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain all of these women that are with decent, high-profile men? From what we know, we're not talking about what tabloids say, what hearsay, gossip, rumor mills. These are decent men, right? That we can see are decent men in their actions, and they've made a lot of money, they're famous, so forth and so on. But their women are leaving them and they're going and get. Let's look at Kim Kardashian. Even though she's not a black woman, I'm showing you how we can divide the color line here. Look at what she did. Kanye, yeah, he had his issues, but they were married for X amount of years. They had, and we can skip all of that. Well, see, this is what black women like to do. He knew that Kim was a hoe when he married her. That still doesn't excuse the fact that maybe he saw something in her that maybe changed his mind, which prompted him to marry her.
Okay, so which question am I supposed to be answering? Because you gave a lot of scenarios. You want my take on all those different people's relationships? Sir, I can't give you one because I don't actually know the dynamics of people's relationship. People's relationships are different. People have different needs. What one person's needs might have been might not align with mine. I'm not
Okay.
going to be able to answer. As far as uh as far as the Kim Kardashian thing, I don't know what goes on in their relationship. They have a show. I believe that both of them are actors. They put on a certain show. I don't know what goes on behind there. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's not my place to speak on that.
All right.
It's
Well,
really not.
Okay.
Eliza, can I
You
try to get you to approach it from this angle?
you
Because
guys,
one of the
we're going
things I've been wanting to,
to start wrapping it up. We've gone on for 4 hours, so
I
we're going to
got you.
start. I'm just saying we did 4 hours. That's y'all know I haven't
I
done
got
that.
you. I got you. Whenever you're ready, but let me just get this out
I'm
real
open
quick because
to it. I'm open
one of
to it.
the one of the things that men have are complaining about that hasn't been issued that mentioned yet. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned yet is the fact that there are no guarantees for men. So when you lay out like all the things that a man has to do to get a woman to submit, that's not a guarantee. She's still not going to submit just because you did all these things. And so when a general mentions like all these wealthy celebrity type guys because they check certain boxes that you were, mentioning, that's the problem. There's no real guarantees. While women get all the benefits relatively upfront and they get guarantees on the back end. But men, you're just expected to keep rolling the dice with no real guarantees of a win. And this, so like when you say all those emotional things outside of when you say like he makes her feel good and all that kind of stuff, what really is happening and what I hear and a lot of other men hear, you're giving men an impossible goal, because if you gave us a doable goal we would do it and then you would be wrong.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying. I hear you, David. It does, and then like I said, that's why I don't tell men to get married no more. I said to each is his own fight.
Can I respond to that real quick, BMT?
And then after that, I got to get it to trade, and then we wrapping it down. Go
Okay.
ahead.
As far as men getting married, I agree with BMT. At the end of the day, well, matter of fact, I don't even agree with you. And for a lot of men, don't feel like there's a benefit on the back end for them to sit there and stay married indefinitely. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. Now, as far as you saying that you have, giving women emotionally what is needed is an impossible goal. I don't think that's the case, but then again, I'm not a man. I understand that sometimes it's apple to oranges. So, what I say you might interpret differently. And I also understand that as well. For mine, and I can only speak on the relationship that I'm in and the marriage that I'm in. There is a way that I can sit there and present something to my husband. And after that, I understand that he will go ahead and take me into consideration. He might not always agree with me, and I understand that and I accept that. But I know that at least he will sit there and take what I have to say and my concerns into consideration. For me, that's something that I need because it makes me feel heard. It makes me feel validated, even if he doesn't agree with it. So that fills in that void for me. Therefore, it is easy for me to then be able to go ahead and submit and provide him the peace whenever and to do everything I'm doing with less stress. Now, mind you, I can't sit there and say that's the same way it is for every woman. But in general, if you sit there and talk to a lot of women, matter of fact, the next time you go out and you're sitting there having a conversation with one, sit there and ask her, all right, so if your emotional needs are met, as well as any other needs that might pop up, because sometimes, people are different. I don't like to sit there and boil people into a category. But sit there and make sure that you say if your emotional needs are met, could you become submissive? And yes, use that word, or if you want to sit there and be a bit more gentler, would you be more willing to be guided by your male partner or your significant other or your husband? It does not matter. You can sit there and choose. Or will you become more blah? Will you be more able or open to being guided by your male counterpart? And then sit there and take on what they say. But don't sit there and try to combat them whenever they sit there and they give you an answer. Just listen to what they have to say. Because a lot of times, and this is the reason I can't sit there and speak on whatever was going on in these other people's relationships, because if you give a woman a chance to sit there and tell you what she needs, she'll sit there and tell you. You just have to know how to listen. That's a lot of part. The problem we have is communication, and a lot of this extra shit that's going on does not help. But honestly, a lot of it is communication.
Eliza,
Yeah.
Eliza, do you
They,
think women communicate directly?
No, no, no. I got to get it
no,
to
they
other
don't.
people. Stop.
No, this is a perfect example.
Right, right. But I'm done. I'm gonna get
Yeah,
out of here. I know you want to shut it down. I'll see you later, BMT.
I know. Just let Trey. I got to get it to Trey. I got to get it to Free Zone. I got to get Trey so damn late. I hate that when he comes late. Trey, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. What's going on,
Hey,
Trey?
what's going on, y'all? Yeah, man, I just been listening, man, in the back, and I just finally had to jump up. My apologies, man, for being late. Um, it's the deal, man. And I heard the whole thing about women, emotional needs and money. Nah, heck no. For men, it's about sex. For women, it's about resources. All that emotional needs is all BS. Man, here's the deal, man. You got to keep a woman uncomfortable and off balance. She wants to be excited. She wants to be in that emotional freaking state of awe all the time in a relationship. Stay surprised. Here's the deal, man. You let her sit there and dump on you, that energy is going to come to you. Your goal, your role as the man is to guide those emotions and not let them be all over the place. It's all good, what the sister is saying, but at the end of the day, it's still a woman. And like my man J.I. said, you can't listen to them. You start listening to women, and you end up like the rest. Most of these black dudes out here, the reason that they looking the way they are is because they listen to women. They ain't had no uncle, no daddy, no granddaddy, nobody to listen to. Their family fell for that myth, all that white supremacy slavery myth, and all of a sudden became a matriarchy. Now they've been listening to women for 3 or 4 generations, and their mind is garbage. You can't listen to them, bro. So I know, young lady, I mean, you've been saying a whole lot, but it ain't nothing. Men need to listen to men.
You
Thank you,
are
Trey.
entitled to feel however you feel, darling.
Nah, it ain't feelings, homegirl. It ain't feelings. That's the way it is out here. You and your marriage, enjoy your marriage. I'm glad you got a man holding it down for you. But men need to be out here listening to men.
Like I said, and that is Trey MBD. Shout out to
Of
him. I wish he would have came earlier, but I guess Trey took his time.
Men need to be listening to
absolutely.
men, but they need to be listening to the proper men. And at the end of the day, you do need to take your woman into consideration and her emotions. Because if you want to have a woman, that's the type of fucking creature you're dealing with.
Oh, okay.
it's
All
it's
right. See
but
how that works out.
You want that.
that's
You
not what
want
he's
that
saying.
peace. You want that peace. You got to make sure she has her peace.
Wrong, bro. Your piece is paramount, man. Fuck her piece. Her piece is based on what you're doing out there as a man, what you providing out there kicking ass. That's what her piece is based upon. If she feels safe that ain't nobody gonna run up in the spot, then she'll have peace.
And
Fuck all that emotion shit.
I'm sure you've had plenty of relationships that you provided and still did not get your peace.
Okay. Like I said, Free Zone, go ahead and take it home, brother. Go ahead and take it home, Free Zone.
Um, well, God, there's
I ain't gonna lie, Free Zone. It
Trey
was a
kind
lot
of
dropped today. It was a lot dropped today, man. I shit.
yeah, and Trey kind of stole what I was just about to say because I was gonna say like it's really a matter of like in the scenario that you lay when you ask a woman that question, she's gonna answer the question based off of an emotion. And so you really can't trust that answer. Like you have to you don't listen to women, you watch them. You watch how they move. Sometimes you got to put them in scenarios where they have to make a choice and you see what you see. Um as far as like what I was going to say before was that ultimately it has to do with uh, I feel like in the spaces men and women don't understand each other. They don't understand each other's natures. They don't
Mhm.
understand the way they communicate, and that creates a lot of the dysfunction.
For
And to the degree that that happens, relationships will continue to devolve and get more uh, dysfunctional.
I can agree
Um,
with
and,
that.
and the last thing that I was going to say was one of the biggest issues that I see is that certain principles like duty and honor and respect and responsibility have taken a back seat to things like happiness and these all these emotional touchy feely words. And the fact of the matter is you're not always going to be happy. So what's guiding you through when you're not happy? There's a lot of relationships that break down because somebody's not happy. You know, if that wasn't the case, there wouldn't be the phrase unirreconcilable differences, where people are just wrecking their families because they're just not happy. It's like, no, you took a vow. There's duty. There's responsibility, and so you know what I'm saying that should take higher priority in a relationship.
I
And
agree.
that's all I was gonna say, man. I do got to drop off, man. Appreciate you having me up, BMT. Shout
Yeah.
out to y'all.
Freedom, we gotta link up, bro. We gotta link up. Shout out to him. Um, what's going on, Doug? Much love to you,
Hey,
brother
what's
Mike.
good, BMT? What's up to the panel? I know you about to wrap this thing up.
Go
I
ahead,
just want to
Freedom.
give my little 2 cents on this little feminism topic. If men want traditional roles in feminism, I say we go out and destroy a whole bunch of power plants, nuclear plants. Go back to pre-industrial revolutionary days when women
Amen.
don't have to depend on technology and had to depend on men. Problem solved.
Doug, I always tell people, and if y'all caught it from the beginning, if y'all truly want to see just how far your masculinity will take it to a second or third world country.
Yeah.
When you really come out of the first world, out of the comfort bubble, and go in those type of like Trey, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. In general too, when you really go into them goddamn godforsaken, they ain't no damn cell phone working areas. Oh yeah, go listen. I hope to God you can make a decent fire or a goddamn mud hut and shit. After that, them talking points from them party sizes, they start going out the window. Like maybe that's probably good. And that's what I'm saying, man. I know what it's like to be at the bottom and work up to the top, and so I get it, and I try to tell men like you got it pretty good. You can thrive in the system if you got the head to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying you ain't gonna get cut, or you know what I'm saying. If you ever try to doggone, you're not gonna. I'm not saying you have your problems, but in the realist aspect, it's gonna be impossible getting rid of technology. Shit, good luck doing that one. I'll probably say honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, the best chance at some of these people realizing just how hard it's gonna be is probably when the world has shut down because of COVID. Honestly, that's when a lot of these talking points started going out the fucking window, and they're like, hey, brother, you're the only one with a grill. You don't know how to do a grill, or you don't know how to light that propane tank, huh? You know what I'm saying? But you got to actually go there with the wick stick and do that stuff. There are certain things that only the brothers could go do, and so we're in the general knows what I mean. I forgot what flood happened in Texas. There was a lot of men out there getting the elderly, women, and children. And I'm not sure if some people were alive for Hurricane Hugo on the East Coast. Shit was real. When they fucked up the East Coast, I'm just saying, man, when nature has a way to reset its course when you get too far out of it. And I'm telling you right now, it's gonna take a natural course of reaction. Um, like I said, I can't tell y'all, but a lot of the younger men are seeing the course that some of these men are taking and say, I don't want to go down that path. I can't. I grew up at the edge of the crack baby era. I'm an 80s baby. So I saw what happened when you bring drugs in the home. I see what happened of a broken family. So guess what? I don't want that smoke. Doug know what I'm talking about. Exile, you know what I'm saying? His wife, General, we've had these debates and conversations. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to take for some of the women, respectfully, and this is what I think even Miss Exile was saying was like, listen, when enough of these women have seen these other women take the punishment, they're gonna be like, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not doing it. That's why some of these women now they're slowing down on making babies now. But they're like, yo, I watched 3 or 4 babies. I don't want that smoke. So guess what they don't want to do now? Have kids. But then as they start making the money,
Well,
go. I'm just saying, I'm gonna finish up, General. Now that they're
okay.
making the money, the new argument, and I didn't pull up on that talk, There's a successful woman that came up on it. She said, "I'm a multi-millionaire, yet I can't get a quality man." Keyword, not a man, a quality man. So she could get any dick. She just can't get a quality man to sit by her. Whose fault is that? Do you blame the men, or that's something internal she got to deal with? All right, go ahead, General. You go ahead and wrap it up, and let's take this home, brother.
Um, that's all fine and dandy. But if all you have to do, if you really want to know what's going on in the current market as far as dating is concerned between black men and black women, all you have to do is really watch what's going on TikTok and YouTube. I was just strolling through freaking TikTok, and there's all type of women on there talking about this is for my soulmate. If my soulmate is out there, come get me. I'm so tired of doing all of this on my own. Where have all the good men gone? And these are all older women, extremely attractive older women. So what's happening is we're seeing this thing come to a head of where men and women are just at odds and going their own way. And it's going to take exceptional people if we want to see the reinvigoration of the black family. If we want to see a more and more where man, woman, or husband and wife and children are a unit again, it's going to get a lot worse than it is going to get better. And we might as well brace for impact. I think I see a 3, 5, and 10-year plan coming, especially the way society is going now, with the loss of jobs, with this new internet hustle that's coming about. There's only so many people that's going to be able to hustle on internet. And then what's going to happen when people lose their jobs and you're making your living off of the internet, be it Instagram, be it YouTube, or however you're making your money? What's going to happen when people got to start really making hardcore decisions to say, do I donate this $5 to this person Patreon, or do I donate this $2 to this person by Cash App, or do I take this $7 and put it in my gas tank so I can get to work? Or do I take this $7 and add it so I can buy this food? Or do I pay this $20 a month that I'm paying on? Do you get what I'm saying? So what's going to happen then? It's a situation where we're not paying attention to the real world because we've gotten caught up into this digital lifestyle, right? And a lot of sisters believe black don't crack. They believe that I can play the ebb from 16 through 36 and there's light at the end of the rainbow because I'm a black woman and black don't crack and my body is still curvy and vivacious and beautiful and I haven't gotten a lot of wrinkles and things hadn't started to drag and sag yet. But at the end of the day, you got to understand, as you age out, people's taste as far as what they want in men and women change. We already know the numbers because people have been regurgitating these numbers for how long now? It's only the average man in general, man in America. 88%, I call it the 210 and 88% rule. 88% of men in this country, average income salary is between 42 and $58,000 a year. 42 and $58,000 a year. That's 88% of men of all races. 10% of that average 6 figures and better. Okay? So all you have to do is start doing the smart numbers. When you subtract the men that are down low by, living alternative lifestyles, incarcerated, when you subtract the men that are married or that have a significant other, when you start subtracting the men that make the money but don't make the cutoff on the physical side of the game or on the emotional side of the game, what are you left with? Now you move to the next higher bracket. The next higher bracket, we all know that in this current economy that we live in now, the more money you make, the more access you have to things. So that means that if you are a single man and you're 45 or better and you're 6 figures or better, the average 45-year-old woman is not really going to be on your list because you're looking for the next bracket down, right? These are things that we have to think about, but no one's talking about it. No one wants to deal with the hardcore reality of what's happening in the dating society in 2022. Everybody thinks that there's light at the end of the rainbow, right? And I'm not going to hit you with the wall coming and all of that other craziness. Because a lot of that's nonsense. There's a lot of women that have kids, that grown kids or older kids that are in their 40s and they are getting married. But I can tell you this, there are a lot of women, because I just retired with about 34 of them, sisters, right, in my retirement class from the Army. Give me a second. Hold on. Mm. I just retired with about 34. I can tell you some of the conversations that were being had as we were having these briefings and these meetings, because I got involved in a couple of them. And I heard a lot of sisters, a lot. It was like 12 to 15 of them. We were all sitting around, went out to eat, and they were having a conversation. And this is how that conversation went. And these are beautiful sisters, in shape, bodies amazing. Problem is, they got kids. This one sister said, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do now since I'm getting ready to retire from the Army. I mean, I put a little money away and I got my TSP program set up, but I'm kind of scared to go out here leaving the Army and now I got to depend on my retirement in the VA and what money I put aside. I guess I'm gonna have to settle down and find me a man to help finish raising my children and to take care of me. This is the attitude that our sisters have.
Mm.
And she wasn't the only one. They was like, girl, they were giving each other high fives. Girl, I know that's right. I'm gonna have to find me a sugar daddy. I'm gonna have to find me somebody to come in and help these ends meet. But why were you not thinking like that when you were 27 and you were in the prime of your life? Why were you not thinking like that at 37 when you still had a little bit of life left? The average 45 to 50-year-old man that's single who has cut a niche out for himself, you're gonna have to come to the table with a lot more than what you would have had to come to the table with when you were, could bear children. Because the average 45 to 55-year-old man, especially black, they already got children. Their children are grown. They don't want to start over. So, what do you bring as a black woman to the table to a man that already has his shit together? I'm not talking about somebody that needs your help. I'm not talking about these 50-50 brothers out here. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about a brother who's already got his retirement set up, who already has a little nest egg set up. What could you possibly bring to that man? And I'll leave it at that.
I'm gonna sit there and say this. I absolutely love that because whenever I was younger, my mother always sat there and taught me. Always, she said, "Look, you're a wife, or you're not that I was a wife, but I was going to be a wife, so I need to go ahead and start preparing now. I need to start doing the things as a wife, and that also includes preparing a nest egg for a family, regardless of whether I have one or not." I was always taught that, and you're 100% right, because I know not just women in the army. I know a whole lot of women that nowadays, oh, well, you ain't got a job, girl. No, I ain't got no job, but I got this. I got this coochie, girl. Every woman has that. How do you really think that you're going to get a man of substance when all you're offering is the same thing every plain Jane of every race can offer?
But
You
they
know,
don't see it like that, sister. That's the
it's supposed to be
problem.
like a competition. You're supposed to be able to stand out. And if you don't stand out, then you're going to get the stragglers that's left. And when I sit there and tell y'all I was blessed to have the woman that raised me. Now understand that the woman that raised me, whenever I was adopted, she was already 50 years old. So the knowledge I got was old school knowledge. It wasn't, what a lot of these young girls are getting from these young moms who are literally trying to just live vicariously through their kids. So when I tell y'all that I was raised to be a wife and to have all of the qualities thereof, that's what I was raised to do. I wasn't raised to be a hot girl. I wasn't raised to be a boss bitch. I wasn't raised to be, all this other kind of stuff that is out there. And mind you, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that that's not the way I was raised. So, my mother sat there and gave me core skills, and then I had my dad, and my dad was also married. And this is my honorary father. He wasn't my biological father. But, this man also had three daughters. So he was sitting here raising his daughters, from the viewpoint of, if you don't have a man, these are the things I need you to do to be able to still take care of yourself, protect yourself. But when you get a man, your man should be able to know these things so that you can fall back.
kind of deal. So I was able to get different skill sets and stuff like that from both my parents. But still, at the end of the day, I can't tell you how often I hear the same thing. And I literally look, and people are surprised that I look at them dumbfounded. Like, you wasn't thinking about, stacking your bread whenever you were 20. You weren't thinking about stacking your bread whenever you were sitting here and busting tables at or whatever. Well, you know what? I saw this car I wanted, so I bought this car. I saw these shoes. Girl, do you
The
not realize
problem,
shoes go down, shoes get old, shoes go out of
the
fashion?
Let me
Like
get
I,
the problem is, and I
I
know
gotta get it
BMT,
off that.
I know you want to shut it down, but I got to say this, right? The problem is, see, in this society, what's being missed by our sisters, and this is my last word. I promise you, I'm gonna close out.
Okay.
What's being missed in this society by the bulk of our sisters is this: men can be fuck ups from 19, 17 to 39. At 40, men can reinvent themselves. Why? Because we're physically stronger. We're built to go out here and combat the wild and the streets and all that shit. We could be fuck ups for damn near half of our lives. And at 40, reinvent ourselves, get educations. I see it happening all the time. Go ahead on and say, man, I fucked up and got kicked out of college when I was 19 years old over some dumb shit because I wanted to smoke weed. I finally went back at 37, 38, 39 years old. I hear men all the time say, man, I finally decided to go back and get that degree, man. And shit, I finally got a good job. And they could get their lives on track at 40. Women, because you guys have the burden of bearing children, it's harder for you. Plus, two, a man can work 20 years longer physically, 20 years longer than a woman can. So if it can. So if it comes down to doing physical work, a man is built for that. I'm not trying to push man being better than woman, but we got to deal with this equality thing. See, if I fuck up, I can go out here and get a job on the highway, right? I can hold a sign up, slow down, stop. I can sit there and twist that damn sign for the next 20 years if I have to, 30 years if I have to. I can do that until I'm 79, 80 years old and get a retirement and live the next 4, 5 years and die happy. A woman can't do that. Why? Because it takes toll on her body. Physical work takes toll on their bodies. So what we're hearing is, well, what about women that work in the banking industry and women that work in the hospitals and all this other shit? Right, but that's not where women are trying to go. The banking industry is closing down. When is the last time anybody on this panel went into the bank to talk to a teller? When? You do everything online now or over your phone. Schools are closing, so the education market is going home. Teachers are having to teach from home. I got cousins that are in that field, female, and they're having to teach from home. And oh, by the way, they're having to take a pay cut because now the education system is saying, well, you're teaching from home, so we don't have to pay you that much money. We could pay you this amount, right? Right? You see what's happening now? So the medical field is being overran again right now because that's the more viable field. You got all these travel nurses and shit. How long do you actively want to go out here and be a travel nurse, especially if you're 37, 38, 39 years old? You want to be a travel nurse for the next 20 years of your life? When are you going to put down roots? Yeah, you're going to make a lot of money, but where's the security factor going to come from? So we got a lot of issues that we need to cover and we need to fix, and no one's willing to actually have the hard conversation to set it on track. Because what happens is when we have these conversations, people inundate them with a lot of bullshit. People get into their emotions. People start saying all kind of other shit that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Feminism did hurt our community, to close out on your topic, brother. Feminism did hurt our community, but it's not the thing that doomed our community. The thing that doomed our community is that feminism has gotten deeply enrooted and is going to affect the next generation, meaning the zillennials and millennials. This sister up here said that she was taught to be a wife. She was taught to do the wifely things, how to cook, how to clean, how to take care of a man, how to take care of a house. These young girls out here now, the zillennials and millennials and half of the late generation Xers. Some of them know how to do those things, but they refuse to do them. Some of them just were never taught how to take care of a home and how to take care of a family or how to take care of a man. So that's where we stand. We got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of conversations to try to right the ship. 3, 5, 7, and 10 years from now, we're going to see a totally different landscape of how relationships, marriages, communities are built and made in this society. And with that, I'm gonna say goodbye. Thanks, BMT and sister. I really enjoyed the conversation with you. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to catch you up here again. We can do it at another time. BMT, shout out, brother. Peace. The general, leaving the net.
Peace,
He's not.
General.
I detected no lies. He's not wrong.
I just want to say something before we all go. This was a good stream. I was cutting up in the chat room a little bit, but on a serious note, look, we're in the fourth industrial revolution. We're heading into a new society, and a lot of these traditional roles and everything. I mean, I'm all for it, but we're gonna have to start redefining what family is because things where we going into the future, a lot of things are going to be cut out. So we got to stop looking towards the past and start looking towards the future and just come up with a better solution. But that's all I got to say. Thanks for having me on. Take it easy, BMT. Peace to the panel.
Thank you. Um, First off, let me give an immense, huge shout out to one of my lovely. I love these two. First of all, let me give a shout out to Doug. Doug has been with me through thick and thin since the beginning of the Manosphere. Uh, and literally, actually, we built, you know, from built from the moderator side to me starting my channel and to where we are today, and then some to all the other networks that we've created. So I definitely feel like Doug has definitely a part of the cornerstone and helping me build that. So Doug, don't ever feel like your voice is definitely not ever felt in this space. Like nobody can ever take that from you. Another special
Thanks,
shout out to
BMT.
all the content creators.
Although I know I give you a hard time a lot of times.
It's no, but you know what? I sometimes you gotta have those friends that push at you, and it's very much needed. Sometimes even through the trolling, you ask the questions that make them actually think and say, "Okay, so I'm glad you brought up that scenario. So I got to answer this way, or brought up that." Also, a special shout out to one of the most amazing couples that definitely I love their energy. Y'all, I will never get rid of them. Mr. and Mrs. Exiled. Um, like I said, how they answer things is through their experience and through their life. They're not answering it trying for clout. That's literally how they are. Like since we met on DTL, and like I tell y'all, listen, y'all, BMT does not change. She will tell you, and Exile will tell you, how I am here, I am like this on other channels. I literally do not change, and I'm in other sectors. I am like this. It's just that other people be watching me. And they're like, "Wow, this is what y'all talk about over here," and I appreciate that. Um, you know what I'm saying? I get it. People think I speak from I speak from only what I know.
Mhm.
She's speaking from that of the experience of a wife. He's speaking from that of experience of a husband. Doug speaks for that of a sense of a successful man. Shout out to Doug and those aquariums that he be building. I be watching. I watch a lot of y'all. I think I don't
Thanks,
watch
man.
y'all, but I do watch y'all. Shout out to everyone in the chat from the general, Brownie, David. Let me give you all of y'all flowers. Extended clips. Shout out to who else? Ji. Shout out to all things Nate. Shout out to Sugar Bum. Shout out to Free Zone. Free Zone. Always, I gotta go meet my little homie, and we gotta sit down and actually, I'm taking him out for a beer and lunch on me. Shout out to everyone from James, Trey, and BD. Art was giving out some grand jewels. Shout
Yeah.
out to the general. Um, Shout out to everyone that came through. Shout out to Sir Ism. Shout out to Auntie. Shout out to Yellow Rose. Shout out to everyone from all the channels. Master Viper. Shout out to Danini. whether we agreed or disagreed. And understand this, y'all. I don't just go to the male channel. I go to women channels also. I speak to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. I give everybody a benefit of doubt until they show me another side, and I'll be like, you know what? I'm good. So I never feel like I'm being used. I listen, I hear you out, and then I go. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing. I gotta give flowers to Doug. Doug, did you not tell me that? If you don't like what you're hearing, what do we do? If you don't like what we're
Focus
hearing,
on what be the
yep,
change that you want to see.
yep. I used to argue.
Focus on the things that you want.
I used to be
And
one of the
speaking,
ones.
and
Mhm,
hey, BMT, I want to suggest a topic that I haven't really seen too many people cover.
mhm.
In Florida, Governor DeSantis, he proposed a fatherhood bill. I haven't really read up on the details yet, but I think that would make a great topic to cover.
Got you, bro. I'm on it for you. Got you.
Thank you.
I'm already on it
I've,
right
I've
now.
heard quite a bit about it. It's actually a pretty interesting bill.
And that's the thing about it. Like I said, um, a lot of these things, y'all, nature has a way of correcting itself. When
Mm-hmm.
enough people see things going a certain type of way, and they're like, "Ooh, I don't like the way they're going." I knew one girl. She couldn't keep the baby. She gave it to adoption. We didn't know over the summer she gave her a baby for adoption. You know, some girls can hide it. I kid you not. She has 3 kids today. But right now, she's still looking for that one child out of her other 3 kids. And she said, I wish I would have fought to keep that baby.
Mm-hmm.
It hurt. It hurt. But a woman never forgets when she puts out that other child, her first.
Mm-hmm.
And so now that she's right now 33 years old, she's thinking of where's that one I pushed out there? I got to go find her. And granted, she's a successful woman, but her and her husband or her mate, they're looking for that one sheep that's still out there in the world. So I give my roses to Alyssa. That is a very courageous thing if you take that child. I'm telling y'all right now, the foster care system is no joke, y'all. The foster care system is no joke. I don't think people truly know. I'm gonna go over. I'm probably gonna have to hit up sis on that one because a lot of people think, oh well, just let them go. Listen, I know it's
When you
like I
please
know it's like
let me sure that please have an open panel because I mean, like I said, I had some experiences that people didn't even realize that I went through because
yeah.
I wouldn't talk about it and I hid it. And honestly, if I could, I'd make sure that there was never another child that went into that system because that system is not what y'all think
It's one of the most nastiest systems.
it
Um,
is.
trust me, for me being a child of sexual abuse, I met equally a lot of the girls that were in that business were from that system. A lot of the
Mhm.
boys who are running the street
Yeah.
were from that system. I'm telling you, we were running hand in hand, literally. Like the parents knew, but they didn't care, so long as they were getting the check. And so
Mhm.
I think there's nothing worse than knowing that you're nothing more than a check. And so
Mhm.
um, I do these things. I go hard in the paint because people like Doug and my friends, y'all push me to keep doing these things. Other than that, I don't do like that. Um, right now, like I said, I definitely am more encouraged to keep doing what I'm doing. I know I got to set up for the colorism one, but if y'all want me to do the fatherhood one, you got to let me know. I'm going to probably put up a poll. Which one y'all want to do? The fatherhood bill or the colorism? They're both going to get done this week. They're both going to get
I
done this
mean,
week.
I honestly, I want to be there for the colorism. There was a little incident. I was on somebody else's panel, and they brought up colorism, and you
Colorism
Yeah,
know
and
is
with a
that.
bill you can give more time for more details to unfold too.
I got your number, Exile. So I'm going to probably, if you want to do some research on the fatherhood bill a little bit more, and but I know you want to bring some more stuff to that, and I know Doug is going to have some stuff he's going to throw at me on Instagram and some other stuff. Like I want us to probably do our research about that. Again, I told y'all, we got to lobby, man. If you truly want certain things to be changed, YouTube is not the answer for what you need. Other people, other groups that are coming here, they're lobbying for what they want when they get here. So when those same immigrants, you know why they can't get kicked out anymore? because they were lobbying and they had other people lobbying with them.
They're
Now,
coming here to pick up more people to get them to lobby.
right, and
And
so
that's the truth right there. Because like last night, I just learned about an organization, Spirit by Black woman, who was the one who lobbied for Katanji. What's her name? Katanji Jackson. Katanji
Mhm.
Brown.
Yes.
What was
Katanji.
it? Sisterhood of SCOTUS, I
mm,
believe.
Sisterhood of
I believe
SCOTUS.
that's the website. I got to look more into it, but yeah, Black women lobbied for her to get that position. I thought it was just a random thing that Biden did, but no, the sisters pulled together, created an organization, and lobbied for a Black woman to be appointed. So this just wasn't like a random occurrence or
Hmm.
them trying to pander to us. This is something that Black women pulled together and did. So yeah, especially Black men, we got to get our act together and start getting more involved in politics and policies. And that's all I got to say, man. But you hit it on the head right there.
Um. Oh wow, they actually are a real thing. It's called the Sisterhood of SCOTUS. That is really a real thing. Wow. Um.
Damn, you thought he was lying to you.
No,
No,
I
I'm
know.
just kidding.
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm trolling. I'm trolling.
I know. You know the thing about it in art, on art, that literally you bring up a really good pat. Like, listen, y'all, that's going to get a lot of targeted minority men to literally start coming over there towards that conservative side. If they listen, when men or people see tangibles, they're going to go after it. The women vote for the Democratic Party because they see tangibles in their favor. They don't throw nothing to y'all men because y'all men don't vote. I don't know why a lot of these men don't vote. I'm a man that I know I vote. Doug, see me, I talked about it. Exiles talk about it. We could tell you, all four of us could tell you, men have not been voting like they should. So guess what? When them politicians come to your town, they don't go talk to the fathers. They don't go talk to the men, but they know one thing: you're not
They
going to
aim
vote.
at the women, they aim at the mothers, preferably the white women. But whenever they're coming to sit there and talk to the Black community, they're more so talking to the Black mothers. They sit there and they play on mothers, they play on family, they play on everything. Yes, they do.
They don't talk to them. They don't talk to them black men, but they're like, y'all niggas ain't gonna vote. Y'all want to y'all black men let their women vote, and their women and elderly vote. And the women and elderly predominantly vote on the Democratic Party because one, the elderly know I'm getting old. I need some system to take care of me. And the women are like, holy shit, fuck you, men. But I know one thing, that goddamn system, that government, whatever y'all want to say about it, my baby need to eat. And fuck if you
Hmm.
eat. I'm telling you right now, I've heard a woman tell me that. Listen, nigga, my kid gonna eat first before you eat.
Mm.
Right
and,
now,
and not only just vote, we need to start going to these town hall meetings, your local
Yeah,
civic meetings. Because every
yeah.
time I've been, I see some Black women there, but I don't see a lot of times I'm the only Black man representing other than the people who's already in office.
Honestly,
Other than that, I'm
we
like
need
the
to be
only one
involved
there.
from city council to PTA.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm the only, for the most part, in my kid's school, and that's for the middle school and the elementary. Out of the 5 meetings I've been to, I was the only black daddy there. Out of
I was the
all,
only Black mother at mine too.
so after a while, I got tired of quit action. Doug, you know I've been on that campaign saying, "Black men go to the meeting, go to the school meeting, go to the school meetings."
Yes, you
When
have.
y'all don't go to these meetings, I'm telling you, you're gonna have somebody dictating the future of your sons and
Hmm.
of your children and what their curriculum, what they're learning, and then y'all be feeling cut out. You do not need a court order to go to the school. You do not. Art will tell you you do not need the court's permission. It is a public facility area. Unless you got some kind of heinous violence crime on you, there's nothing that a woman can say to stop you from contacting that teacher, right?
Yeah,
Just like y'all can use your grandma or mama, you can contact that
exactly.
teacher, and that child will get pulled to that guidance counselor's office, and they will talk to you. I've seen it done. I did it for a brother. That boy cried because his daddy was on the phone talking to him and telling him, "You need to behave, or you're gonna get in trouble, and don't make me have to come down to that school." Me heard his daddy say, "I'm gonna come down to that school." That boy started to shape up. He
Immediately.
he said, "Whoa." He said, yeah, I could. I talked to my job. I'm gonna come down to that school. And,
Mm-hmm.
and most staff, they weren't against that. Staff love seeing fathers at that school. Hell, they like seeing men at the school because that
Mm-hmm.
means that's a dominatory figure that the kids watch men. I don't know why y'all don't believe that. That's why I said y'all think feminism is the goddamn end all be ghost. But if a man shows up to that school, kids will do things just to get the attention of the man.
That's right.
They'll
They
do
should-
anything to get the attention of that man. To the girls will say, "Oh, what do you think about my dress?" Or "What do you think about this?"
Yep.
When boys will do all kind of stuff. Watch me. Hey y'all, I'm gonna throw a football. Boy, them boys will run out there and try to catch that football and kill each other just to catch that
Well,
one
see,
ball.
this is the key to it all. We're holding this discussion, and the reason why is men see a problem. And what we do is that men, we fix problems, we evolve. That's the
Mhm.
whole thing. Feminism ain't affecting nothing. It just, as men, we need to evolve. We need to get a way around it. We need to
That,
figure it out.
that's all I was saying. Exalt, like understand it, and I hope
Mm-hmm.
y'all. I want y'all to understand this. I was never attacking men, but I'm a man
Right.
too. All I was saying was feminism holistically can't stop you as a man because
Right.
regardless, I know men who grow up or grew up around women and they still maneuver and find a way, still go out there and get their
That's
job, still go
right.
out there and live their life, still go out there and find a girlfriend, to a mate, to a wife. They still evolve. Like that's the nature of a man. I
Yep.
evolve with the climate. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how the shit is, Doug's still gonna be a man. Exile's still gonna be a man. You men in the chat are still gonna be men. You gotta just be willing to fight. Okay? Same thing. You're gonna have women try to talk Miss Exile. Girl, you need to leave that man and come out the home. No, sir. I'm not coming out there.
I know.
You live.
Boy,
I've actually had a girl sit there and say, "Oh my God, I can't stand your man." I said, "Girl, if you can't stand him, you can't stand me. So bye." And do you know how fast I sat there and blocked her off of all social media? Blocked, took her number out my phone, had it as do not answer. I'm not playing about mine. You ain't gotta like him. That ain't your job. My job is to love him. It's not your job to like him. That ain't my problem. That ain't your problem. Move the fuck on.
And
At the
that's
end of the day, that's all me.
and that's the thing about it. Like I said, you guys, I rock with y'all, and I just want the best out of all of y'all. I love y'all. Like I said, all of y'all brought up valid points. You know what I'm saying? Um, I give everybody a fair grace until you start showing yourself. You know what I'm saying? Um, and I want to keep having it where I don't want to just be capsized. Yes, I am a black content creator, but I do talk to other people, other races, and other creeds and other backgrounds. I'm just now. I'm in that scope now. Granted, I
Mm-hmm.
don't talking to my people, but I let y'all know outside in the bigger scheme of things, a lot of these children now are starting. They're venturing out. The seeds are starting to spread out and they're going out there. But they're like, if I can't get it in my community, I'll go either find another community or build a community. And this is
Yep.
what you're seeing a lot of these children are going out there to do. You may not like how they're doing it because guess what? You didn't give them a map. You didn't tell them. So you may not like how they make that peanut butter jelly sandwich, and it may be messy. I remember I never told my daughter how to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich. She just watched. And yeah, table and counter. I don't know how the hell she got some of it on the goddamn cabinets. But guess what? She got the sandwich. She got the sandwich done. And I was like, shit. I was mad. But you know
You
what her
may have
mom
to
said?
think about it.
But then exactly, they said, well, guess what? You never told her how to do it. She had to figure out her own. And maybe she made a mess and she's all sticky, but she got her sandwich. She
Mm-hmm.
got her sandwich. Snuggles, man, you so late, Snuggles. I'm not Snuggles, man. I love you, bro. You so late. Everybody want to get a message. This is not church when we end in the goddamn church message. Now all of y'all want to
Yeah.
start y'all getting in y'all damn testimony. No, show the church. Everybody
Snuggles
want
ain't gonna hit that link anyway.
to, huh?
Snuggles ain't gonna hit that link.
I swear, boy, y'all come when. But like I said, you guys, I love you guys. Um, You know what I'm saying? Like I said, my channel is y'all channel to build on. Like I said, We definitely have more work to do. We have more things to actually look forward to. Shout out to the people who are going to be watching the rehash. If y'all do, for all content creators, if you want to take this show and take it and chop it up and how you see fit, so you can actually digest it in your own talking points, you have that right to. Just make sure you let them know, hey, check out your guy BMT, and please don't misconstrue people's words. Shout out to Miss Exile, girl. You held your own. Shout out to you, baby. You held your own. You are not no weak woman. Shout out to Mr. Exile. Y'all don't get it twisted. My boy ain't weak. He's a very much a man. He's
Yes.
just listening to his wife, and that's not that does not make a weak man listening to your wife. That actually is a wise man. But guess what? At the end of the day, he lays his head right next to her. That's who he made
Mm-hmm.
his children. Understand, that's an old proverb. When a man goes to his chamber, you think he's listening to all those other men in the war room. No. Guess who he's listening to speak in his ear when he's asleep? His
His
wife.
woman. Mm-hmm.
His
Thank
wife
you.
right there. And she's going to get the last say. Y'all don't believe me, but the one who's laying right next to him in that bedroom chamber, you don't understand. You want to know when the brain is most receptive? Is when you're laying
Mm-hmm.
down.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Sleep.
tell you like this.
Right?
At the end of the day, if there's enemies at the front and back door, it's nobody outside of
You
that
know, see,
house that's finna help us. It's finna be me and
I'm
her
telling y'all
and
right
our
now.
children defending ourselves.
I'm just
Mm-hmm.
letting y'all know. So other than that, you guys, I love you guys. I'm gonna see you guys later. I'm BMT. Like I said, thank y'all for sitting with our family. I know it was 5 hours, but guess what? This was the 5 hours y'all got to listen to about the feminism really stopped men from being men, or is it just a needed excuse from men not being men? You got your opinion, we got our opinions. We'll see you guys later. Remember, they're just opinions. All right, guys. Peace. Y'all take care.
Peace.
Bye.
Peace.
All right, fam. I'm out of here. You guys take it easy.
Peace.